releasing or adding or putting in more vehicles so that when they are taking the old ones off, then we know that we are short of balancing the equation, not having shortage as we are trying to help the citizens.
Okay, there's a hand. Okay.
Thank you, NITA JC. I think we are living in an era that compromising has become a norm in our society we live in the sense that before every car is on a road, we all know of roadworthy. Is it the road which is worthy or is the vehicle which is worthy? That's a question to all of us. I am into transport in a bit. Anytime we are going for roadworthy, they inspect the cars. But we are in a society that, to some extent, I know I am default, but I'll find my way out. Why? Because enforcement and implementation of our rules and regulations have been compromised. Can all these vehicles be out of the road? It is a yes and a no at the same time. If they say a government is going to remove all these vehicles from the road, before you act, we are going off, we are stopping. How can people get to their destination to work? So, what we as a government, because we, all of us are the government, are to ensure that the right things are done. When they are coming to renew their roadworthy, if it is not, the vehicle is not worthy, please do not go ahead to issue it. Because if you issue it, they also use to carry or convey passengers. On the other hand, how can the government as a higher body also come in, as my senior colleague said? We know our trains, where are they? Because if the train are commuting, I'll park my car. Buying fuel nowadays is not easy. When you go to the developed world, what are they doing? Those who are even wealthy are using the public transportation. So what is the government, the higher government, doing about it to ensure that we have more vehicles in place? We have implementation and enforcement of the laws also in place. And I tell you, those vehicles that are not roadworthy on the road belongs to the majority of people in high positions. So you take it now, they'll find their way out, and they will still be on the road. So please, all of us, we should stop this compromising and ensure that the enforcement and implementation of the laws are in place, while the government also puts in action to make sure that the government have public transport to convey people. In that way, we can curb these accidents going on, because we are compromising. Accident happens. The one happened last week. How many people did you lose? So I think it's a lesson to all of us. Let's all ensure that we do the right thing at the right time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anita. This hand and then behind you.
Thank you.
So after you, please pass the mic to him.
My name is Daniel. Yeah. So I think it's high time we adopt smart transport systems in the country. Most of us have traveled before. And no matter what your budget, when you travel, you don't see these structures in the major cities. Either we introduce the metered taxi, or we introduce big buses that can convey large number of people. So I think the issue is that we always think that things being done cheaply is better than certain standards. And that is where we have the issues, because we rather go for the cheap things, and the cheap things normally do not last. And sometimes it causes us to die through it. But I believe that if we are modernizing, not just information technology, but our transportation and everything, we can modernize as well. I remember way back, around 1990, coming. In those days, we have what was called Chololi. How many of us know about Chololi?
Gen Z,
And
let's raise
yes.
our hands so that we know that
And,
we are not inside.
and in those days, Cholole became so hazardous on the roads. And through policies, we were able to take Cholole out to the extent that now there's no more Cholole. So we can start small with some of our major cities being meter taxi areas. When you go to most countries, they have those things. And then we also had the new plan buses. New plan was being assembled in Ghana, which was creating jobs. So I believe that the government should look at that also and make sure that most of the transport groups should be modernized into transport companies. We should not have associations of transport owners. We should have GPR2 should be transformed to a company. All these private people, they should transform into a company where we set standards for them to follow. So if you don't have that standard, you will not go. A typical example is the VIP buses. The company came, they set standards. If you meet their standards, you join them. So it's the same thing we are supposed to do so that we can help with some of these needless accidents. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm able. Unfortunately, when I lifted my hands, two people spoke before me, and it looks like as the mic is moving, they are exhausting all the things that I wanted to say. I know, right? Like 90% is gone. But you know, the two people actually, one person killed like half of what I wanted to say, and then the next person just the last bullet. What I want to add to it is the system. Okay, now we all know, we are aware of the laws, we are aware of what the government is supposed to do or is trying to do. When we see something is wrong, we know. It's like nobody has to tell us that this thing that the driver is doing or what is wrong with a certain vehicle. We all know. Now the question is how we act on it. Me, I believe the system counts, like what he just said. In the big cities, for instance, there are major roads that not every kind of vehicle should be allowed on, okay? We understand how important the Trotskys are. In fact, they are so important. The demand is so high, people literally fight over them, in spite of the standards that they don't hold up to. Now, my next question is what technology options we can explore in order to make those systems work. So let's take this route, for example. Say from Oyarifa to Accra Central, for instance. That's a very major road. So major, in fact, that every day, I apply on that route every morning and every evening.
Oyarifa people, let's see by hand.
So I understand the traffic on that situation. Some of us, those of us who drive, we try to explore other shortcuts, but unfortunately, we always get caught. Now, the issue is that if those roads, they give those roads to the big buses, the bigger buses, and then they allow the Trotskys to take care of the other routes that feed into that road, okay? And then we explore the option of using IT to make sure that that system actually works. That's all. That's the contribution I have for this. Thank you.
Thank you. So hold on. We don't want you to exhaust his point, so he raised his hand first, so that you don't exhaust 100% of it.
Okay, thank you very
Briefly,
much. I'm Manasseh. So adding up to what they've all said, they've all said very good points, but then the issue is politics. So the regulators, the Road Safety Commission, whatever, they want to enforce these rules and policies put in place. Now you see, they start regulating 1, 2, 3, then it's hit back to the government who votes against you. So the government is thinking about Tom Reba, or they'll vote against me, then they'll sit back. He made mention that the major cars, the big cars, some cars should not be allowed on our main roads, like the Aboboya. I remember sometime Akufo-Addo's regime, Harry Courtney made mention that no Aboboya should be on our major roads. What happened? They also faced the fact that we'll vote against you, and then they had to sit back because you also report to someone. Your boss also reports to someone. So your final boss will bear the replication of whatever decision you are making now. So they just have to sit back and then let whatever the people are doing do. It's not that the white man has sense proper than the black man. It's just implementation. They've come to understand that before the country can go on, we must all sacrifice. Sacrificing now for our future generation. So if you go outside, for example, let's take our plane system, for instance. It's so costly to travel from Accra to Kumasi. But that same money, or even less, you can travel from Saudi Arabia and come to Ghana. Like, if you travel, we realize that our prices are so high, and you don't understand. When you go, they'll try to find some shakara explanation and give to you. And funny enough, it will make sense. So, our mom was talking about our railway system.
Yeah.
They'll try to implement it, but the thing is, these same politicians own the buses, the STCs, the 2M Express, the whatever. They own it. So right now, should they implement the railway system that can let me travel from Afienya to Accra in less than 1 hour? No. It is not possible. If they do that, their businesses will also get spoiled. So they'll try to do something for you to see, like iService, for you to see that they are trying to do something, but they are sitting behind laughing at us because they know that they are fooling us. So the thing is, the politicians don't want to do it because if they do it, they also lose business.
Okay.
So that's basically what it is. It's about politics, not policies. The police or whoever is supposed to do the regulation can start to. But then when I arrest one driver, I arrest 2 drivers, they'll call, MP, Pacho, Yajime Kano. The MP will call police commissioner. Police commissioner, yes sir. They release the car. So it's about those in power. Are they willing to let us go forward as a country? Funny enough, those in power enjoyed better during Kwame Nkrumah's regime. But it's so sad that they are making us suffer. And only they and their children are enjoying now.
Okay.
So, yes, thank you very much.
So thank you very much. A very quick one so that we can continue with today's program. So you can give your contribution. Very brief.
My name is Daniel. Mine is just a simple thing that I want to say. Do you know it's expensive to pay bribe than to do the right thing?
Thank you very much, Daniel. Please, let's give ourselves a huge round of applause. I think we all think alike. Somebody said he said all his points, so it means I'm sure a lot of us here actually had something to say, but has been actually said by one of us. So welcome once again to day 3 of the National ICT Week, and we just had a quick conversation around transportation and safety in Ghana, and I think at the latter part, we wanted to find out how we can use technology to solve some of these issues. And interestingly, there are lots of things that have been put together, but I'm sure we'll have to have this conversation properly so that we can actually come up with some interesting solutions. It's not like the solutions are not there, but like some of us said, enforcement is the main problem. So we'll see how we can have that conversation and proceed. Moving on, I was trying to tell us about today's agenda. So today we are going to be having a distinguished lecture, a distinguished trust lecture that's on building digital trust, securing Ghana's digital economy, and innovative skill. Then we would also have a panel discussion. This is called the Executive Trust Dialogue. And building digital trust, securing Ghana's digital economy for innovation at scale. Then we would move on to an engagement with the various experts on digital trust, and we'll have some 2 interesting people who join us when we have that session. And then we're also going to have the digital superhighway of trust, resilient open Accra access fiber for innovation at scale. Then we are going to break into the various tracks. So we have 2 tracks, the health tech forum, and then the tech professionals forum. So with the health tech forum, the theme is transforming health through digital innovation. So those of us who will be interested in that conversation will be moving to room 2, and there'll be some opening remarks, keynotes, presentations, a panel discussion, technical presentation, various case studies and solutions, interactive dialogues, question and answers, and development of health tech recommendations, all under the theme transforming health through digital innovation. Then the second track, which is on Tech Professionals Forum, the theme actually is professionalism, standards, and the ICT ecosystem for national development. And that would also be happening right here, and there'll be various conversations around the future of Ghana's ICT profession, why standards and professionalism matter, and also innovation at scale requiring professionalism at scale as well, and why ICT professionalism matters to every student, professional, business, and public institution right here in Ghana. A quick run of other conversations through that. We'll be having various case studies on the impacts of the CSA Industry Forum and other cases along the line. We'll also have various interactive dialogues and recommendations and declarations by the IIPGH. So ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome to day 3. And let me just acknowledge our sponsors. So our sponsors, our headline sponsor, with a huge round of applause, I'd like to say a very big thank you to Broad Spectrum. Please, let's give Broad Spectrum a huge round of applause. Yes. Then we have Huawei Technologies, GDS Africa, MTN, everywhere you go, Margins Group, Smart Infraco, Mingo Blocks, IPMC, and C Squared. Please let's give it up for our sponsors. Then we have our partners, HR Tech, IIPGH, Mest Africa, and Kweku Tech. Please let's also give a huge round of applause to our various partners. So, moving on, we have a lecture. Okay, we have a panel discussion. This discussion is going to be the Executive Trust Dialogue, Building Digital Trust, Securing Ghana's Digital Economy for Innovation at Scale. And I'm going to invite the moderator to come and also invite his panelists. So ladies and gentlemen, with a huge round of applause, let's welcome Inshiraba Yao Sompa Esquire, who is the principal consultant at Sompa and Partners. Please let's do better for him, please. You're welcome, Inshiraba.
Thank you very much. Hello. I can use this. All right. It's great to be here. This is a small and mighty house. The energy doesn't correspond to how mighty we are. Hello. Hello. Okay. So we are very happy to have a conversation on digital trust. And to help me have that conversation, we have Mr. Selvin Kojo Seshi, who is the Acting Deputy Director General and Technical Operations for Cybersecurity Authority. Please let's clap. Let's clap. Welcome, sir. Thank you for your time. Thank you. The next to help us with the conversation is Mr. Quentin Akrobotu, Director for Regulations and Compliance at the Data Protection Commission. Please let's clap for him. Oh, please let's clap for him. Let's clap for him. Thank you, sir. And then we have Ms. Sylvia Owusu Ankoma, the Chief Executive Officer of the Ghana Chamber of Telecommunications. Thank you, ma'am. Please let's clap for her. Let's clap for her. Thank you. Thank you. Now we have Ms. Rachel Hansen, who is the Association of IT Law Professionals. Ms. Hansen, please let's clap for Ms. Hansen. Thank you very much. And then we have Mr. Musa Issa, who is the Director of Regulations at the National Information Technology Agency. The host, please let's clap for the host agency. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, and as I said, my name is Yao Sompa. So, hello. Okay, great. Okay, can we get a microphone? Okay, each one of us have a, okay, great. Okay, so thank you for your time this morning. And for us here, the outcome we're looking for is how do we guarantee digital trust for the economy of Ghana. And so this panel is intended to explore conversations that would make everybody here a bit more progressive, or at least understanding the subject matter and how they become better off for it. So let me start with the CSA. Since all risk in cyber sits with you in Ghana, what would be your opening remarks? What would you like to leave us with in terms of how the conversation should start and begin? So it will be great to hear your opening from the CSA, sir. Mr. Seven.
Thank you. And good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
So, good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, a little bit of life. Right, so from the perspective of the CSA, I think our view is quite clear and simple. You can't have any meaningful development when you talk about the digital economy, digital infrastructure, without talking about cybersecurity. Essentially, it's the other side of the coin, as it were. And so when you talk about digital trust, the whole essence then boils down to all the infrastructure we are putting in place, all the innovations we are talking about. How do we ensure that they serve the purpose for which they've been developed, they meet the aspirations of the country, and at the end of the day, we develop as a country. So that's our starting point. And so our perspective then looks at, okay, if I look at the person that is developing the infrastructure or bringing in some innovation, is it being done in a manner in which can be sustainably maintained? Does it deliver the service securely? Are the users safe? Is their data safe? Those are the things we are looking at. And so we also look at it from who are the other players in the ecosystem. You've got the providers, you've got the end user, you've got even those that are just maintaining it. Are they all applying the right practices? Are they doing what is required? Do the end users know what to do so they stay safe online? And in that whole context, we are working with other stakeholders. So we are working with a multi-stakeholder ethos. So we are not here to say CSA is all in all, we can do everything, but it's a recognition of the fact that cybersecurity is a team sport. And so we are dealing with different stakeholders with different perspectives, different needs, but all valid, that must be integrated for us to achieve our aspirations as a nation. So that would be our perspective.
All right, thank you, thank you. From Mr. Quinton, from the data protection, another important regulator, maybe older than CSA, but CSA is shown as a whip recently. So from the Data Protection Commission, what's the perspective around digital trust?
All right, thank you very much. And then good morning to everyone.
Good morning.
So from a data protection perspective, when we say digital trust, fundamentally, we are looking at confidence. The confidence that I as an individual, or you as an individual, or we as citizens of this country, we are confident that our personal information, if collected and used, it will be used responsibly. It will be safeguarded against all forms of harm. We can wake up and say that I've given out my information to an institution, and we are sure that the information is well protected. It will not be shared in a manner that is not consistent with the law. So basically, we, as a regulator, we admit that yes, we need to innovate, we need to scale on technology, but the message is clear. We must insist that if we have to scale, we scale on a trusted technology. Thank you.
All right, thank you. The supply side of the industry, the telcos. Ms. Sylvia, what's your perspective on digital trust from a chamber or a body of supplier side? What's your central thesis for digital trust?
Thank you, Inshira. Good morning to our audience.
Good morning.
I think NITA needs to be congratulated for putting together the platform in the first place.
Please, let's clap for the host. Thank you.
So for us as a chamber, digital trust is a national conversation, right? It's one that concerns not just our consumers, it does concern agencies that are involved and ultimately government as the lead policy driver when it comes to our digital trust. And when we talk about what it means to us as an industry, and I think most of the time when we talk about the telecoms chamber, we limit it to the telcos. It's much broader than that. And I do see a number of our sponsors on the bill, so it's important that I recognize all of them. So you have the likes of C Squared, Broad Spectrum. That's one of the fiber companies that we have on the chamber. Huawei, Ericsson, these are all members of the chamber. So it's not just your mobile network operators, but you have infrastructure companies. We also have the tower companies as part of that ecosystem. So the likes of ATC and Helios are all part of it. Now, looking at the context of all of these players, it's important that digital trust translates into a consumer having confidence in transacting, in knowing that when their data is shared, just as CSA and data protection have called out, it has the right protections around it, and that they can confidently engage within the digital space without the risks that we see. And one of the, I think, emerging trends for us, which has become quite a concern, is around establishing or ensuring that trust is maintained and the fraudulent activities are mitigated across the ecosystem. And I say ecosystem because whilst Ghana has a very mature telecoms market with a varied number of players, and each player investing in its own infrastructure when it comes to fraud detection, ensuring that customers can participate on their network, we see an evolution towards a very interoperated system. And once transaction moves out of one ecosystem, then the accountability question comes up and the ownership question comes up as to how you are able to track across these various networks. So within this digital trust conversation, what we're particularly interested is how we're moving as a country to have some sort of platform that allows the entire ecosystem to interoperate in a way that we are able to detect fraud more proactively and keep the consumers protected at all times. So I think that in the early conversations, these are the key things on our minds.
All right, thank you. Thank you for sharing that. Ms. Hansen, IT law professionals. My understanding is that it's an advocacy group, so you speak for consumers. What's your key message around digital trust before we dive into the conversation?
Okay, thank you, Enshrine, and good morning to all of you. So I'm a member of the Association of IT Law Professionals. We are not-for-profit organization, and our focus is to bridge the gap between the technology and the law, because we do understand that the people who design the solution is as important as the regulators as well. So we need to bridge the gap. We need people to understand what the technology looks like, so that when they are building regulation, they are building regulation to guide those technologies and not to stifle innovation. So yes, on the subject of digital trust, we are representing those in the academia, we are representing the consumers, we are even representing the private individuals. And so for us, the conversation today is to look at where we are now when it comes to trust in the public, and then where we think we can go now from here. We have the cybersecurity, we have the data protection, we have the chamber, and then we have NITA here. And so for us, we are representing the voice, and we hope that by the time we leave here, the state actors also understand what we are expecting from them, and then they can take something away and work on it.
All right, thank you. Now to the host, NITA. Why digital trust?
Thank you very much. Good morning to you all. For NITA, we see trust as infrastructure. Looking at Ghana's digital economy, runs on the same rail like electricity, a road, and the rest. And here in this ecosystem, the rail is trust. If people do not trust that their data, their transactions are not safe, they will not participate in any online platform. And mindful of that, our interest is to ensure that trust, we have to mitigate any issues that will make trust not to be likable. If you don't trust the platform, issues relating to e-commerce, digital trade, and the rest, I'm not sure we can make any benefit out of these issues, these sectors of the economy. So trust is an infrastructure that is worth building and worth enhancing. What also comes to mind in this context are three things that if we get it right, it means fintech, e-commerce, after trade, we'll get it right. And these are identity, interoperability, and legal certainty. And NITA is working around these areas to ensure that we boost trust in our digital engagement. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Since you, and I think you made a very key point, trust is infrastructure. So let me come to the infrastructure owner, which is the chamber. From a pure supply side, it would appear, well, we're in the market to make money, and we want to optimize everything that makes money. But all of these trusts, there are three regulators on this conversation. How do we guarantee that owners of infrastructure are building it in a way that is commercially viable without the three regulators becoming a bottleneck to innovation as well? So my direct question is, from the chamber, how do you perceive the compliance cost of digital trust against the commercial value of innovation?
Thanks, Ishura. So fundamentally, most operators, and I've enumerated a number of participants within the telecom space, so you should look beyond your telecom operator companies, and all of these entities are licensed, right? We have perhaps a key authority, which would be the NCA, missing on the panels, but they are, I would say, big, little brothers are around.
Let's shout out to NCA. We send them there.
The siblings are around, so we have NITA, Cybersecurity Authority, and the Data Protection Authority, all being part of the ecosystem. The cost of compliance for us, I think, is one thing, but more importantly is the protection for the infrastructure, which also comes at a huge cost. So beyond the investment made in putting up our fiber infrastructure, one of the biggest bane, and I'm sure for anyone who's followed the industry, one of the conversations we've always highlighted is how we ensure the resilience of our fiber infrastructure and protect telecom infrastructure in general. Fiber cuts is one of those impediments that we continue to face, and it's important that as key agencies involved in the ecosystem, we look at ensuring that there are, beyond just legislative frameworks of defining critical infrastructure, which is what operators have been designated as critical information infrastructure. That definition comes with relevant protection for our fiber networks. So today we continue to see, especially on the back of the big push, significant road constructions, and there are reservations that are given to operators within those road markings. And every time these constructions are going without the right coordination, you see an increase in interference in terms of fiber cuts. and that disrupts user experience. So that could also, have an impact. The other barrier, moving from that, and specifically on the regulatory and compliance costs that we talk about, is I believe every agency is relevant within the space, right? But we also need to be mindful how compliance cost comes up in the forms of fees and levies that are, brought forward in the course of doing business. They may seem minute, but as they build up, we keep in mind that ultimately this has implication also for the end user, because the higher the costs for compliance, then the higher, the entire, product offering that would get to the consumer. So it's important. I know Ghana is at a gateway where we are reviewing quite a number of our key policies. And in the aim of doing that, we should seek not to introduce unnecessary costs in the name of compliance, but more importantly, work with the ecosystem players to establish regimes that protect the infrastructure in the first place, because if we don't have that resilience within the fiber networks, we don't have the resilience within the towers that are put up in our areas. Even as we speak today, there are still communities that would have, issues with putting up a mast. And these are all sensitization drive that the chamber continues to pursue, where people need to appreciate why a telecom must exist and that they are done within a certain framework. There are tower guidelines that guide the way we develop these infrastructure. In the same regard, when we put right-of-ways for operators and they pay for those right-of-ways, it's important that government supports with the necessary protection for those investments, so that when there's a need for any sort of relocation, you have to do it in consultation with industry and make sure that the cost doesn't come back to them, because ultimately the consumer is the end.
Let me push you on that. And this is me being the devil's lawyer. They said the devil needs an advocate, so I would volunteer for one. Should I understand you to say because we will cut your fiber, we shouldn't build roads?
Not necessarily.
Necessarily.
We believe that both are very important. We believe Ghana is at a point where we need to develop, but we should not let that development come at the cost of the other. There's a coordination problem. That's all we see. And beyond that coordination problem is also the need to put up what we've proposed this to government, a dig once policy, which ensures that as we are building new roads, we are making sure there are ducts that are provided for these fiber infrastructure to be integrated and protected. And that's more for the going forward. What we should be mindful of is that we have legacy fiber, which is infrastructure that has already been built before some of these roads are coming up. And that's where the biggest pain points are. For our legacy fiber, what sort of protections can we then put in place? So do not get us wrong. We are for the vision of putting up more infrastructure. In fact, Ghana needs significantly more than we're already driving today. The conversation should be around, because we see both as important, that we will make room in providing those ducts. And NITA can be a key agency in coordinating with the roads authorities who issue right-of-ways, the poles that we also put fiber on overhead fiber poles as well, to ensure that these sorts of forward-looking mandatory requirements are placed on our road agencies whenever they are doing it. And as I said, that is for the going forward, but the bane we have today is for our legacy fiber and how we continue to protect them in and around.
All right, thank you. Let's come to security. A key part of digital trust, key element is security. And the Cybersecurity Authority, as your name is, security is in the middle of your name. Since 2020, your act came, we've seen progressive implementation of the act. And it looks like in terms of biting, you're building more gravitas towards bite. For purposes of digital trust, CII, you've designated some players here as critical infrastructure. One, what does it mean? And two, how special should should they be concerned about your existence and what your relationship to them? Because it appears they are sort of your key focus. So tell us, one, who they are, and what then becomes their relation to you in regards to your core mandate of security.
All right, thank you. So when we say critical information infrastructure, essentially what we are referring to is any infrastructure, whether physical or virtual, which is essential to the conversation we have in terms of digital economy, digital development. And then when we look at that infrastructure, is destruction or loss resulting in a national security incident or a socioeconomic damage or consequence? So the easiest example to give is, think of electricity and water. God forbid something happens to our power sector, and we wake up and for 7 days, there's no power in the country. Very easily you can see the level of confusion, disruption that would happen. And so on that score, within the Cybersecurity Act, we've identified 13 sectors, amongst them telecoms, energy, health, even national security, the military. That whole list basically categorizes specific sectors of our economy whose damage would result in the kind of scenario I was just describing. And so in tying that to the mandate of the authority, the thinking then is, okay, what things can we do to ensure that these sectors, the institutions within these sectors, are practicing best practice or have put in place the right controls, the right systems, the processes, even the people working in there. What kind of preparation have we made to ensure that we do not find ourselves in that sort of scenario? And so within the ambit of the law, it then says, okay, after identifying the sectors, now identify key institutions within those sectors. And we do it across a number of factors. So you're looking at the size of the institution, how many users are impacted if something goes wrong, are there maybe perhaps a linkage between a sector and another? So a number of factors are considered. And then we now invite the institutions and say that, okay, look, based on what you do and what could potentially happen if something goes wrong within your operations, we need you to take certain steps. First, we would want to monitor what you are doing in terms of preparatory steps. So what kind of risk management are you doing? Have you identified things that could potentially harm you, and have you prepared to respond appropriately? So that's where we come from. And so when you extrapolate it to the conversation we're having about trust, what you are essentially trying to do is, it should not happen that, oh, we wake up and maybe a telco is down, maybe the biggest one, and then nobody in the country can communicate. Or we get up and maybe our subsea cables, something happens, and I'm sure most of us remember from a couple of years ago what happened for a week or two when a number of our cables were cut. Yep. So in preparing for those scenarios, then we come into compliance and audits and making sure that we are doing the assurance around that. Now, when you look at that as well, you realize that in a given institution, you are not a standalone institution, right? You depend on other providers or contractors, or what we call the supply chain. So for you to do what you do, you rely on somebody else. If you're a fintech, you are relying on certain payment systems being available. Maybe the payment exchange platform, GIPS, should be there. Your telco should be working. So these are all people in your chain. And so that whole process looks at making sure that all these things are working properly. And by so doing, we then assure that our digital economy continues to run, and for that matter, trust, which relies on availability and the integrity of these systems, is always available.
Right. So if a CII here does not use a licensed provider, you owe RCS?
Very quickly. It's going to happen. There's going to be a lot more of that. I think we've come from what we like to say is we've developed a collaborative regulatory framework. So when we started, it was not about just grabbing a cane and chasing people, but it was about understanding, developing that understanding about what we are trying to do, why it's important, and for that matter, why we are doing it. And so over the years, we feel that awareness has been created enough, at least within this sector. And so now it's about, now let's tighten things a bit. The letting things slide has been enough. Now let's make sure that things work, so that if something happens to our dear customers, it's not about, oh, but CSA, you were supposed to have made sure that this entity does their work, but you let them go. So now we are sort of tightening it, and that's what you are seeing. It's for the good of everyone, for the whole ecosystem.
Please, their whip is getting bigger, so I beg, be friends with them. Do whatever you need to do with the CSA. Yes, a key element of trust beyond security is also privacy. And fortunately in Ghana, we've been having a privacy conversation since 2012. Your key component of the infrastructure towards providing trust. What's your assessment of progress over the years, almost a decade and a half? What's your assessment of progress? Between you and I, we know there's a conversation around new frameworks and new laws. What's the inflection point towards those new laws? And what should everybody here expect around data protection going into the future?
All right, thank you very much. So indeed, it's been some time now since we started implementing the Data Protection Act, Act 843. And one of the key things I can mention is the lowness of awareness across the country. But I must quickly add that data protection awareness or privacy awareness is a challenge globally. However, we have started making some inroads into creating awareness. I mean, every 28 January in a year, we have the awareness week, which we create awareness. But this year, we moved the week into a whole month celebration. There were a number of activities, a whole conference to crown it all, just to create awareness. Like CSA said, they've been on the journey creating awareness, and now they are enforcing. What we've also been doing is to create awareness, and this year, what we are doing about even enforcement is to look at risk-based enforcement and also being collaborative with peer regulators. So this year in particular, we've written to a number of peer regulators to engage their institutions that they supervise to ensure their compliance. We have to do this because we admit the fact that awareness is very low, which feeds into their level of compliance as well. So the more we engage with the supervisory authorities, then awareness can be driven down the institutions. And once this is done, then we can take off with implementation of enforcement. Now, beyond what we're doing, we are also looking at legislation, which doesn't come too easy with institutions. When it comes to enforcement, we have identified that the Commission has some challenges with direct sanctioning powers. So what we are doing with legislation is to address this gap. With a new bill of data protection, the Commission will be given the powers to directly sanction institutions that are not compliant.
You want a whip as big as CSA, huh?
Not really. For God a country, it's important our personal information is protected. And it's the work of the Data Protection Commission to ensure that the confidence that we spoke of, each of us can wake up in a day and know that our information is safe with whatever institution is holding it. And it is the Data Protection Commission that will drive compliance with institutions to ensure that our personal information is safe wherever it is, whether in country or is cross-border processing.
Thank you for saying that. And finish the thought, because I have a question on that, so go make that point.
So we've also identified that in practice, the current law does not give enough provisions on cross-border processing. So what we have practiced over the year, there are mechanisms or tools we call binding corporate rules or contractual clauses, which institutions actually explore in order to cross information with other institutions outside the country. However, the challenge has been the fact that even when you implement binding corporate rules as an institution with other third parties or your partners outside the country, there is the need for you to seek clearance or approval from the Data Protection Authority. And it has been a challenge. But what the legislation is doing is that this has been captured and it is becoming very topical, especially when we engage with stakeholders. The importance of what? Getting approval before any cross-border activity is engaged in.
I see.
So let me have your question.
So data sovereignty is a big conversation. Localization, residency conversations. Am I to understand what you just said to mean going forward when that framework becomes law, everybody would need approval in order to store data outside of Ghana or to process data, Ghanaian data outside of Ghana?
Exactly so. And let me explain why that is necessary. So you want to transfer or share personal information of Ghanaians with other third parties or partners outside the country. The question is, does that institution you are sharing with subscribe to a data protection authority? What safeguard mechanisms have they put in place? You as an institution can sign a contract with that third party. But as to whether we as individuals, as citizens of the country, our information that is going to that entity will be taken seriously or not, we don't know. And that is where the Data Protection Commission is there, to insist and ensure that whatever contractual arrangement you have with a third party or a partner outside the country is security tight as far as our privacy rights are concerned. You cannot wake up and say, I hold information of my customers, of my employees, and I can do whatever I want with it. It must go through a regulatory framework. You need to what? Do a privacy impact assessment. You need to assess the risk of that information you are sharing. Even the mode of transferring the information is of interest to the Commission, because is it through just a drive? Is it through cloud processing? Whatever it is, what due diligence has the institution conducted? That due diligence is of interest to the Commission. What came out? The reports. Vulnerability.
The group. What does this mean to me?
Okay, so you can have all that done. And let me explain this. You see, processing data outside the country, the Commission or the regulator is not against it. But the governance frameworks around it is what is of interest to the Commission or the regulator. So yes, you can have your group, your mother group, wherever in the world. You can have, your group members cut across the globe. That is fine. But you are now going to share personal information of Ghanaians to either these group members or your mother group, wherever they are. The question is, what security frameworks have you implemented? What governance frameworks have you implemented? What due diligence? What specific contractual information with a mother group somewhere in the world, and there are no specific clauses barring them from also sharing the information with other third parties. You are exposing our privacy. You are exposing our information. And before you know, people outside the country are contacting us directly with messages, with mails that we know nothing about. And that is the risk. And that is how they are targeted, and then they are defrauded as well. So it is important the regulator checks what due diligence frameworks have been put in place, even before you make the decision of either hosting or transferring personal information of Ghanaians outside the country.
I mean, not to stay with you, but it appears this will significantly change the current landscape around personal data. Just give us a sense of timeline. Does it appear is sooner or soonest?
Okay. I can say it's very soon. The bills, as Madam from the chamber has mentioned, the bills have been worked on. We've engaged with stakeholders, and then certain feedback have been received. So we are putting all that into perspective. And we'll see cabinet approval. And once cabinet approves, it goes to parliament. If there are no issues, it becomes law.
NITA. I remember we've been having conversations around digital certificates, public keys for a while. And I know for many people, we've been curious to understand what's NITA's progress around. If I take a document from, say, passport office, how do we make sure that it's authentic, which is what the PKI and the digital certificates are seeking to solve. Where are we in that journey? And just give us a sense of that thinking around that implementation.
NITA's effort is to complete that cycle, digital service delivery cycle. And as you mentioned, passport office, you apply at a point in time, you will go to the bank and pay and then attach a receipt. Now it's no longer so, now it's Momo and then direct bank transfer. There's still gap you need to go to be validated. Passport to be delivered. And this is where roll out digital through the these authorities can perform and what we have now is trying to manage the processes, get a POC to test and see whether we are good to go. After that, we issued accredited authorities to operate, and they will come in to address that gap that we have identified. So we are hoping that by close of the year, if the bills that have been sent are passed, these will be rolled out appropriately. Thank you.
That appears very soon. Let's come to the consumer advocacy. We've heard a lot of good English here, but for me, 2 weeks ago, somebody called my line, Momo. Chief, I've sent you money. Interestingly, he was called Dragon, not this dragon, but some other dragon. And right, I told him I hadn't received anything. Then I started receiving OTPs. So
Aware of this. So you know that according to the NFT, Bank of Ghana reported that fraud cases jumped from 16,733 in 2024 to 24,778 in 2025. That's to say like 48% increase. But now we are seeing that as consumers, we don't even know who to hold accountable. We don't know where liability falls. There is no transparency. Yes, and to be honest, that is not to say that work is not being done by these state agencies.
no, that the data doesn't suggest work is being done.
Yes.
If you move from 16 to 24,
yes.
I know they are nice gentlemen and ladies, but
yes, we appreciate the efforts that is being made, and I would say that we've seen that Ghana, we have proven time and time again that we have the foundation. It's the gap lies between the strategy documents, all these things we are discussing here, and the enforcement. The enforcement bit is very low, and for the consumers, for now, I would say that it's very difficult to even navigate if you have an issue like what you mentioned. I mean, someone is calling you. Do you know who is actually responsible to handle this? We are seeing that the big players all have something to say. CSA has a responsibility, data protection has a responsibility, the telcos have a responsibility, even the developers and the service providers have a responsibility. But everybody is talking and then it's fragmented. So we are looking to stitch it all together. Let's see that whatever is on paper is translating to the reality of the citizens, such that we have a single front door. I know that the cybersecurity may have connections with the data protection. I don't have to go through all these stages to get my issue resolved. And then we are also seeing that, as at now, if there is a fraud case, it's one of 20 people that will report it. Because one, there is a trust deficit. We don't even know the timeline for resolution. We don't want to spend more money when we are being defrauded. So for us, we think that liability should fall with who has the power to prevent the harm. And we need to be honest with the state institutions about this. I mean, we see that we are rolling out documents and all of that, but the ordinary citizen doesn't even understand what it means. They don't know how it translates to their reality. So where can they start from? At what time are they expected to have a resolution? And when you go on ground, you would also see that we are rolling out a lot of good technologies, but we are stifling innovation. In our bid to regulate the technology, what we are doing is that we are not giving people the opportunity to also explore other things like fraud detection mechanisms, various forms. So when we are talking about something like AI, we can see that if you miscommunicate, we can arrest you. But we are looking at things that are hidden, like the biases with applicant systems. We are looking at all of that. For the citizens, we are exposed to all of these things, but the regulators are not discussing the implications, the solutions with us. They are not involving us, and that's why we exist. We are not there to, let's say, scrutinize what the government is doing, but we are actually pushing for a fair representation of the citizens. We should see that when the cybersecurity or the data protection agency is
first. Listening to the data she just shared, 16,000 to 24,000, why are you failing us?
Good question. And For everything she said, I 100% agree. From a consumer standpoint, these are the critical issues that both as institution and players we need to address. The fraud growth, so there are two dimensions. In the same regard as we're seeing an increase in the fraud, let's also be mindful around the statistics, right? When mobile money transactions started, we were in the regions of 11 million. Today we have over 26 million people as active subscribers. We have over 32 million mobile money transactions going on as well. So with the volumes that are coming through on a daily basis, you're having over 70 trillion actually transactions going across the networks, as we can see year on year. So it's really important that for consumers, we appreciate that, yes, as the technology grows, as we evolve, the complexities will also evolve. And there's a key interest for all of us to be mindful of how we approach the digital age, right? Simple things around being aware on your PIN. You gave a good example around how your OTP was, a fraudster was trying to get your OTP and the likes. Is an education campaign that we need to take very seriously as a country. Digital literacy has to go hand in hand with the digital evolution that we're seeing. There are certain hygiene things that every consumer, even from a data privacy breach point of view, from a cybersecurity point of view, every consumer should be aware that your personal identification number is something you do not share, even if there's a gun to your head, right? Your husband, your wife, you should protect your personal identification number. It's only when you give out that detail that a fraudster can get to you. So there's a level of consumer education that needs to happen. And I know from industry players, these are campaigns that are continuously churned out, but we really need to own it as a national imperative and drive it from that point of view, rather. Embed it in our civic education, embed it in every platform that we go around with. So that's just on one, the role of the consumer, being the first frontline place to start any sort of fraud intervention. She spoke about fragmentation, and I alluded to it in the earlier submissions, that to the extent that every licensed operator is giving a license to ensure, for instance, I get my certification from Cybersecurity Authority, I have my certification from Data Protection Authority, I have NCA license requirements, and I'm meeting those requirements. And on my island, I'm doing my very best to put in place, whether it's technology, AI regimens that allow me to trace and track. To the extent that that transaction now moves to another operator, she talked about accountability. Who are you holding responsible when it's not on my network and it's on another network? And that's where we need to think about this as a national need, right? So beyond the ecosystem that we currently have on the ground, there are institutions that need to stand up for us to get to a point where we have a national fraud control dashboard. Thankfully, I know the Bank of Ghana is progressing from the banking side. There's some frameworks in place. We need to then look at how we get all of these platforms interconnected. The Chamber has been very minded about this. Since 2011, we've had what we call a fraud control dashboard that is almost like a self-regulation mechanism amongst the players to alert us when, if a transaction is announced fraudulent on one network, to be able to contact someone on the other network. But I've also talked about the volumes of these transactions. So the human intervention is not forward-looking. We really need to get to a proactive platform, a national fraud control dashboard that allows these sorts of interactions to be picked up, that there are clear governance systems in place to allow, in terms of timelines for any of the players to act, to be responsive on these fraud alerts that are given to us by consumers, to be picked up quickly and addressed. So that is where we're moving towards. And as I said, Ghana has been on a journey, and this is where we are now, where we see these incidents going up. And in the same vein, we need to work with the institutions to make sure that a national fraud control dashboard comes to life. Beyond that, we also see, we have the record of being one of the countries with interoperability working quite well. Previously, you could only transact your mobile money transaction within your network. For the past couple of years, regardless of which network you're on, you're able to transact across net. The next layer is looking at how we also interoperate the agents that are in the ecosystem, and in making sure that the standards are also kept, and also in the same vein of moving towards this federated way of looking at cybersecurity risk around the transactions that are going on within the digital finance space. So it's not a one operator issue. It is an ecosystem problem which requires all the players to come at hand, and she's quite called it out.
Which of the regulators should lead this national fraud? Who would you say should be the final?
To the extent that there are financial implications, right, especially on digital financial services, the central bank is well placed.
So you think it's the Bank of Ghana who should?
Units there, but it also requires collaboration. It strongly requires collaboration with the Cybersecurity Authority, with the Data Protection Authority, with the National Communication Authority, and most importantly, I think there's one critical institution we haven't called out a lot: the National Identity Authority, right. NIA being the custodian of our data sets. I also want to point out that yes, we are in a phase where we are going to possibly have another SIM registration done. And there's a notion that it's almost like a silver bullet. Once we do another SIM registration, we should not have fraud at all. We need to be mindful of the fact that it's an exercise we need to embark on as a country. Strengthening our digital ID system is fundamental to all the development that we need to have, whether it's through e-governance projects, allowing citizens to be able to transact across the country through digital platforms, moving e-commerce, making sure that the entire digital economy is moving. It is foundational. National Identification Authority is foundational to that. And the work that the NCA will be doing in terms of the new subscriber registration is also going to be critical. I however caution that it's not a silver bullet, because the examples she's given goes beyond who's the number beyond this transaction. Today, on your WhatsApp, you realize that you're not even using the number anymore. People are using usernames. So how do you track that when it's been, a transaction or a call is coming to your phone through an IP address? How does the consumer know who's behind the call? So there's just a lot of sophistication coming through that we need to be mindful of, and as regulators and industry players, concertedly, we need to work together to ensure that this national fraud dashboard or control center is established to protect our citizens.
Right, thank you. Let's come to CSA. She mentioned AI, and if we start an AI conversation, we'll probably need to beg them for the rest of the day. But 2022, ChatGPT goes public with and everybody runs towards it. I remember the following year around May, there was the Cybersecurity Summit, and I had a keynote there, and many of us knew that they would be transformative, but nobody thought in a few years down the line, Mythos will say, I can hack everybody, right? Although Claude's Fable 5 was pulled down, brought back up, Mythos is still used by some people, because US public government, constituted a small task force, did all the patches, and then they released some of it to the public users. Some people still have it. Is the conversation around security not dead? Because if indeed there's a technology out there that can find zero-day vulnerabilities and can exploit almost every known vulnerability, and yet we don't have it. And we're having a national ICT summit to say we are guaranteeing, nobody guarantees security, but we're advancing security without access to those technology. What does it mean?
Well, so you rightly point out the ecosystem now is fast evolving, and AI is at the forefront of that. Now, fortunately, as a nation, we've recognized that evolution, and we've begun to take steps around it. And the ministry has led this by getting us an AI strategy, looking at governing how we develop in the space for the next 10 years. And so that journey has started. Are we there yet? No, we're just starting. We have a lot of things to do to reach the kind of assurance we are trying to give ourselves. So a bit back to what Sylvia said in terms of stakeholder collaboration. Indeed, addressing emerging tech like this means you need to start right away with a multi-sectorial perspective. You can't say NITA alone should go look at AI or cyber alone should look at it. From the get-go, we have to work together, knowing that we all have various mandates involved, and then work at it with a strategy as our base and leveraging existing institutions. AI has data implications, so our commission needs to be there. The cyber governance around it, the CSA is leading that. The infrastructure is running on NITA is there. Fortunately, from the perspective of doing security around this tech, the way our cybersecurity institutional framework has been designed already makes room for us to work together. So we have a mechanism called a Joint Cybersecurity Committee within the framework of the law. Within that framework, you have 18 institutions whose jobs, one way or the other, touches cybersecurity. So Central Bank is there, NCA is there, NITA is there, DPC is there, even the military is there. So we've got all these people at a table, and fortunately we've run, we are in the second cycle now, with institution heads mandated to sit at a table working with the CSA to coordinate these things. Sylvia also talked about this fraud control dashboard. In fact, on our national cybersecurity strategy, that specific item is mentioned. And so this JCC mechanism is how it's being operationalized. So hopefully within the next few months, you should start hearing specific concrete things that are coming out of it, because the central bank is talking to us and we are bringing all the other things in. So when you bring it back to AI, it will be handled within the same kind of framework. Military use of AI, what are we going to do about it? The normal end users, how we are using it within our industries. So we have let's say we have the platforms to work on it. All it takes is for us to make these mechanisms work, collaborate at that JCC table, and apply the lessons we have picked up from other jurisdictions in terms of what they are doing and what's not working and what's actually working. And I think we will be able to respond appropriately.
Right. Let me go to NITA. I'm told we have only 10 minutes, so now we have to pray we have the superpower to freeze time, frozen. So NITA is sort of the utility for public infrastructure, so data centers and things like that. How is NITA thinking about AI compute and data sovereignty going into the future? How are we thinking of Ghana being data sovereign, but also thinking of, because now compute is a big conversation around AI. So how is NITA leading, because you provide those services for state institutions, how are you thinking about compute and sovereignty?
Thank you. Apart from NITA providing those things, equally we regulate. We have regulatory actions around data center computing capacity, and NITA keeps on providing requirement for upgrade. And as we speak, we are still upgrading our data center to be in line with the technology transformation, what AI is bringing, and the requirements of users. this is what we do. We focus and then provide solution before we get there. And let me also add that with the AI, we are fortunate that we have a strategy, and the strategy has provided how we should implement AI in Ghana. With NITA being the ICT regulator, we have a draft assessment framework where we assess, before we use it, we assess based on about 14 domains: explainability, responsibility, where we require the developers to address certain questions or issues that would address also our fear of using it. So these are some of the regulatory actions that we are putting in place to ensure that AI is for good for us. And as CEC said, it is also a multi-regulatory approach or multi-sectoral approach to addressing issues with respect to AI. Not even with respect to AI. Technology regulation requires that, or condition that you collaborate or coordinate with all other sector regulators in order to avoid regulatory arbitrage, where you assume that you address certain issues and other regulators say, oh, it's for this person. So that collaboration and coordination will address that and make that sector efficient in terms of the usage of technology. Another issue I will also want to add is that the track services coming in to address issues of fraud. But trust services will issue digital seals, digital certificates, e-signature, and all those things. And this digital seal will protect the institution, apart from institution, individual equipment, and the rest. So if you have a mobile phone and you have a digital seal, it's more or less protect you to some extent against fraud. And the issues of fraud we've been hearing will be reduced. That is what the trust services will bring on board to assure us that whatever we interact online or on digital platform, we are safe to use those platforms. Thank you.
Maybe the last word from the consumer, Ms. Hansen. From where you sit, are you optimistic? I belong to an association, it's called Africa AI Safety and Policy Institute. And when you sit around the table to have conversations around safety, it gets scary. Some of the scenarios get scary. Are you hopeful for digital trust of the future as a consumer? And you have the last word before the MC releases a dragon, I'm told.
Okay, so for us, we look at safety by design. And Madam Sylvia just mentioned that as consumers, we have a responsibility to also have a duty to care for our pins and all of that. That is true, and I agree with that. But we are also looking at technology developers, also looking at safety from the start, not like an afterthought. We are not only looking at the telcos, the mobile money platform, we are seeing other e-commerce sites that, I mean, the integration is very poor. And if you check the statistics for some of these breaches, it comes from social engineering, wallet compromises, and all of that. So what we are seeing, we are actually pushing for a point where we have the national identity as the rollout being done sector by sector. We are seeing a massive improvement within the financial sector. Now we see all the work that the Ghana card can do. We are seeing it even in the health sector, and we are hoping and then we are believing that the identity layer would be the base, which is the superstructure, so that all other sectors will build on that superstructure. At the end of the day, we should be able to trace when a breach happens. We should see where it happened and then where we can actually patch those vulnerabilities as well. And then lastly, we are looking at the regulators also holding people accountable for the kind of solutions they ship into the country. If, let's say, there is a problem with software, it shouldn't be hinging around to prove how the user did not take control of their security, but also what is in that software that actually made it too easy for somebody to hack it.
All right, thank you. MC, you say you want to release a dragon, so enjoy.
I want to unleash a dragon. But ladies and gentlemen, please, let's give a huge round of applause to our panelists. I think we can actually do better than what we are doing now, yes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I hate to cut in the interesting conversation, but we have two interesting people in our midst who would like to continue this session. So I'm going to invite Jeffrey Notte and Ama Brafo to come and continue this session for us. Hilda, Ama Brafo to come and continue this. Please, let's give it up for them. So I'll get you two microphones, and then you kindly ask your questions with the panelists we have here before we give the audience the opportunity. So one more microphone, please.
Okay, so good morning. Let me stand. My name is Jeffrey Notte. I am an actor and a content creator. And thank you so much. We're discussing, we're doing small concern. We said we are hearing a lot of things that we've never heard before in our lives. Now, my first question, I stand to be corrected, but I don't believe in the school of thought that says that the Ghanaian content creator is not getting the numbers or reward that is being required because of the kind of numbers we have here in the country as compared to, I mean, the Nigerians and all that. I believe over 20 million people use the internet, smartphones. And so the question or the problem is not the numbers, it's the culture when it comes to the digital space and how it's being controlled. This place, Ghanaians love numbers. They will click on the video or material if that particular post is having a lot of views, regardless of the content. Okay, so you go on social media and you realize that a particular content is having a lot of views, a lot of engagement, but it's not actually a relevant content. Now, what can we do? I mean, let's enjoy some equity. What can we do? How do we communicate with the creators of these platforms that the algorithm will favor people creating relevant content so that, I mean, you wake up in the morning, first 5 contents that's trending or having the engagement, it's something that the youth or the kids can, you know, post or mothers, parents can go like, oh, okay, first 3 things I see that's trending, my son or my daughter can, you know, watch it. But sometimes you wake up and what you see on the platform is not something we can talk about. That's my first question.
So I hear you to ask about platform moderation and regulation. NITA is not yet, maybe NITA, we're going to hear NITA's view on how do we moderate platforms, platform rewards, platform architecture. If NITA or any of our CSA, if you have any views around that. Although, go ahead.
With NITA, platforms responsibility has been on our radar, where we hold a platform for how they manage the platform. And elsewhere is done. The platform owners have a responsibility to ensure that whatever they are churning out is not abuse of our culture, our laws, and our interests. So in that regard, we will find it in the new bills that will hold them responsible if the algorithm is done in such a way that it is is a disfavor to us. Through processes, those things will come out, and then we seek for redress. That is what NITA is looking at in terms of holding them responsible for what the system churns out to the citizens. Equally, our other regulators will also have some aspect of responsibility for the platforms. At the end of the day, the platform will work, whatever they produce is in the interest of Ghana. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, yeah, so I think I can't hold brief or speak on behalf of the NCA. Neither can I speak on behalf of OTT players who are directly the ones to give you a view in terms of the algorithm play and how content can be driven in the country. I speak specifically on behalf of the Telecoms Chamber, which is a representation of your mobile network operators. I love what you said about it's not the volume, it's not the numbers, because in terms of transactions, Ghana, we have over 26 million active subscribers. We also have a view from our industry that as much as that number is exciting, and based on the investment that has been made over the period, we still have a heavy usage gap. As much as that number is exciting to you, we currently still have a heavy usage gap. So whilst you may have about 98% in terms of coverage, etc., usage in terms of capacity of our data is less than 60%. So we still have an opportunity in this country. And so we're excited when content providers or content creators, ultimately you are the ones who are driving consumption. It's based on the content, whether it's cultural based, whether it's entertainment based, that is driving usage. And so for every conversation we're having here, we also need to be mindful about how Ghana as a country is improving our usage gap based on the investment that is already seated in the infrastructure. But more importantly, how do we bring OTT players into the conversation, right? Of course, the jurisdictions also matter. They may not necessarily be within the regulatory reach of the institutions that are currently around the table. But as a sovereign country, I believe there's opportunity for those conversations to happen. And I know we have a sector minister who is quite active around making sure OTT players are brought into the fray. So it's a conversation that I believe it should continue to be highlighted. And from our perspective as network operators, it's in our interest to see that the usage is driven by content creators and people within the digital economy in a way that it makes it, useful for those investments to be made.
Thank you so much. I don't know if you answered your question. The key players to answer, they knew you asked, so they didn't come.
But beyond that, I think she makes a very critical point to say usage, it's slightly lower, but you're absolutely correct. We should be asking them more questions. And for me, even for the CSA, he said something about behavior change. So the more people are exposed to certain content, we know is proving that it shapes behavior. So the more you're exposing them to a certain content, you're shaping national behavior. Maybe it's a stretch, but in the long term, that's social engineering. That's social engineering at this very peak. I don't know how CSA is thinking about that, but clearly we need to think about it as a nation. I don't know if you want to react. Otherwise, Omamba.
Well, our mandate does not extend to your space so much in terms of the content, but then while Sylvia was speaking, I did remember something, an intervention we did last year. So in trying to work with some of the platform owners like Meta and TikTok, what we stumbled upon was also a certain space for working with content creators in terms of how they put their content out there. How can they do it safely? How can they monetize it? So in fact, last year, we set up a session between bloggers and ECHO with Meta. And they actually took their time to explain the platform, how do you actually monetize your content properly. And so for us, what we can contribute to this is we can make available these connections, because we maintain close connections in trying to regulate or make sure we have safe content out there. But in those same conversations, they can show you their platforms better, how it works, how is the algorithm behaving, and how can you better make use of it. So I think that's what we can contribute. Otherwise, we do not so much come into the space of content. Thank you.
Yeah, Hilda.
Okay, hi. My name is Hilda Amabraso. I'm an actress, a writer, and a producer. So when you spoke about monetization, I want to come in there before I ask my actual question. When you look at the countries, even in Nigeria, the social media pages they have over there are getting paid more than we Ghanaians. When you go on YouTube, when you go on TikTok, they get more money than we do. So what can be done for us? Because we are all creators, we are all putting in the work. We are all doing what they are doing, but they get paid more.
I think you're asking the wrong person. we don't control that space in terms of monetization.
Oh,
what I was trying to say is we can put you in touch with the platform owners for you to have a conversation, but that's not in our mandate, and so I cannot speak to why you earn less than your friends in Nigeria.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
The key thing is that I think that the organizers would make a note of this, because it is an important conversation, and hopefully this should be addressed in a more meaningful way. Okay. So you can go to the main.
Okay, so as a script writer, I want to find out if there are ways where, if I write a script, I have written quite a number of scripts, and I haven't taken it to any necessary place to register or maybe put it in my name. Because there have been scenarios where people produce the same stories. Like, you can tell the storylines are the same. It's more like a theft situation going on there. And I've never heard of a place where I can go and say, oh, prove that this script belongs to me. I remember when I produced my first film, Stack, I got a call from a producer telling me that I've stolen her script. I'm like, can I look at your film? I looked at her film and it has nothing, just because mine happened in an elevator and hers happened in an elevator. It was totally two different films. She had no backing to prove that my script was hers. So I want to know if there are places or systems available for us to do that. Thank you.
Okay, so again, I'm only answering this because I happen to be a lawyer, and the relation to the conversation is strictly different. So IP rights is a whole conversation. I'm sure NFA and the other bodies will organize. But the key point is that there's a copyright office, but in Ghanaia's law, you don't need to register for you to have a right to copyright per se. To the extent that you've expressed the idea in tangible form and you can prove originality, it is yours. But in as much as you can think of an idea in an elevator, he can think of an original idea in an elevator. And to the extent that it does not significantly copy or take away from your idea, you're both entitled to copyright of your original ideas. But again, that's sort of an entirely different scope of conversation that is relevant, but strictly so speaking is IP and intellectual property conversations.
I can come again? Okay, another question I have is, I think you spoke about AI. And then now, I remember one time I was live streaming, and then an AI expert joined the live, and then he immediately created a video of me kissing another man. I was shocked. So imagine I wake up like one morning and then such a video is going online. And let's say the image he used was that of someone's husband. And then I wake up and I'm being called a homewrecker when I am not the actual person, it's AI. Are there ways or places, systems that I can go to resolve such situations?
All right, that's one I can answer. So yes, if you have an issue like that, the Cybersecurity Authority provides multiple channels or points of contact by which you can report this for it to be investigated, and typically we can request a takedown for that to be done. So the channels are, you can call us on 292, you can send us a WhatsApp on 050-160-3111, or email report@csa.gov.gh. Any of these channels, someone is there 24/7 to hear you out. We can investigate together with the platform owners, and where we find merit to your complaint, we'll work on a takedown. And we have a long list of successful takedowns of similar nature. So yeah, you can always come to us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I actually didn't know there were numbers to reach out to, pass your complaints. So, I mean, let me take this opportunity to say that we have to collaborate and work, because we have the platform, you have the information, so we collaborate and we pass it to the masses. Cyberbullying, some of us, we experience it differently in diverse ways. So I went to South Africa, worked with this little girl who was born in Canada, but her dad is Ghanaian, so she speaks Twi very well. So I was there and I was like, okay, let me take advantage of this language and let's do something, let's do a skit. If you know me, you know that the Ghan language is very dominant in my content, but the little girl speaks Twi. So we did the content, put it out there, crazy engagement. Majority were attacking me. Why on earth will I speak Twi in my content? It may sound normal. Oh, why they speak Twi? You promote the guy. Why? But some of them were threats. The least of them, the one I can just read and go like, okay, it's nothing, were the ones who said, we're not going to follow you again, I don't follow you. But the rest, you know our people. We go meet for outside. We go. I'm like, I am Ghanaian first before the local language. So how do we deal with cyberbullying?
Right, so, sure. So cyberbullying is definitely an issue we encounter as an authority, and we get various complaints. Unfortunately, it's not something that is cut and dry, and we can say, oh, the moment you complain, it will be done. But what we can offer is the engagement with the platform owner to show them what has happened and for them to investigate. They typically have their own, what they call community rules, in terms of what content is put there and whether it flouts a certain threshold of accepted behavior. And so if you bring the report to us, once again, we can do that engagement, and then we establish what can be done about it.
Okay, so if I don't report the person, you won't do anything about it. So, because what if the comment says, I'll kill you because of this? Is there like a team regulating these comments? Like, oh, we saw this person, we have to pick this person up for questions. Like, let's use someone as a scapegoat, because there are a lot of people, they're killing us with words.
Well, so there are multiple dimensions to this. So if you're talking about content moderation, the first level of content moderation will be happening from the platform owners level, right? The CSA is not there monitoring profiles to see whether someone has been threatened to be killed. We will not know until we receive a complaint. But then, typically, I mean, based on the experience with a platform like TikTok, if you issue certain or use certain phrases, automatically they'll pick it up. Some will automatically take off, or others they'll flag you the content owner and then engage you. So let's say there are multiple facets to it. If you find that the threat remains there, nothing has been done about it, and you inform us about it, yes, we can channel that to them. And if typically the threshold they have is once there's physical threat involved, they usually respond quickly. if they assess that someone is threatening you physically or harm you or do this to you, they typically respond very quickly and take it down. So it needs to be explored.
Then we have a lot of complaints because these people are smart. I mean, they are aware that the platform can actually take your comment down or your page. So that's what they do. I'm sorry I'm using the word kill because I see that a lot. Instead of typing KILL, they do K@L, you know. But thank you for this information. I think that we'll stick to that.
These days, they actually even write it in the local languages. That way, the app is not able to translate whatever you're saying.
Space for threats is the NSB, the National Signals Bureau. They actually monitor social media. I mean, what people put out there, especially when they target it at people. And then they actually pick on those people and then release with other state security agencies to go.
One. If you're an email person, it's report@csa.gov.gh. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Please, let's clap for
a huge round of applause to Hilda and Jeffrey.
Okay, now to you. Questions from the audience. Okay, there's a long, beautiful. Oh, wow, it go over us. Okay, so the first one, yes, you hold the microphone, but the first, yes. So we will take 3. Okay, so MC is sacking me, so we'll take 3 questions. Wow. Okay, yes, please go ahead.
So thank you so much for this opportunity, and I would like to thank you all your speakers as well. So I have a question. I think it's in threefold. The first one is to CSA, right? So we know that to change behavior, normally we focus on education, enforcement, and also engineering. And I see that you're doing a lot of enforcement and also a bit of engineering, but when it comes to education, I think there's a problem. So you made mention that you have about 18 people on a board. Is it a cybersecurity? About 18 agencies, right? My question to you is this. When we are talking of cybersecurity, I'm sure people sitting here, we are more literate in a way to understand if someone is trying to fraud us. But when we go to our mothers and our grandmothers at the market, what are we doing to educate them? That's the first thing. The second thing is the numbers are a bit staggering. We spoke about 16,000 to 24,000. I want to understand how many successful resolution or how many cases have you been able to resolve from the 16,000 figures that was mentioned to 24,000? How many cases have we successfully resolved? And the final thing that I want to ask is to all of us, I just want to understand what does the CSA also do in terms of, for example, we have these young people signing up to social media, especially TikTok, to do crazy things. Some people are in the senior high school, some people are even in JHS. Do we have a policy that will restrict younger adults or younger children from accessing certain platforms?
Right, I want to understand. So 3 questions, one on education for CSA, the other on resolution for the market players, and then the third one on network regulation and platform moderation.
I just want to make a quick correction here. The numbers that were mentioned was with regards to fraud cases on banking fraud cases, so not the activities that go on online.
Right, thank you for that, Kylian. So 3 questions, let's take the other 2. It's, okay, yes, sir.
Yes, now that Ghana, we are expanding. I'm the one talking, please.
Oh.
We are expanding in terms of this.
Your name, sir, your name and...
I'm Thomas.
Thomas.
We're expanding in terms of the digital economy. Madam in the middle with the scarf, forgotten the name. You made mention of a scenario whereby fiber connections were intersecting with road construction. As we expand here, are we going to see crosscuts of wires across the seas of Accra and in the country, or what is what? Can you give us a picture about how the airspace is going to be in terms of how wires are cut crossing
All right, thank
airways
you.
of our cities.
So in terms of design of fiber, if you doubted that Thomas asked to see Jesus' hand, there you are. Yes, last.
Okay, my name is Charles. Let's go back to cross-border. I think Senior Desmond is here. The last time we met, we spoke a lot on that. But I'm happy the regulators themselves are here before us. On the cross-border issues, what is the interplay of CSA data protection vis-a-vis other nations, okay, to get them onto a conversation again like the Malabo Convention? Because then we're looking at regulations across other countries, and some are not subscribed to data protection laws, commissions, and what have you. In your conversations with sister agencies across countries, what is the position of Ghana's Data Protection Commission, Cybersecurity Authority in relation to sister agencies in other countries, and how far has that conversation gone as far as Ghana is involved? Thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you. So let's take the questions and then.
All right, so I'll start from the gentleman up there who was asking about how far our education process or how that fits into what we are doing. So awareness creation, or what we call capacity building awareness creation, is one of our key mandates. And so, yes, we will take on board the fact that we still have work to do in terms of reaching out beyond the key cities, right? So we see a lot of our content that we release, it's typically in English, but we've recognized that gap. We've been working with partners, including the media, to start translating a lot of these awareness material into local languages. So for example, earlier in the year, we were working on what we call the second iteration of the Safer Digital Ghana campaign. Essentially what this sought to do was to take the message out to the region. So there were billboards, there were radio and TV engagements using local language just to push that message across. On a month-to-month basis, there are public alerts that we release. Granted, still not everybody may pick up on our handles, but a forum like this is a good time to let you know that that content is there. Based on the calls we get to our point of contact, we release alerts to the public. There are times we use just, even social media, we drop those pieces of information there. So it's there, just that we need to drive more engagement, more reach, and we are working at it. The question about cross-border engagements, yes. This space, if you are working in it, you have to accept that cyber is a team sport. At the continental level, or even starting from the sub-region, we are active within the ECOWAS framework for cybersecurity. And so we engage a lot with sister agencies that are responsible for cybersecurity. We have networks established for responding to incidents. So if something happens in, let's say, Nigeria, we get to know about it. We can take measures, or we can set up measures here to respond to it. So the conversation is there. At the continental level, let's say the maturity is a bit lower because it's a much broader space. The variety of legislative systems are much more different. But then again, a couple of years ago, we had this body under the Smart Africa framework called the Africa Network of Cybersecurity Authorities. So essentially what's happening is we are beginning to go nation by nation. It may not be a CSA properly defined, but typically what you find is there might be even just a department in a certain ministry that has a cybersecurity responsibility. And so what Anchor seeks to do is to pull all these people to the table. As of the last check, I think we are around 27, 28 countries now, but the target is to get all the 50 plus countries to the table. Within that framework, we are looking at how do we understand each other in terms of our legislations. Can my data protection framework work properly with the one in Togo or in Morocco? We are discussing that. How do I share threat intelligence between Ghana and Kenya? We are working on that. So that is a journey we are on. We are certainly not reached 100%, but the recognition has been made and the efforts are ongoing, and it has it has the attention of national leaders, we will get there.
Yeah, thank you very much. Still on the cross-border processing. So in country, I explained earlier, the position of the regulator is not that our data cannot be transferred outside the jurisdiction, but the governance structures around it is what is of interest to us. The security measures put in place to ensure that institutions outside the country do not take advantage of our data as a country. But in terms of collaboration, there's a lot going on, just as CSA has mentioned. So we have the ECOWAS Supplementary Act on Data Protection, which was reviewed recently, and we have actually discussed cross-border processing. Initially, it was not in the 2010 version of the Act, but the review had made provisions around it as to how cross-border processing should be done within the region. Then recently, there was a conference by the Network of Data Protection Authorities in Africa. And there's a working group that has been put together, chaired by Ghana, to ensure that there's a common framework as far as cross-border processing is concerned. And this is to address the fragmentation of local regulations around cross-border. So you can be assured that there is a lot of work ongoing as far as cross-border processing is concerned, except that we are not done.
Okay, I think the consumer question has been responded to by CSA, and just complementarily, all operators, or I would say mobile money providers, continue to have these campaigns online in different dialects. There are localized, LPMs within the regions to sensitize people around fraud and being mindful. If you go online, if you plug online, you see a lot of these campaigns being thrown at you. But education is a continuous effort that we all need to continue to do. On the fiber cut question, I think your concern is around if the challenge is on the roads, are we going to see poles and fiber all over? Fiber predominantly, I mean, there are terrestrial fiber, there's undersea cables, as he said, and then in terms of the terrestrial or inland fiber, we do have significant amount of them that are constructed underground. And for that, the industry has defined standards with in conjunction with the Ghana Standards Authority and the NCA. We have come up with industry standards for fiber rollouts, which is supposed to guide contractors who are, working with our operators, our fiber companies, to roll out fiber across the country to ensure that the standards in terms of depth, right of way, respecting all of the parameters are being taken into account. When we get into certain corridors, because of the nature of the road constructions, we do not roll out poles. I don't think we have unique poles just for fiber, but we do collaborate with the power company. So ECG does rent out a number of its poles, which are used complementarily by fiber operators. So it's not going to be a case where in your neighborhood you see crisscrossing of fiber in the air anyhow. We're quite mindful and have clear industry standards around how fiber infrastructure is rolled out. The key concern I called out was around, and I think you pushed us around the big push and how do we complementarily roll out fiber. We have, as an industry, put forward a proposal to ensure that for every contract that is issued on big push, there's an integration of a duct. It's not rocket science. It's been in existence for many years in many countries, in a lot of African countries. Ghana is quite unique when it comes to how significant we continue to experience fiber cuts. And we believe it's time to make it an issue of the past with all the new infrastructure incorporating fiber ducts that will have all fiber infrastructure players putting in their fiber there. The key concern also remains for areas that we already have fiber in the ground, especially inland within the city areas where we also have some of these cuts. And it's not just road constructions. Galamsey is a key core point if you look at the breakdown of statistics for all the fiber cuts, last year alone, were about 8,000 of them. We're seeing a trend where just mid-year, we're seeing in excess of over 4,000 plus cuts, which tells us the trend is still a big concern. And for each fiber that is cut, we spend nearly about between $1,800 to $2,005 to repair a kilometer of fiber. So imagine that, over 8,000. It's significant amount of investment that goes wasted if we're not protecting or being proactive about it as a country. So just to the point around critical infrastructure, defining fiber as critical infrastructure, it's important that it has a national alert to it in the conversations we have with national security, to be mindful of how we continue to protect fiber. Just as we don't want to see doomsday, you also don't want to see that translated into your fiber infrastructure, because we all agree today that telecom infrastructure is a utility. It's no longer just an entity that is a premium product. It is a utility for everyone and for the entire economy to drive on. So we continue to have those engagements.
All right, thank you. They've been more gracious to us than we can. So let's final words, and then you introduce yourself properly. What can we come to you for? So tell them your final words in not more than 1 minute, 30 seconds. Tell us your final words and what should they come to you for?
I'm Musa Isa with NITA Regulatory. What we represent in this ecosystem is to ensure that trust become a key aspect of our actions in the cyber or digital space. You can count on us for your digital identity to be safeguarded when we roll out our trust services very soon. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay, my name is Rachel Hansen. I'm a senior member of the Association of IT Law Professionals. So we are not for profit organization. We are centered around technology and the law. So basically, a collection of lawyers, policymakers, technology developers, and all of that. We exist to also channel our voice so that we are part of the discussion around technology and its regulation. So yeah, we are free to join. That's our co-founder seated there. So you can reach any of us, and then we'll direct you on how to join us.
All right, thank you.
The name again is Sylvia Uswankuma, the CEO for the Telecoms Chamber, as well as the Digital Chamber. And the Telecoms Chamber, I'm sure most of you are familiar with. I gave the view that a number of our members are sponsors to this platform. So we have the likes beyond your traditional telco companies, MTN, Telecel. We also have fiber companies such as Spectrum Broadband, C-Squared, Vobis, all as members of the chamber. We have Huawei, Ericsson, all as members of the Telecoms Chamber. From the Digital Chamber, for all your electronic money issuers and PSPs, payment service providers, we also represent the voice of our EMIs in Ghana. My final word is really just to emphasize the fact that our digital trust is really our economic infrastructure. At the end of the day, for any transaction to happen, for any monetization to happen online, for us to be able to drive e-commerce, e-governance, is health, education, all these infrastructure ride on the back of our current digital infrastructure. So we have a duty to protect it. We need to collaborate, particularly around the regulatory agencies, with operators to define how we embed trust for the consumer, to make sure that that trust is not eroded and that the resilience of our network is also protected through the initiatives that cybersecurity is undertaking when it comes to CII. Also, from a digital trust point of view, we also want to ensure that continuously consumers are aware of their role, beyond, the technology doing its part, we all have a personal responsibility for our pen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Quentin.
All right, thank you. My final word will be data protection and technology are not two opposing ends. They are actually complementary. When people are confident about how their information is processed and then protected, they tend to adopt digital services, and that is business to you as institutions and businesses. So you should be friends with us. My name is Quentin Akrobotu from the Data Protection Commission. Register with the commission and then let us help you to understand how you can comply with the Data Protection Act. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Stephen Kujoseshi, Deputy Director General in charge of technical operations at the Cybersecurity Authority. Our mandate is the protection of our digital space. Anything having to do with cybersecurity, we are responsible. And so for me, the parting message is that digital trust is a shared responsibility. As a regulator, our job will be to establish and enforce standards related to technology by way of cybersecurity. And so extending that to you as a service provider, if you happen to be a service provider or an innovator, there'll be standards for you to follow. You need to look at security by design. You need to put in safeguards for your systems and your data. For you, the end user, it's about being diligent. You can't trust everything you see online, or you can't take it at face value, and so you have a certain level of due diligence you must exercise. We are there to help, and that's why we have our channels, 292 if you need to call us, 050-160-3111 if you need to send us a WhatsApp. And if you have anything, even if you're not certain of a certain platform you want to engage with, we will give you advisory to put you on the right path. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And my name is Inshiraba Yao Sumpa Ochery. I had a firm called Sumpa and Partners. We are lawyers, consultants, and trainers. We've been in this space for quite a while. Please, let's give it up for the panel members. Oh, please, let's clap for them. Please, let's clap for them. We look forward to engaging with you. All of us will be here. So talk to somebody. Let's engage afterwards. You've been a great audience. Please clap for yourselves as we yield the stage. Thank you very much.
So hold on. You take a quick group photograph with this current panel. Jeffrey, please don't go yet. So after this group photo, then Jeffrey and Hilda will join in. So quickly. Okay. All right. Okay, so Jeffrey, Hilda, kindly join. Please, let's give them a huge round of applause. Thank you very much. And we are far behind time, so I'm going to squeeze a very, very short presentation from Engineer Frederick Amwak Afoko, who is going to be doing a quick presentation on the digital superhighway of trust, resilient open access fiber for innovation at scale. Please, let's welcome him as he comes up here. And right after this presentation, we would have a very, very emphasis on very, very quick break because we need to continue with the other sessions. We are going to be having the Health Tech Forum, which is going to be in room 2. And then we are also going to be having the Tech Professionals Forum, which is going to be here, which is led by the IIPGH and the team, on the theme professionalism, standards, and the ICT ecosystem for national development. And the Health Tech Forum is focusing on transforming health through digital innovation. So right after this presentation, we'll break quickly and then come back and go to the various rooms for that. Thank you very much. Yeah, can we have the presentation, please? Very quick. Sure, thank you. Yeah, good afternoon. Whilst we wait for, oh, there we go. All right, so, thank you. So I'm here to talk about the digital superhighway of trust and how building resilient open access fiber infrastructure can drive innovation at scale for Ghana. Okay. Presenting. Okay. So the break is right after this presentation, please. Please let's not leave. Let's stay. When he's done, we'll go for the break and come back for the rest of the session. Okay. Right. So over the course of the week, listening to all the various panelists, I'm sure we all have a sense of what the state of our digital economy is at this point in time. From all indicators, it's growing, it's positive, it's progressive. You know, looking at numbers in terms of the fintech space, mobile money transactions are currently for April, I think in the 400 billions. You know, adoption in terms of education, agric, very high. Okay, so looking at our digital economy, everything is going positively for us. Okay, that's Ghana as a nation. The GSMA in their latest report have projected that by 2030, okay, we could easily through digital solutions, platforms, etc., add an additional 20 billion USD to our economy, all right? But to access all of this, we all need connectivity. We know this, okay? And so at present, from the NCA, approximately 87.7 of us, that's some 29.7 million Ghanaians, okay, access the internet using a mobile connection, all right? But what underpins this mobile connection? Fiber optics. So without fiber infrastructure, users are unable to actually utilize these mobile connections, okay? So what I'm here to talk about is how all of these reliable, fast connections to the internet, okay, can always ensure that we have a network that we can always trust to always work as and when we need it to. All right. At C², and I know it's been a couple of days, but I'll just take a minute and introduce C². So C² is a technology company, okay, that seeks to provide digital connections across Africa. We do this by building or partnering across the sub-region to provide connectivity, okay? And so today at C², we build our networks on 3 core pillars, resilience being the number 1. What really is resilience? By resilience, we're talking about diversity. So if you think about, you know, fiber connection being a superhighway on which rise all of these digital solutions that our economy requires, okay? Resilience really would be all the additional lanes, you know, all the service lanes, all the alternative routes that you can have to be able to access this superhighway, okay? And at C² today, we're happy to share that in Ghana, we've built over 3,000 plus kilometers of metro and backbone fiber. So what this means is within the cities and, you know, between cities, we have fiber infrastructure that can be accessed and utilized, okay? We also have across the sub-region fiber connectivity that stretches all the way from Lagos into Accra. Okay, so if you look towards the east, all the way from Ghana towards Lomé to Cotonou, etc., all the way to Lagos, we have put in place a necessary infrastructure that provides Ghana as a country with an alternative as far as resilience is concerned with connectivity to the outside world. We also have interconnected with
various subsea cables. And I would want to talk briefly about Equiano. So Equiano is a subsea fiber optic cable that lands. It's owned by Google, and it lands in Lomé. Okay, it connects, these subsea cables interconnect Africa to the rest of the world. And so using our backbone infrastructure, we're able to actually provide Ghana with an alternative to connecting with the internet, besides all the other subsea cables that have landed here in Ghana. Okay, I'm sure most of us recall 2 years ago, in March 2024, when we had digital doomsaw. Okay, so I see a few people smiling. Okay, so in 2024, when this happened, one of the tools that we're able to use to help restore connectivity fairly quickly back into Ghana was the use of our backbone infrastructure between Lomé into Ghana. So we're able to actually provide connectivity between Ghana and the rest of the world, that's the internet, using the Equiano, okay, through our backbone to Lomé. Okay, so it just goes to show that resilience is something you shouldn't take for granted, and it's critical if we're actually going to use digitalization to transform our economy. Another pillar we stand on is open access. So I just heard in the last round of questions, okay, for the last panel, I had a question about, are we going to actually have a lot of crisscrossing in terms of cables in response to the road construction? Well, I'm happy to say at C-Squared, we have an open access model. So essentially what that means is we build once, and when we build once, we build for everybody. Okay, so in the sense that when we build for the use by anyone at all who is licensed by the NCA to actually provide digital connectivity services. So such as the MNOs, the ISPs, the fixed infrastructure service providers like the data centers. Okay, so we've built all of this fiber, we've built it once, and they're able to use it. So what this does is it then prevents people from having to build multiple times. Okay, so it's investment that can be placed elsewhere instead of rebuilding the same places over and over again. So we build once for all, and it's accessible by everyone in the ecosystem. The last pillar is on trust. Okay, so we view fiber as a critical infrastructure, and I'm sure we all do as well. Why? Because without this critical piece of infrastructure, most of the solutions we have digitally, that is, most of the platforms, etc., would not work the way they are intended to work. I'll not belabor the points in terms of the statistics. I'm sure Sylvia in the previous session covered it, where she spoke about 8,000 plus cards in 2025. And this year, looking at the trend, it looks like it will eclipse it. But the key thing here is there has to be a circle of trust, okay, between the users, between the service providers, okay, between the regulators. And that circle of trust should focus on why this infrastructure is critical, all right? Because we've all come to understand and appreciate that without this infrastructure, the growth, the innovation at scale we would wish to see, the transformation through the digitalization of our economy would not happen. So I would conclude by saying, in terms of every online platform, every enterprise connection, basically any service at all that requires connectivity, okay, we cannot take it away that it depends on a robust, highly resilient infrastructure, specifically robust, highly resilient fiber optic network. And be it as it may, we tend to see a lot of the digital solutions, but underneath all of that, invisible to the eye, are these fiber optic networks, okay? They're like the proverbial iceberg. They are right there at the bottom, and on top, you have all of these digital services, okay? So at C-Squared, this is what we are actively building, okay? Fiber optic network infrastructure that would serve the needs of the digital economy. So we are proud to say at C-Squared that we're supporting Ghana's digital growth through open access fiber optic networks, all right? We are making connectivity highly scalable and resilient and inclusive. And I would want to thank you all for your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, let's do better for him. Thank you very much, engineer. Thank you. Thank you. All right, so like I said earlier, we are going to break into 2 tracks. We have the health tech forum, which will be happening in room 2, and then we'll have the tech professionals forum, which will be happening here. I would like us to take a quick break. We'll go and then come back so that we break out into these various groups. So for the break, let's try as much as possible to have 5 minutes and then come back to our various sessions. Thank you very much and see you in the next. Quickly, let me just say the theme for this session, which will be happening here, that's the Tech Professionals Forum, is professionalism, standards, and ICT ecosystem for national development, and that of the Health Tech Forum is transforming health through digital innovation. So ladies and gentlemen, let's break for 5 minutes and then come back to continue the session. Thank you very much.
40% of our employees dedicated to research and development. A minimum of 24% of revenue generated is reinvested back into our 5 R&D centers. What makes Sangfor so different? With over 100,000 customers worldwide, we offer cloud integration with both online and on-premise security solutions. Our solutions have the flexibility to meet your requirements while maintaining security, efficiency, and productivity. By leveraging AI and machine learning, we developed a highly sophisticated security architecture that seamlessly integrates products, components, and services into future-proof solutions for your long-term needs. Sangfor Security Solutions accurately detect and eliminate threats while giving you a 360-degree view with telemetry from network to endpoint to applications. With Sangfor's world-class expert security team behind you, your organization's cybersecurity resources can be utilized more efficiently without adding more staff. Sangfor's unified cloud architecture runs and protects a wide variety of workloads. These workloads can be deployed anywhere you need, from on-premise data centers to edge locations to a remote office, and even in a managed cloud platform with fully dedicated and isolated compute clusters that you can trust. This is done in the Sangfor Trusted Cloud. Sangfor's Trusted Cloud unified cloud architecture with seamless customer experience allows you to focus on your business readiness and innovation. Infrastructure planning, maintenance, and operation complexity are reduced while still meeting your compliance requirements affordably. We are the only global vendor that tailors our solutions to fit the unique local needs in every country we serve. Thanks to our in-country data centers staffed with highly skilled local support and services personnel, our local proactive professional services teams work with you to achieve your business goals by stopping cyber threats 24/7. Sangfor has been proven to build resiliency for your digital transformation so you can thrive during any disruption. Our solutions merit best-in-class ratings from the industry's most trusted analysts, such as Gartner, Forrester, IDC, Frost & Sullivan, and recognized and certified by the most respected test labs and institutions globally. Sangfor makes your business ready for the future and makes your digital transformation simpler and secure.
Partner with Sangfor Technologies to simplify and secure your digital infrastructure. Omega, the authorized Sangfor distributor for the Middle East and Africa, your trusted solution provider.
Every transformation begins with a connection between people and technology, between businesses and opportunity, between ideas and the infrastructure that brings them to life. At Broad Spectrum, that connection is at the heart of everything we do. Our vision is to empower excellence through innovative communication and digital solutions. Established in 2012, Broad Spectrum Limited is a Ghanaian information and communication technology company, providing advanced communication, connectivity, infrastructure, and digital solutions. Over the years, the company has evolved beyond delivering individual technology solutions to building a broader ecosystem of capabilities, one designed to support the changing needs of businesses, institutions, and communities. From connectivity and software to infrastructure, data centers, digital payments, and specialized industry solutions, Broad Spectrum brings together technology, expertise, and experience to solve complex challenges. And behind this broader capability is a group of businesses, each with a distinct role to play. Together, they form the Broad Spectrum Group. Because digital transformation does not begin with just one solution. It begins with the ability to connect, to move information, to build infrastructure, to enable transactions, to digitize industries, and to create secure environments where technology can thrive. This is where the strength of the Broad Spectrum Group comes together. Spectrum Fiber Limited provides the high-capacity fiber infrastructure that keeps businesses, institutions, and communities connected. With an extensive fiber backbone of 8,000 kilometers plus across Ghana, Spectrum Fiber delivers dedicated internet, WAN, metro, and last-mile connectivity solutions designed for organizations that depend on reliable, high-performance networks. Its infrastructure enables businesses to communicate, access critical systems, and operate seamlessly wherever they are. Spectrum Fiber is connecting Ghana and enabling growth. But connectivity is only part of the digital economy. Once people and businesses are connected, they need the ability to transact. Our subsidiary, Broad Spectrum Digital Payments, takes that connection further by enabling secure and convenient digital transactions. Through payment APIs, USSD, POS solutions, payment URLs, and web and mobile platforms, the business provides organizations with the tools to collect payments, manage transactions, and deliver digital financial services. From businesses and merchants to institutions and customers, Broad Spectrum Digital Payments is helping make transactions faster, simpler, and more accessible. It is technology that turns connectivity into opportunity. And the opportunity created by technology extends far beyond the traditional digital economy. It reaches the people and the industries that power Africa. AgroSpectrum brings digital innovation into agriculture, creating solutions that connect farmers, businesses, and other actors across the agricultural value chain. Through e-agriculture platforms, marketplaces, data-driven solutions, and subsidy management systems, AgroSpectrum is helping make agricultural programs more efficient, transparent, and accessible. Its work demonstrates how technology can move beyond screens and systems to create tangible impact in communities and across the agricultural economy. AgroSpectrum is digitizing agriculture and creating new pathways across the value chain. But digital solutions are only as strong as the infrastructure supporting them. And behind every successful deployment is the expertise to build, install, maintain, and keep that infrastructure running. ISD delivers infrastructure deployment, maintenance, and support services across telecommunications, power, and mining. From fiber and microwave radio deployments to LAN infrastructure, data center builds, and ongoing maintenance, ISD provides the technical capability required to turn plans into functioning infrastructure. Its work forms an essential link between technology and the physical environment in which it operates. Building, deploying, maintaining, supporting. And as more of the world becomes digital, the infrastructure doesn't stop at the network. The data itself needs a home, one that is secure, resilient, and built for the demands of a connected world. Onyx Data Center provides that digital foundation, As a secure, high-performance, career-neutral data center, Onyx provides co-location and data center solutions designed to support businesses in critical digital operations. With Tier 4 certified infrastructure in Accra, Onyx provides the resilience, security, and connectivity organizations need to keep their digital environments running. Here, data is not simply stored, it is protected, connected, and kept ready for the world that depends on it. Connectivity, digital transactions, agriculture, infrastructure, data centers. On their own, each capability creates value. Together, they create something greater. A technology ecosystem where the strength of one business can complement the expertise of another, creating solutions that are broader, smarter, and better equipped to meet the needs of a changing Africa. Across the group, Broad Spectrum has delivered solutions for organizations in financial services, government, telecommunications, agriculture, energy, mining, and other critical sectors. From major connectivity infrastructure deployments to digital platforms and data center solutions, the group continues to apply technology where it can make the greatest difference. And while the businesses may operate across different industries, they share one ambition: to create solutions that connect, transform, and enable growth. Africa's digital future will require more than technology. It will require connectivity that reaches further, infrastructure that is stronger, digital solutions that are more accessible, and businesses that can turn innovation into real impact. Broad Spectrum is building for that future. With diverse capabilities, specialized businesses, and a shared commitment to innovation, the group is positioned to help organizations connect, transform, and grow. Different capabilities, different industries, different possibilities, one group. Broad Spectrum, empowering excellence through innovative communication and digital solutions.
Across Ghana, business and government are going digital faster than ever. Transformation at scale takes the right technology, the right partner, and the right intelligence. This is innovation at scale. This is GDS Africa. Headquartered in Accra, GDS Africa is a full-stack technology partner, trusted across Ghana and West Africa. Nearly 100 certified engineers, designing, orchestrating, and delivering the solutions that move your business forward. We don't just supply technology, we make it work, end to end. And today, artificial intelligence is at the core of everything we do. AI that turns your data into decisions, automates the routine, and strengthens your security. GDS puts AI to work, practically, responsibly built for African business. It all runs on a foundation we know inside out. Cloud, scalable and secure. Data center, the engine room. Networking, every site connected. Security around the clock. And collaboration, your people, together. 5 pillars. 1 integrated foundation. Technology alone isn't the answer, delivery is. We advise, we design, we integrate, and we manage it all so you don't have to. With AI woven through everything we do, this is how GDS makes it happen. We bring the world's best technology home to Ghana. As trusted partners of HPE, Microsoft, Acronis, Veeam, Sophos, and ASUS Global Innovation, backed by local expertise. From financial services to government, telecoms to energy, manufacturing, healthcare, education, and commercial enterprise. We power the sectors driving Ghana's economy forward. And we do it to a standard you can trust. ISO certified for quality, security, safety, and the environment. accredited under Ghana's Cybersecurity Act, and registered with the Data Protection Commission. Your business in safe hands. GDS Africa. Innovation at scale engineered in Ghana. Visit us at our stand or at gdsafrica.com. Let's build what's next together.
For almost 40 years, we've broken new ground with every step forward. Today, AI is shaping a new era, evolving from an auxiliary tool to a core component of production systems. We are embracing the intelligent world, working with global customers and partners to empower industries, advancing industrial all-intelligence, and creating a brighter future together. Huawei's enterprise business has experienced steady growth. Huawei's ongoing R&D investments and cutting-edge technologies have bolstered its industry presence in vertical domains, underpinned lighthouse projects, showcased and lighted the way forward for industrial intelligence, and advanced the integration of intelligent technologies with industry scenarios. Focusing on welfare, security, and services, Huawei is helping public sectors unleash new productivity. We use city intelligent twins and open technical architecture to raise the digital and intelligent levels of public services. We are steering education toward a smarter, more efficient, and fairer future. We are enhancing diagnosis and treatment, making quality healthcare accessible to all. We've integrated AI into core financial services by creating smart, simple, and robust digital infrastructure. We have built a digital and intelligent foundation for the transportation and logistics industry to enable secure and efficient supply chain operations. We have created a capability matrix that combines technology, standards, ecosystems, and best practices to enable the digital and intelligent transformation of new power systems. We've been focusing on key scenarios in oil and gas, mining, steel, non-ferrous metals, chemicals, and building materials to achieve low carbon and intrinsically safe transformation. We've been amplifying intelligence for manufacturing by implementing industrial AI and creating real value. We offer leading products, solutions, and services to ISP customers, building intelligent and robust ICT infrastructure. We work with partners to help numerous SMEs seize opportunities in the intelligent era. Huawei eKit defines products based on scenarios, helping SMEs bridge the last mile to the intelligent world. Pre-integrated advanced ICT helps build 10GE, digital, intelligent, and green AI campuses. Intelligent computing data centers empower intelligent transformation across industries. Huawei is dedicated to open source and transparency with Kunpeng and Ascend, working with customers, partners, and developers to build a solid computing power foundation. The Xinghe Network solution offers safe, intelligent connections for shared growth in the agentic AI era. Advanced data storage creates efficient, green, and reliable data infrastructure. Huawei's ongoing advancements in optical networks make AI more accessible and boost customer efficiency. For partners, we spare no efforts in building a healthy and mutually beneficial collaboration system. Increased R&D investment strengthens our scenario-specific service capabilities. Huawei continuously builds leading and sustainable products and solutions in digital and intelligent infrastructure. We work with partners to support a vast range of AI models and applications, empower intelligent transformation across industries, and advance industrial all-intelligence.
Imagine a world without worry. A place where everyone is who they say they are, where the people and assets most important to you are protected. A safe space, accessible only by the ones you authorize. A place of trust, transparency, and accountability. For over 3 decades, Margins ID Group and its subsidiaries have been building this world. Our state-of-the-art access control systems ensure that all your important spaces are protected biometrically, by face, fingerprints, and even iris. Our asset tagging systems and CCTV installations ensure that the assets most important to you are exactly where you want them to be. We have conceptualized, designed, and built award-winning national identity infrastructures. The Ghana Card, in use by tens of millions of Ghanaians across the globe as their most trusted identity document. The non-citizen Ghana Card, in use by hundreds of thousands of non-citizens living in Ghana. Supported by our ultra-modern in-house designed and built verification system, currently in use by all financial institutions and multiple government and private agencies across the country. We are the identity experts for all things that represent you: your brand, call cards, product labels, smart labels, bank and loyalty cards. We represent you, and we are certified to do so by the International Organization for Standardization, ISO 9000:2015, ISO 20000:2018, ISO 27001:2013, and ISO 22301:2019. We are certified by Europay, MasterCard, and Visa, and proudly certified by Intergraph at the government level. Margins ID Group, made in Ghana by Ghanaians for the world. Visit us now at www.marginsgroup.com and use the contact tab to book your free consultation today. That's www.marginsgroup.com.
Good business means seeing the possibilities and maximizing opportunities. Making sure you have a responsive support system backs your business goals. A partner that gives you a stable platform with reliable connectivity and seamless solutions, and better understands the tools required to take you to the next level. With so many moving parts in running a business, we do our best to provide you with some stability, the only kind of stability you can find with MTN Business Broadband, the fastest and most reliable internet provider in Ghana, making sure you stay ahead and stay connected, because we understand what makes your business tick.
Sign up today on broadband.mtn.com.gh or call or WhatsApp 0244 308 111.
MTN
is a technical partner of the National Information Technology Agency. We are redefining the state of digital play in Ghana by bringing seamless connectivity to Ghana's public institutions and agencies, helping MNOs and ISPs deliver advanced data and voice services by leveraging the Government of Ghana's world-class digital infrastructure backbone. Tier 3 data center with secondary backup, disaster recovery, and low latency. Over 1,000 kilometers of fiber optic cabling along the eastern corridor of Ghana. The largest government-built WAN infrastructure supported by Metro Fiber and nationwide 4G LTE TDD 2.6 GHz FWA, providing high-speed broadband connectivity. Managed IT infrastructure services, cloud and cybersecurity solutions. We're building a booming African economy and closing in on the vision of holistic digital empowerment. Join us as we unlock the full potential of digital technologies and transform Africa into the world's largest digital economy.
Every year, industries across Africa lose time, money, and lives to problems that could be solved from the air. At Drone Hub Africa, we saw that gap and built the region's most trusted way to close it.
As DJI's authorized dealer, we don't just import the hardware, we match the right aircraft to the right job. Whether it's a farmer scouting a 100-hectare farm or a surveyor mapping a ground where no vehicles can reach.
But a drone is only as good as the pilot flying it. That's why we train right here in Ghana. solutions. We are building the infrastructure Africa needs to see further, work smarter, and rise faster.
Drilled Up Africa, empowering Africa's drone programs.
Every year,
the business of technology is about transformation. It brings improvements in our lifestyles. The way we live, the way we work. And the companies such as IPMC are the IT companies who work in the background to be bringing such transformation in the society.
IPMC is the leading IT company in West Africa. We have offices in 5 countries: Ghana, Nigeria, Liberia, Ivory Coast, and Sierra Leone. We primarily operate in key industries that drive economic growth, such as banking and finance, manufacturing, oil and gas, utilities, and the public sector. The most important thing for us as a technology company is to have a very clear understanding of our customers' vision. Once we are able to understand that, we help them achieve that vision through technology. We help our clients go through the journey of building digital capabilities, which further helps their clients access products and services at the click of a button.
Today with technology, even smaller companies, smaller businesses can have access to similar automated processes and similar strong systems in a similar efficient manner as multinationals of the world have been running. And this is the biggest advantage of technology, that it helps smaller organizations, medium-level organizations to grow and develop by having their employees more productive and more efficient.
Data centers are the heart of every organization. Whether IPMC creates an internal data center for you or you outsource it to us, our redundant and fault-tolerant design ensures that your applications are up and running.
Hello. Welcome back from your snack break. I'm sure we are all energized. And like we did for the first session, please, those behind, let me see. Okay, please let's fill the front row seats. Okay, those of us on the latter part of this aisle, respectfully, please let's fill the front row seats. So please let's come forward. Those here too, let's calm down, okay, please. Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
Technology is transforming how we see, understand, and respond to the world.
Let's all calm down. Don't worry, the interaction is very intimate, so it's better we come closer to the front row seats.
Technology and robotics company focused on unmanned aerial systems, autonomous platforms, surveillance technologies, communications, and intelligent command and control solutions.
So, yeah, please,
technologies that improve situational awareness, operational efficiency, and
gentlemen, please come forward, okay? Please, move down, please. Thank you very much. Please, let's move down. There's a lot of space in front. Let's fill the front row seats, please. There's a lot of space in front. Please, let's fill the front row seats.
Provide operators with enhanced visibility across demanding environments. These platforms are supported by our Watcher ground control station and resilient communications technologies, connecting operators, platforms, and field teams through a unified operational picture.
Okay, can we come down, please?
Hi, good morning. Oh, afternoon. Truly, because the session was supposed to have started in the morning, and then Kelly brought us to the afternoon. And I'm doing this with the sincerest of apologies. It's disrespectful for us to keep you like this. Please forgive us. This is a very critical session that NITA has given the industry the opportunity to host. And it would interest you to know that even before the commencement of the previous session, most of our speakers had taken their seat. And so we wouldn't want to take a lot of their time. Kelly has taken enough already. My name is Amma. I lead comms with IIPGH, and I'm also with the Cybersecurity Authority. I would moderate this session with my colleague Isaac. But before we do that, we want to just pick up your thoughts. And why are we doing this? Because the speakers are already here. And we're going to just engage you for about 7 minutes to pick up some sort of brief expectations from you. For the next 2-3 hours, this session is supposed to end at 4:30, but I promise you we won't take you there. That would be the biggest temptation ever. We will not take you to 4:30. We'll do our best to ensure that we crash some of the activities for the session. But let me pick up your thoughts. This afternoon, the concentration will be on professionalism, why it matters. We'll be looking at certification within the ecosystem. We would also be looking at ethics. But share your expectation with us. I think Isaac has the microphone. Oh, you have the microphone. Yes, yes. At the end of for the next 2-3 hours, what would you want the speakers to address? So you may want to put your already prepared questions into an expectation. For the next 7 minutes, we can engage. And if you don't ask a question, I'll call you. And I will start with the people that I know already. So Cynthia Makuda Senior from Cybersecurity Authority, please share your expectations with us. And then Isaac will call the next person he knows.
All right, so I look forward to a session that will actually educate us on what stakeholders are doing, the available opportunities that are within the ecosystem for Africa's growth. That's what I look forward to. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cynthia.
Okay, who do I know here? Charles. What's your expectation?
Charles, where are you? Give us a wave.
Yeah.
Great. Please tell us where you are from.
My name is Charles. I run Kyle SecureX. It's a startup focusing mostly on cybersecurity GRC. So my expectation, especially from the professionalism bit, is to get to understand how we can, especially with the conversations that has happened with NITA, certifications, accreditations, and all of that. If that will be topical, we'll look at how we can put ourselves within that conversation of professionalism vis-a-vis certifications. And I think some people may want some clarity on that conversation. It's a running topic. Once we've not seen the Bill 5.0, it's a running topic. And so I'm sure some people came here with the expectation to have an understanding with, once there's certification and professionalism in there. Thank you.
My brother, thank you. Sir in white, I don't know your name, but would you want to share some expectations even before the sessions begin? Thank you very much for smiling. Your name and where you are from, sir.
Okay, so I am Michael Adama from Accra Metropolitan Assembly. So coming to this session, I want to also be more educated about, some of the compliances, as professionals. Even as an institution, there are some compliances that we need to actually, go by. So I want to be more educated and just know all those things that we need to comply with. Thank you.
Awesome, very authentic view there, sir. Thank you. There is a hand there.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Nana Debra from Ghana Statistical Service. I'm looking forward for an insightful and interactive session where we'll be looking at some conduct governing the profession or rules and some kind of associations, if there are any, so we'll know where to go if, as a professional, if there's any issue that will help me resolve my issue. Thank you very much.
Any other? Yes, madam, please, here. So after her, we'll take two more, and then we zoom into the session.
Hello, my name is Rahima. I'm very interested in the certifications, so I'll be happy if you could take us through that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Two more.
Yeah, my name is Samuel Agbozo from Attorney General and Ministry of Justice. I would like to hear more from the certification and the various areas in the cybersecurity where certification will be awarded and the way forward. And then the second one will have to do with data protection. So I would also like to hear more about data protection, despite the fact that the previous speakers have spoken about data protection, but locally as Ghanaian, how are we sure and secure about our data? So that is what I would like to hear more on.
Thank you very much. And I believe you're giving some sort of pointers to our speakers. You'll be the final person.
Good afternoon. I'm Roland from PSA IT Solutions. I want to know how Ghana is accelerating its digital transformation and then the kind of investments they've made for cybersecurity, AI especially, and then fintech. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my brother. Grateful. Please let's appreciate all those who share the expectations. Thank you. Thank you very much. So you're welcome to this insightful session. It is the IIPG ICT Professionals Forum, and the mission this afternoon is to strengthen standards, uphold ethics, drive certification, champion inclusivity, and then develop the workforce that will power Ghana's digital economy. For the digital economic agenda that the country is driving, it can be as strong as the professionals that are behind it. So we are sincerely appreciative of your audience today. Once again, my name is Mary Ama Bawa. I lead communications with the IIPGH, and I'm also with the Cybersecurity Authority.
I'm Isaac Appington. I'm the Deputy DPS, Data Protection Supervisor for IIPGH, and I also work as a consultant for ISO certifications. Thank you. Have a wonderful time.
Thank you for your kindness. If that clap was for us, please appreciate yourself better. Thank you for being so kind to yourselves. Debbie, the setting doesn't look very aesthetic, and for the purposes of media, is it possible you can move down a bit? My gentleman in yellow, join the gentleman in black, and then those of you behind him, please just come down a bit. Come down a bit, please. Yeah, because sincerely, if anybody is joining, the person will be sitting behind. They will not be walking to the front. So please, if you know there are empty seats behind you, please do fill in. Thank you. For all those of you who are coming, please just come down. This is going to be a very important and close conversation, and so we want to capture the best of you within the process of our dialogue this afternoon. So there are some of you who look like a Shobeye Bobe, I'm not moving. Is that the impression I'm getting? Okay, so if you're not moving, if anybody joins you and there is space just in front of you, make sure that you direct the person to fill that space. Is that okay? Thank you very much. So let's just start with the opening remarks. Before the opening remarks, we'll take a word of prayer. And we pray after you have taken your snack, which I know you have. Don't sleep on me. It's just going to be 1 minute. Let's pray. Father, we are grateful. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to gather, to have a conversation in what happens within our ecosystem. We ask for the spirit of collaboration. We ask for the spirit of understanding, of wisdom, and Father, the hunger to implement the decisions that we take today. Thank you for the resilience, and thank you for the humility to stay together. We're grateful in Jesus' mighty name. Amen. Okay, so the opening remarks, you're looking at an overview by the Institute of ICT Professionals, Ghana IPGH. The Executive Director of the Institute, Mr. Richard Kafui Amanfu, will do that. Please help me welcome my boss as he comes to the podium.
Thank you, Amma and Isaac. Good afternoon to you all. This morning, am I still saying this morning? Yeah. Well, the earlier speakers or the earlier session this morning looked at digital trust, and this overview is just to let you understand what we are here to discuss and how it culminates into all the other conversations that have been had over the past few days. So on this note, I say a good afternoon to you all once again. Distinguished guests, representatives from government and regulatory institutions, academia, industry leaders, development partners, fellow ICT professionals, members of the media, students, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Institute of ICT Professionals, Ghana, IPGH, it is my honor and privilege to welcome you to the ICT Professionals Forum as part of the National ICT Week 2026. This year's national theme, Innovation at Scale, challenges us to think beyond technology itself and focus on the foundations that make sustainable innovation possible. As Ghana continues its digital transformation journey, an important national conversation must take place. That is, how do we ensure that the growth of our digital ecosystem is matched by the growth of professional standards, ethical conduct, competency development, and accountability within the ICT profession? Ghana's digital economy is expanding across every sector: government digitization programs, fintech growth, cybersecurity demands, digital commerce, governance and compliance, and emerging technology innovations are generating substantial opportunities. These are not incremental shifts. They represent a fundamental restructuring of how Ghana's economy operates, how its public institutions deliver services, and how its professionals compete globally. Yet, as investment in technology infrastructure deepens, a critical gap is widening. That is the absence of structured professional frameworks governing the people who build, manage, secure, and sustain those digital systems. The national theme, Innovation at Scale, demands this conversation. Innovation scales through institutions, frameworks, and people held to measurable professional standards. This track addresses the gap directly, and its central proposition is deliberate: that Ghana cannot scale digital innovation without scaling the quality, competence, ethics, and professionalism of the people who build, manage, and secure digital systems. So, what questions will this session address? As digital adoption speeds up, 6 questions demand institutional answers. 1. Who defines professional standards for ICT practice? How do employers identify competent, accountable ICT professionals? How do students navigate career path and structured professional development? How do businesses ensure quality, ethical, and secure ICT service delivery? How does Ghana build verifiable trust in its digital ecosystem? And how can the nation develop a globally competitive ICT workforce? These are the operational gaps that, left unaddressed, will constrain Ghana's digital ambitions. As we may know, technology investments has commanded the most institutional attention, but pillars that make that investment durable have received far less attention. And these pillars are professional standards, ethical practice, competency frameworks, certification and accreditation, continuous professional development, industry self-regulation, and professional accountability. Each pillar is a precondition for trust. Countries with mature professional frameworks in ICT attract more investment, produce more credible practitioners, and sustain innovation over longer cycles. As we gather here today with policymakers, industry leaders, employers, regulators, educators, practitioners, and students, our goal is to build clear, actionable professional pathways for current and future generations of ICT practitioners in Ghana. Our discussions will center on 4 key objectives. 1, strengthening trust in Ghana's digital ecosystem through structured professional accountability, improving workforce readiness and service quality through competency-aligned frameworks, driving innovation through professional excellence and continuous learning, and lastly, positioning Ghana as a credible, globally competitive digital economy. So one may ask, what is IIPG's involvement in this conversation? As the professional body for ICT practitioners in Ghana, IIPGH leads this conversation from a position of leadership. Its work spans the full professional life cycle, i.e. competency benchmarking, professional certification, ethical practice standards, continuous professional development, cross-sector industry engagement, and advocacy for recognized regulatory framework governing ICT practice in Ghana. Ghana's digital transformation will ultimately be determined not by its structure, not by its technology investments alone, but by the quality of the individuals and accountability of the professionals who deliver them. This session exists to advance that argument. And finally, building a strong professional ecosystem is essential to drive innovation at scale, create opportunities across Ghana's digital ecosystem and beyond, and contribute to national development. Thank you very much, and let's enjoy the rest of this program.
Thank you very much, Executive Secretary of IIPGH, Executive Secretary of IIPGH, Director rather, Mr. Richard Kafuya Manfu. We appreciate that sincerely. We would take the keynote presentation, the first keynote presentation, and the presentation is looking at the future of Ghana's ICT profession, why standards and professionalism matter. This presentation will be delivered by Desmond Israel Esquire. Desmond is one gentleman whose thoughts and views on such matters truly challenge me a lot. He's a lecturer and the head of department, Public Law and Governance at GIMPA, and he's also a member of IIPGH. Please help me welcome him with a hand of applause. It doesn't really look like the snack did a lot of job on you.
Hello. Thank you very much. Forgive me if I don't present too much energy. I'm not in the best of shapes, but I'll do my best. So I've walked this career journey for 2 decades. Every time I say it, people kind of wonder, okay, how old is he? Let's shelve that for now. But from graphic designing to web development to network systems administrator to IT trainer to ethical hacker to compliance, data protection, anti-money laundering reporting officer to law to policy and academia. Not a single part of this journey came without professionalism. Now, I have my own war stories when it comes to career building, because yes, of course, I've mentored a lot of people. And I can tell you that there was one time in my life where we were at the peak of our ethical hacking journey. We're doing quite a lot, identifying vulnerabilities in systems and threatening organizations to release them if they don't come through. So we had opportunity to do a work with one of the banks. And after we've presented the findings, and that was my first, if you like, relatively young presence before a board. And after we were done, the board chairman asked us, and so what? And that was my awakening to professionalism. That moment, I learned that it was not what we found. It was how it relates to the institution as a bank. What's the risk exposure? What does it mean to them? You get your opportunity, one shot, and you couldn't deliver. So that changed the way I saw ethical hacking. Some of you may know it as penetration testing. I changed drastically more into the business understanding of my clients and my report writing. Today, I barely hack a box. I can recruit people to do that. But there is one skill that I still need to leave at the table: how the client perceives the service that we have rendered. And that I don't compromise on. So that brings you to the point as where do you want to go with your technology experience? I mean, you are in different sectors. Some of you may be doing IT compliance, as in GRC, governance risk. Some of you may be doing technical IT itself. You are implementing networks and systems and all that. But you leave yourself in a corner where you are tagged as the workshop guy. Did you meet the era where they call IT guys? There was nothing like IT professional. They call us IT guys. And we were segmented to server rooms and smaller units of big organizations. And we're only surrounded by what? Computers, cables, and floppy disk. Later, CDs. And then today you are streaming. So I'm not sure if you even know what floppy disk is. Who knows what a floppy disk is? Oh, sorry. My bad. Right. Okay. So that's a good background to give you, a precursor to this conversation. I've been well introduced. Let's not waste time on that. Now, from a policy perspective, there are 3 things that you need to look at when you are discussing professionalism, when you are discussing standards. And look at the risk. How do you manage the risk? How do you get professionals together? And how do you provide roles that engage in sensitive interaction? So for instance, those of you who will be well-traveled or you've interacted with other systems beyond Ghana, you may know of security clearance. Security clearance by itself is not a certification in a sense. It's not even licensing. But it's a professional requirement which is connected to how a state wants you to access its systems. So they create different classifications. So you may not necessarily be licensed by some regulator, but before you get to work in that environment, you would have gone through that clearance. And that clearance will require you to go through some vigorous requirements, including maybe background check on you, what sort of certifications do you hold. So those of you who also say that, yeah, I went to academia, I've done my first degree, second degree, Google doesn't need that. Google needs skills. Okay, I agree to some extent, but as a professional, you have to be billed with something. You must be recognized with something. And I can tell you, the finest of Google's leadership, they hold PhDs. Yeah, you can Google that. The finest of his leadership, they hold PhDs. The people in charge of the AI engine, the module building and all that, check them out. They are not just people with skill. Over the period, they've been able to add to their professional life different components that allow them to be able to represent themselves the way they do. And so, for me, three things drives me whenever you bring up the conversation around whether or not people should be guided by standards, who they are when they say they are a professional, or when they say they are in a profession or they are professionals. Fun fact, the first time we tried to, if you like, legalize the standards around professional bodies was in 1973, when we passed the Professional Bodies Act. So this conversation is not today. Another fun fact, the first time we tried to regulate access to technology was in 1976. It was even under a military regime. That is when you were required to go and get a license from the board of data, I think it was Data Processing and Control Board, before you can import computers into Ghana. So they use an import regime to control who has access to computers. Now, I'm putting some pieces together for you because when you discuss the issue of risk, the issue of registration of professionals, and the issue of clearance to sensitive systems, there is a correlation. You're not going to give the pen testing of a bank's ATM to a CEH holder whose professional experience is 1 year. I will not do that. So you can see the classification from there, right from there. That person needs to understand more than just running pen testing scan tools. They must have the experience all the way to even business continuity, because whilst you do that job, what if something breaks? So you put different people at different places. It's the same. We should get to the health sector right now. There's a reason why people go for housemanship. I don't think that you'll be very comfortable with a 2-year-old doctor who is specialized in cancer treatment vis-a-vis the one who is specialized in 20 years. I don't know. Well, how many of you will go for the 2-year? Let me see. Let's be clear about this. Maybe I'm providing misinformation. 2 years. Cancer doctor, specialized 2 years. Okay, we are choosing between 2 years and 15 years. How many years? Who will go for the 15 year? All right. Clearly, because you expect that that person carries some experience. But that experience is part of the professionalism. It builds over time. Now, why this conversation matters, at least I was here like 2 hours now, so I saw the earlier panel and literally they touched on some of these components, which are quite important. We have a huge exposure recently, okay? And so the conversation around professionalism and standards, it does matter. For cybersecurity, we say that every connected person to the internet is an attack surface. So 26.3 million, I saw somewhere 26.4, so let's say approximately. 26.3 million connectivity individuals who are able to have connectivity to the internet is 26.3 million attack surfaces. For a country, if your adversary, and I'll take an example. So let me go back to the US. They have sworn adversaries, so it's okay to use them. China, even though it's a trade partner of the United States, is a sworn adversary to the US. So they literally will not allow them into certain aspects of their lives, including security. Now, if you have a sworn adversary to Ghana, so let's say country X, and that country intends to embark on a state-to-state cyber warfare with you, part of the analysis is how many people they can get. So this is a problem in itself, even though it's a growth factor. And it's the same with everything else that I have pointed out there. You are a tier 1 category under the ITU. Those of you who like statistics, you can check the Global Cybersecurity Index. It's some sort of assessment that is done by the International Telecommunication Union. And as of 2024, Ghana has been designated as a tier 1. Tier 1 actually means you're top notch. You are riding on the same horse with the likes of the US. So this is exposure in itself. And then you enter the country and professionals are not organized. Professionals don't even know where they belong. There's no unit of representation. Today, if you want to connect to the IT ecosystem in terms of career, let me go to students. As a student, where are you going to go? Forget about IIPGH. Where are you going to go? Yeah. That's the reality of the conversation. So I present to you the reason why you need that professional touch. The scale at which we are going, the criticality of today's environment, and it's not just about systems. It's a collective of technology, people, and processes. So the scale at which we are going, and then emerging technology, everybody will stick to AI. A few years ago, we were about the cloud. Now it's AI. I like to stick with emerging tech because I don't even know what is cooking in the lab right now. So let's stick to emerging tech. We need these together, but we need to build a professional trust around it. And so I'm saying that when systems become infrastructure, competence becomes a public interest issue. I don't know if this knocks you off, especially if you're a technology person. When systems become infrastructure, public trust is connected to competence. Now, how would you feel if you consistently get feedback from your mobile money service provider on fraudulent activities that they do not have control over? How many of you will keep your money there? I'm alone, eh? All right, okay. But that's another point that we are making. Haven't you thought that all the things in there within that mobile money service provider is actually an infrastructure? Or because you are IT and you are the IT guys, when you hear infrastructure, you look at the physical virtual components? No. In this conversation, even the professionals are part of the infrastructure. Ever heard the weakest link is the human being? Right. Food for thought. Okay. Still on why it matters. I've said some preambles already, but I intentionally use the visual cues so that we can get the conversation together. Now, if you consider yourself as a professional, then this is your note. You are not just somebody who can do the work. The real test is that you are someone who can be trusted. The banks, when they are recruiting for their expertise, especially within the technology and the cybersecurity space, you should look at the grueling requirements you need to meet. Banks that I could work with much easier 4, 5, probably 6 years ago, it's not the same. I need a data protection certificate. I need a cybersecurity certificate. Now, places I've worked without an individual certification, I need certification up to probably CISSP. For those of you in cybersecurity, you know. That's the creme de la creme of cybersecurity certifications for security management. From ISC2. You need that. There are certifications you may not even heard of. GIAC, SANS. Your local banks are demanding for these sort of certification. Bottom line is that professionalism has moved from a local context to a global competitive conversation, because now they are using global certifications to judge your local competency. Why then do you think that the conversation around professionalism and standards do not matter? It does matter. And we'll build that as I go forward. So, what do we need to have now as we build? Competency, confidentiality, conflict control, your public duty, and evidence culture. When we got into the technology market, IT guys, as we were used to be called, we don't like writing. No, we don't. I have seen, security incidents, technology incidents where when the question of where is the report, where is the root cause analysis is brought up, there's a problem. I can tell you on authority that is at 2018 that even the highest of the banks, technology people, started to document. And you know what the trigger was? Who can guess? 2018. Connected to something. I'm talking about the banks. I'm talking about 2018. Who can guess? That was when the Cyber and Information Security Directive was passed. And it was getting into enforcement. So we're talking about 8 years ago. Just 8 years ago. But today, set up those systems. Build that application without any records of the evidence. All your systems are ending up in court. Technology is the center of litigation today. So when you are called to come and defend the work that you put up, when you are called to come and defend, you were on shift that day, okay, and the incident happened. All right, where's your sign-off notes? And I have a lot of my colleagues here in standards and certifications, and they implement it, so they know what I'm talking about. Your incident response. So I'm saying that as a professional, you need to hold on to some of these things. Why did I bring in confidentiality? Before I move on from this slide. You are the tech guy. You are seeing everything that is coming in and out. And you think the nicest place to talk about it is at the bar with your friends? Because you are the gig? Your system is now part of a sensitive ecosystem. You know of critical information infrastructure? I've mentioned about 3 laws since I started this presentation in different ways. Critical information infrastructure is designated under law. Banking, energy, education, health. We can go on and on. So it means that all of a sudden, even government systems, all of a sudden, the area that you knew, that you play, that you think is your small space, this is my office, I'm the monarch here, you know more. There is a regulator sitting on top who has a certain requirement of the things you do. So if you are an early career person, my presentation is saying that you better get serious on how you organize yourself. You can't be a regular person at all. And I know IIPGA stands for the standards. Let's do a quick one. Right. Another area which I consider the problem. Now I'll just run through this. We've built so many systems so fast, there's no responsibility. So, who is competent to do what? When we were doing the policy discussions around regulations of IT professionals, one of the things we came across was that we have a procurement situation where people take on projects and they are not able to implement. And so both government and private sector, there are projects that are still hanging just because we don't have, people represented themselves in a manner that turns out that they don't have the skill. That problem is two facets. And when the debate is put up, you see people move more towards, if you like, the right, which is that what happened to due diligence of those institutions? Why didn't they go in to check and find out if this person has it? But for us at the professional side, we are asking ourselves, where is that due diligence done? What are we benchmarking against? What's the standard? So you need to have a standard based on which we can do this benchmarking. If you want to know whether a lawyer is in good standing, where would you go? Ghana Bar, the General Legal Counsel. Indeed, if a lawyer were to misbehave, all you need to do is petition the General Legal Counsel. And if you're not aware, that's a big deal. Because the lawyer is about to lose his license. And lawyers have lost license even over 200 Ghana cedi. I'm a lawyer. I'm just telling you. So you need to have a reference point where you can have these things checked. A common roadmap. Ethics must be enforced. There has to be a CPD structure which we work with, which is the continuous professional development. You need to have some sort of sign-off so we can deal with the procurement issues. Then the fragmented oversight. Panel before me tried to touch on that. Like I said, you need data protection, you need cybersecurity, you need this, you need that. Where do we go? Who is in charge of what? Can we have a clear, defined map for that? To build public trust, this is the focus. From the professional bodies, to the regulators, to academia, to industry. That's how we are going to build trust. So we are here as a professional body. You need to have role standards. You need to have ethics. Something must bind you. Chartered accountants cannot misbehave because they know what it means to their charter. It's the same thing with lawyers. The medical practitioners will not misbehave because they know what it means to their practice. What about technology? Who takes what? What are the opportunities for new entrants? Then I want to clear some confusion. These things are not the same. I've heard certification today. That focus is about knowledge and skill building. It's different from accreditation. Accreditation is more of quality assurance of the provider to the ecosystem. It's definitely not licensing, because licensing is meant for public risk control, and it's obviously not security clearance. I did this because I've heard these conversations over and over, and I think people are saying different things. Security clearance, I've explained that. It has a national security context as to what you can access as a professional. So maybe at the panel discussion, we can break this down. An idea for me, Charles said we were waiting for 5.0 of NITA's bill. I know the law is coming and coming fast, but I'm still on my tangent of these conversations about regulations. These are different style of regulations. There are places where there are no general regulations, like in India. Then there is a self-regulation, like the UK, British Computer Society, where they deal with professional titles. Then there is accreditation, like in Singapore. They have the Singapore TESA. They build our framework for skill building, but then for you to get the benefits, you need to be regulated. So there's a quid pro quo. You get something for something. And then there is co-regulation. There is a licensing, which CSA is a very good example to give today. And then there's security clearance, which the US Department of Defense takes more seriously. So those of you thinking about regulation, this is how it looks like. We can select. We can select. The fact that the law is coming out doesn't mean that we are unable to determine how the regulation will go. We should be able to do that. So we can select. We can look at if we want to deal with low-risk innovation, if we want to deal with professional bodies, if we want to deal with roadmaps, if we want to deal with target risk, verifiable status, if we want to deal with what works in terms of fees, scope, and enforcement, and even sensitivity of systems that you can access. We can determine what works for us. My proposal, have an open market, but have a professional register. Have an open market, but have a professional register. Then go into high-risk licensing. So not everybody gets to do everything. People should have been cleared, gone through the mill to be able to access different kinds of systems, even if they are service providers. And of course, once we do that, that would be our unique regulatory structure. And I put it out in this tier form. I'd give the presentation out to IIPGH, so maybe you can download it. But this is the tiered structure that I'm looking at. So from students, freelancers, startups, you give them what we call the open innovation layer. And then you move into professional register where you roam up professionals. You try to open them up to continuous professional development, complaints, discipline structure, and all that. And then you go into license regulation as to people who are accessing sensitive systems in the environment. And of course, you can add your security clearance to that. So that's it for me. Leave you with 4 questions. Like I said, maybe we'll get back to panel discussion on that. Which ICT activities are high risk enough for us to reserve? Professional bodies like IIPGH, what can they do that the state cannot do, right? So that the state can offshoot some of these things. You're talking about professional standards. You want a situation where that professionals are interacting with the state rather than seeing the state as policing their skill or innovation. And that's why you need to have professional bodies and offload certain functions of the standards to them for management. Of course, the lead regulator, if it's about the profession, who is the lead regulator and where they overlap, where do I go? You need clarity in all these things because, like I said, as a young professional, there's a lot of confusion what you want to do in the first place, where you want to be, and how do you get there. I knew people had expectation of lines, certifications and all that, but I have a time scope here. When I get the opportunity, I'll talk about certifications as well. Right. Okay, so that's it for me. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you very much, sir. Grateful for your presentation, and thanks a lot for doing the compression. Thank you. I have a question, but the assurance is that lawyer is going to be on a panel this afternoon, and in that panel discussion, you will have the opportunity to release all the missiles. So if you have any question, please ensure to note that down. And that panel discussion is coming right after the second presentation. This is the first keynote presentation. The second keynote presentation is on innovation of scale requires professionalism at scale. This presentation will be led by Mr. David Go. Mr. Go is the Tycoon Africa president and the former executive director of IIPGH. Help me welcome him, please, with a hand of applause.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. You see me also wearing the IIPGH shirt. I'll get you one. Huh? Good. I'm very excited to be here. And something that I experienced many years ago, gradually, Ghana is getting there. Because in my early lives, when I was working as an engineer, working in the telecom space, I used to travel a lot across the African continent. And one day, my company sent me to Zambia. I went there first. I was allowed to work for a few months. I went back home, went there again second time. The third time I got there, I was detained at the airport for several hours. My company tried to get me out, but it was so difficult. They had one request. This young man, that was 20 years ago, this young man had been coming to our country to work as a professional. He is not recognized by our engineering council as an engineer, but he's working here in our country. So my company will have to commit that they are going to help me go through the process of accreditation to become a professional in Zambia before I can continue to work. So we signed a bond, and I was released. Since then, I started looking at professionalism as something so crucial that we should pay attention to. And I came back to Ghana, and there was nothing like that. So with a few friends, we started thinking of how do we professionalize our sector. And that came with the concept of the Institute of ICT Professionals Ghana. And today, NITA has embraced that, and gradually we are getting there, not to stop people from coming, but we must know who is in charge of managing our critical infrastructure. Just imagine what happened recently between, it was just a friendly banter, but between Ghana and Zambia. And just imagine that it happened that time and I was still working in Zambia, and I was so upset that they were mocking my president wearing fugu. And then I go to the switch room, and then I turn off their, you know it's possible, right? And they will just realize that there's no more connectivity for them to banter Ghanaians on social media. But it can happen, and that is why countries prepare. That is why countries want to make sure that people who access their critical infrastructure are known, are authorized, and are certified to be able to do that. Thank you very much, Council, for that presentation. Let's move now. So I wear different hats. So today I'm IIPGH, and I'm also the president of TICON Africa, immediate past executive director of this institute. That is the biggest ICT professional body. And gradually we are getting there where we'll get everybody in the IT space. I need to use this. Okay. So IPGH was formed almost a decade ago, 10 years ago, and along the line we got this concept from some friends from other countries that we should form a continental organization called TICON Africa. And we started that journey in Zimbabwe in 2022. And now we have about 17 countries part of TICON Africa. And every year we meet to deliberate, because I will tell you something why I'm bringing this up, because we are talking about professionalism as skill. The discussions we are having here, several other African countries are also thinking same. But how do we align? Council talked about licensing, and you mentioned CSA and Zambia. Zambia is really regulated. You can't go to that space and do anything that you want. And they have a very strong ICT professional ecosystem. We have, our economy is 4 times bigger than Zambia. We have more ICT firms and ICT professionals in Ghana than Zambia. But we have just left the system to be running on autopilot. How do we get our professionals the benefits that they need? So I'll take you to the first thing. And I'm very passionate about this. I want somebody to tell me what you think will be our biggest asset in this, in Africa. Anybody with any idea? What do you think will be our biggest asset in the next 25 years? Yes, human resource. Human resource. And you will see from this that it is really human resource. It's not gold. Today is gold, but tomorrow it will not be gold. It's not going to be diamond. It's going to be people. Now, look at that map. Look at the rest of the world. So, the rest of the world is getting older. Africa is very young. So, when we say we need to be ready, we need to make sure that we are not taking advantage of, because if you are not ready, the other continents that are getting older will still control you. Because you are not organized, you are not certified, you are not licensed, you are not just ready. But you have to be ready. Why should you be ready? Because in the next 25 years, by 2050, the world is projected to be 10 billion people. 10 billion people, and 1/4 of that will be 2.5 billion people will be here on this continent, Africa. I've already shown you that the world is getting older. The rest of the world is getting older. Technology and innovation favors young people. So the rest of the world will be depending on you to survive. And it is already happening. Companies will need your services. But how prepared are you to be competitive so that we don't repeat the cycle of slave trade? So you can negotiate. So you have the standard. You already meeting some standard, international standard. You can sit at the table and have conversation about fair wages and salaries. Those things can only happen when you go through that process. And we are getting there. You can see, Ghana is between 20, 25. The middle part of Africa is like below 20. South Africa is a little bit older. North Africa is a little bit older. Asia, North America. Europe is in deep trouble. Europe is in deep trouble because in just a few years' time, already they are having challenges. The biggest economies in Europe are having serious IT resource gap. They don't know how to fix it. But you should be ready so that you are not just part of the process, but you actually benefit. And that brings me to this topic. If we want to expand, if we want to take our innovation to the next level, what do we need to do? We are growing very fast. I'm just excited that we have a lot of young people, one-man company, one-man CEO and everything. This is the start. But we have to get to a point where we aggregate, where we are now growing at scale and attracting investment. So we have all this. The government is doing well. We have our national identification. A lot of e-government projects are happening. We have e-health projects happening. Cybersecurity is a big risk. And let's look at that next. A lot of countries are doing it. If you look at a lot of countries that are pushing this, particularly on the African continent, you see technology, infrastructure, a thriving tech startup ecosystem. Funding is being made available, but we are still failing. Poor implementation. Council, am I right? Implementation is still poor. Cybersecurity breaches. Just yesterday, an announcement from the Cybersecurity Authority. It's not a breach, but it's a compliance issue. Then we have the skill gap. We also have issues with vendor failures, unethical conduct always coming up, and the public trust is low. But we have to move fast. For us to get there, we have to be like these people. At least some council is on both sides. He has fulfilled one part, is left with the other one. Why are these guys trusted and we are not? Why do we trust doctors? Do you know when you go to hospital, you actually sometimes don't know who you are going to meet? But you trust the system, right? That there is a system in place that ensures that the guy in the seat is the right guy to give you the right prescription, although there are some lapses sometimes. But they have created a system that can be trusted. And we also have to get there. If you are not a chartered accountant, you have no business trying to manage somebody's books, right? So we have to get there. And for us to get there, we must make sure that we take control of our own destiny. We have so many new technology. We're calling it emerging technologies coming up. We have a huge national database. Just imagine that we have a security breach of our national database. Do you know what happened 2 years ago? A company called CrowdStrike, just a software update error, caused huge disruptions across the world. Airlines could not fly. Banks could not transact business. So you are becoming a very, very critical human resource. And if there is a failure from your side, it can actually stop a lot of things from happening. We also experience it just by the infrastructure. That can cause huge failure is a human being. That is why we must make sure that these things are being done properly and we have a regulated system, a regulated ecosystem. If we don't do that, this is what's going to happen. Individual careers are not recognized. Look, I've had interactions with so many people in the last 10 years, particularly from the public service, that are complaining that IT professionals are not recognized. It's like they put you on any grade, there's no career path for you to grow and get promotions because we are not organizing ourselves properly. And it is important that we do self-regulation and ensure that we are now being recognized by management. Like you mentioned, I finished everything I came to and said, and so what? Because you have not sold yourself as the right, professionals that need to be paid, that need to follow that ranking, that should be in the boardroom. Lot of skills mismatch. You go to organizations and somebody who is the IT director has no background in most of the things that are being done. And that is the guy making the decision. You don't have a system in place. If you have a system in place, that should be corrected. And of course, if you look at our ecosystem, when they are making decisions, they say, go and call the IT guy. They call you, they ask you a question, they throw you out of the boardroom. You are not part of the decision making. You are one of the staff that are being, just sent around to move around. So when you ask for more pay, nobody will pay attention because the accountant says that I'm a chartered accountant. The marketing person says I'm a chartered marketer. And what about you? So businesses suffer. Governments also suffer because we've seen a lot of government projects that, are struggling because of the first two. The public fund is wasted. There are poor digital services. And these days, we try to interconnect a lot of services, but it's not working. Then, as a nation, you are not known. And let me tell you something about this as a nation, again, from my experience. I walk into a boardroom of a company outside Ghana. I came in as a team lead to manage a network. When we got there, the CEO thought I was the junior following the other person from India. Because they are known to be good IT professionals. I cannot blame the CEO. It's because he thinks that this problem that we have here, it is the Indian guy who is coming to fix it, not my good self. Because maybe I am a trainee trying to follow and learn from the Indian guy, but I was a team lead. I came with a team of 10 people, and I was the guy leading the team. But the first impression was that this is the guy coming to maybe support the Indian guy. I had a lot of people from different countries, but I was the guy leading the team. The CEO was not satisfied. So when I don't know those of you who work in telecoms, we needed to make some changes and basically shut the network down and bring it up again. The CEO came in the night, in the maintenance window, stood behind me just to be sure that this guy is going to be able to fix this problem. When the work was done, since then he became my friend. He extended my contract from 3 months to 2 years. That confidence is also because I've been able to fix that problem. Just imagine we had a problem and we couldn't fix it. We will double down on that same perception. Perception is built around nations, and nations are made of people. So we must be known for something. If you are going to be known for IT, we have to be very good at it. If you are not good at it, we are not going to be known. All right? So professionalism at scale requires competence, Council talked about this, ethics, accountability, and the one I like most, because our industry is the fastest moving, is continuous professional development. You have to continuously be learning new things. And standards. That is the only way we can gain the public trust. And these are the 5 pillars: professional standards, professional certification, continuous professional development. I want to stress that again. Continuous professional development, ethics, and then the last one, we need to build that professional community. And if we do that, we need to do it under a professional body. And again, I'm very biased. I recommend the Institute of ICT Professionals as your professional body for that. I thank you, and may God bless you. And I believe Ghana can get here. You can get in touch with me on LinkedIn. You can scan it and get in touch with me on LinkedIn. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. David Gow. So we are going into the panel discussion right about now. The panel discussion will look at why ICT professionalism matters in every student, professional, business, and public institution in Ghana. The case from Zambia that Mr. Gowi gave, I think, is a strategic pointer for us to start reflecting even before the panel takes the seat. And it's my duty to call on the following to take their seat. Then Isaac will moderate the session. Desmond Israel Esquire, kindly take your seat. Let's appreciate them as they take their seat. Dr. Maud Ashong Elliott. Dr. Ashong is the president of ISOT Ghana. And then Mr. David Gow, the president of Tycon Africa. Then the only Alhaj in the room, if you are one, you are not the one I'm talking about, Sharif Issa, senior manager with Deloitte and also a member of IIPGH. Thank you very much. My brother Isaac will take over and he will set the stone rolling. Thank you.
Thank you, Amma. Good afternoon, everyone. Somebody was just whispering that we should go home by, because the speakers have done justice, but we can't go because Desmond promised that he's going to elaborate more on some certification issues. So we don't have to miss that one too. We are celebrating this week, and the whole anchor of it is innovation scaling and making sure that as it scales, there's national development, there are people who need to be professional. We can't take the human being, that is the people aspect of innovation, out. This person or personality should be professional in how they are dealing with the whole ecosystem. And that is what we will try to explore during our discussions here. Now, we will first look at it in 3 thematic areas. First, we are looking at the state of ICT profession in Ghana as a nation. And because our time is fast spent, I will entreat my speakers to also be professional with our time. Then we just manage our time very well. David, I will start with you. So you are from your detention professionally. You didn't do anything wrong, but you had to be detained. But you have engaged in this ICT industry even across Africa. How would you assess the current state of ICT professionals in Ghana? What are we doing well and what are we missing? What are the big gaps to you?
Thank you very much. I think Ghana has made a lot of progress when it comes to the ICT space. It is just that it's fragmented. So we have regulations in pockets. And we need to harmonize and see how these regulations can be. For example, if I'm an investor coming to Ghana, I want a single point of contact or a one-stop shop where I come and the person gives me an overview of your ecosystem. We do have approximately 20,000 professionals in cybersecurity, 30,000 professionals in data protection. You know, you must have a database that gives any investor who wants to have access to talent this kind of information. And this harmonization is required for us to scale. Because without information, even if you're a local business person, it's difficult for you to expand. We've seen the same fragmentation across the continent. In fact, Ghana is ahead of some other countries because they don't even have the regulatory framework to even start with. We need to adopt the kind of regulation that takes care of, first, the database, understanding how your landscape works, and then begin to regulate sectors that are critical. And I want to go back to what Council presented. High risk, you need to regulate, cybersecurity and others. But there are also some spaces that should be allowed for innovators to try new things, because innovation happens before regulation, and that needs to be followed.
Okay, sure. So with your experience in the African landscape, if Ghana should learn from any other African country, which country will be that, or which area or ecosystem will be that?
The guys who detained me taught me a lot of lessons.
Okay.
And since the last 2 years, I was invited to their annual conferences, and I think they are doing a good job. It's also very heavy on regulation. I think we can adopt it, but make room for innovation.
Sure, because that has always been the issue. Strict regulation also sometimes impede
stifles
on innovation. Okay, thank you very much, David. This one. From a governance and policy, I like your passion about policy, and you are able to dissect them very well. From policy perspective, why would professionalism be considered as a national development issue? So I'm an individual, I can decide not to be professional. So if I am in the ICT world and I'm not professional, why should the nation think about it? Is it their business?
Yeah, to some extent, it's every country's business to safeguard professionals. Like I said, we went as far back as 1973 to pass Professional Bodies Act. The policy rationale there was for any community of interest that can be identified with a particular skill set that wants to be protected and identified as a unit to be able to register themselves as a professional body. So that's how come you had the accountants, that's how come you had lawyers and all that. Now, if a country perceives that policy protection, that policy position to protect people with skill, then that's enough validation in itself. Now, consider going to a country where, like my good brother here, you know, ignore the detention. Let's go to the root of it. Okay. He's not allowed to work unless he meets a certain requirement. That's a policy position. Before it became law, the thing is, how are we able to protect our own, right? I did a project with a lady in Trinidad and Tobago, and we were looking at critical information infrastructure. Now, I could only work up to providing the guidelines. I was not allowed to review any of the documents that came from the live system because it will violate the law there. It's a policy position. So I think that, yes, it's important to put professionals together. What we sometimes miss is how we regulate. Because once you regulate in a manner that makes people feel that all that is being done is to police them, there is no value back, it's not worth it. But the bottom line is we should be able to protect professional bodies. And that's a very good policy position to take.
Sure. So what would be the practical emerging risk that comes along somebody who is not a professional but is working in a critical sector? So for example, as we have discussed, there are some people who don't even have background in ICT or IT, but he calls the shot. What's the real emerging risk we face from that, even as a nation?
Right. So imagine somebody goes into what you have designated as critical information infrastructure. Yeah. So for instance, he's in energy. Mm-hmm. He has no professional connection, no professional ethics, no professional liability. Let's be limited to cybersecurity. He gets access to all the information that gets the core of these energy platforms to work. I don't know if any of you have really been to those environments. It takes like one computer to get the dam off.
Sure.
You know, and then he has access to these things. There's no control, there are no regulations. Nothing really brings him home. And when I say that, I mean nothing brings him to book, apart from maybe following criminal procedure or something like that. So you don't put such people in such environments. Look, let me take you to the US again. My favorite place, because at least I've stayed in that environment for a while. What happened to Snowden, Edward Snowden, is what caused the turnaround in US security policy in terms of who can access what. Now, security classification existed in the US, don't get me wrong. But the Snowden effect was to the extent that now you need to have certain clearances to be able to access what you need to access. And it was not just about technology. You are a supply chain guy. You are the one who serves food. You can't serve food to a particular zone if it is declared or demarcated as the related security zone, right? Because they have different security clearance. There's public trust, high security, and all that. So depending on where you fall, you can work. So I might be the best security person in the US, and I don't have security clearance to enter critical zones. You can't
wouldn't
work
be
there.
allowed to.
Exactly. So that's a very good example to support the point I'm trying to make.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Maud, you help people without internet to get internet, and you're advocating every day. Why should we be concerned about professionalism? And sometimes when we say professionalism, our mind goes back to what certificate, what qualification do I need? But from you, when we say professionalism, what does it mean?
All right. Thank you very much. I wear many hats.
Yes.
Here I'm the president of Internet Society Ghana chapter. But it's important to know that I'm also an academic.
Yeah.
So I'm a teacher.
Sure.
So when I do my deliberations, I normally want you to understand. So I just wanted you to know how I go about.
So
how
the
I
teacher
do
is
it.
ready. Let us wait.
Okay. This is a very important discussion we are having. As somebody who has taught for over 2 decades, we realize that in the space, all we do most of the time is to make sure that the people we churn out will become better off than we are. But our discussion today is based on looking at it not just from knowledge acquisition or the implementation of these skills that we have given out, but making sure that we look at competence, making sure that even after the technical competence, are we ethical enough in the application of these skills? And also making sure that we are accountable, especially when we are dealing with the public. So I see a professional to be somebody who is encompassed with technical competence, is ethically upright, and is ready to be accountable to the public. Okay. That is a professional.
Sure. So in that context, why should an ordinary citizen be concerned if a professional is unethical or is working anyhow? What's the impact it gets on the citizen? I'm saying citizen because you are fighting for every citizen to get access to internet. Yes. As they get access to internet, how does a professional's misconduct or unethical operations affect them in the ICT world?
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's go back to the recent discussion on our health data. Weren't you scared? You know, getting to understand that, oh, your data is sitting, or the access to your health data is with somebody, you know, I mean, when we began that discussion, that was it, that is with somebody outside our scope. That is why we should be interested in this discussion.
Especially when you don't know exactly the training, like as David was saying, that when you go to the hospital, you are sure that there's a system that puts the doctor there. There may be some mishap, but this one, your data gets into a hand you don't even have any idea about.
So with this example, I'm sure we are all fine.
Yeah.
Knowing that it's important to make sure that we have trust. You know, in the digital space, trust is huge. And before people would even trust your system, look at how we all do the mobile money. We believe that, oh, when we put this code in, we are going to get our money. Trust is what pushed for the acceptance and adoption of these digital platforms.
Sure.
So as citizens, we should be interested in making sure that the space we work in, the people that would manage our platforms, the people that will make sure that, you know, the bodies or the human resource we are dealing with are competent. And I'm reiterating, though we are dealing with technical competency, the ethical part is important. It's not about only the techniques. We all did, I remember in school when we all did hacking, and then we had to do sniffing, and then we had to do, I did a computer science first degree, and we had to do all of that. And growing, because of continuous, you know, education, the programming we did those days, almost 30 years ago, that's not what we're doing now.
Yes.
But I'm up to date with programming languages. So that tells you that it's important that even as citizens, we should be interested who is handling what. Therefore, if this person is a professional, he should be competent, very current, be ethical, and also accountable.
Okay.
Accountability, public accountability is important.
Sure.
If we don't have such people, we should not call them
And if I get a
professionals.
sense of what you are saying, being professional, the push for professionalism is in the interest of even the citizen.
Yes.
Because you would be sure that you have people who are well trained, who are ethical handling your data. Thank you very much. Is it true that you are the only allergy here? Okay, but for this conversation, you come from Deloitte, you are in a senior management position, and you would have opportunity to employ others or get people under you to work. Why do you think that professionalism is so important to employers and organizations, and how they help in their performance, their risk, and all those aspects? How does it play out for employers?
Okay, thank you, Isaac, for this. So I want to touch on three, let me call it values of professionalism. The first, I would say, it ensures quality, deliverables, and experience. So it's not only the output, I'm speaking purely from the consultant point of view. It's not the output you are giving to the client, but the experience that the client is having for consuming that service or output from you. So that's the first thing I will mention. Then the second bit will be, I would say it reduces risk. Once you are professional, you do the work, let me use the tree word, jeje or pepe, let me use that term, and you are able to prevent issues of risk, whether reputational, cyber, regulatory, etc. If you are professional, there are things you're not going to get yourself involved to put your business or your organization in bad shape. And the third one I'll mention will say it improves stakeholders' trust in you. People will tell you, oh, I want this person to do the job for me because I know this person is professional. In fact, I wanted to look at my bag, but there's a wall here. I just want to give you a vivid example, but I'm careful of the example I'm using. Okay, so I just want to bring this home. So my company, I'm working for, operates in different countries, let me put it this way. And a client, Ghana and country B, let me put it this way. So there's a client in country B who needs a job to be done for them, let me put it this way. But the client is saying, I need this person in country A to come and do that job. Whilst there are other technically savvy guys in the country B who can do the job. But the client is saying, because of the experience I've had with this person in country A, I want this person to come and do this job for me. So it's kind of build that trust and takes things forward.
So you mean it moves beyond the technical skills for something experiential the user or the person you are doing the work for is expecting. So then let me just quickly ask you, what are employers looking for beyond the technicals? Because there was a scenario here that you have finished the pen test, put the report down to become a war. You are not able to do a proper report. Meanwhile, you have done the job. So what do they look beyond the technical skills?
Okay, thank you. So let me take it from where you ended. First, that you can be technically good, but the point is beyond that, one, presentation skills. You need to be able to project, communicate whatever you've worked on. Communication or presentation is key. Then writing, I think my colleague who is Leonard.
Yes. Not your.
No, you guided me on that. Yeah. My colleague who is Leonard mentioned the technical bit of writing. IT, InfoSec, writing, reporting. And as he really mentioned, within the banking space or financial space, and the first stage of the process for you to qualify is to write exam.
Okay.
Now, these two candidates, one passed, the other didn't pass. Now, the one who passed qualifies to be hired.
Okay.
But because of the person's human relation skills, I couldn't push this guy. And I found my way, let me use this term. Please, this is off record.
Yeah.
I found my way to hire the person who failed the exam.
Okay.
Because when it comes to human relation, that person was far better than
So
the
there are a lot
other.
of things that goes beyond
Exactly
the technical
that,
aspect.
exactly.
Okay. So Desmond, I'm coming back to you again. If I'm a student here listening to this conversation, how do I start my journey to be professional in the ICT industry today?
I like a bingo question. Okay, so the road to professionalism will take some time, but it's good to start.
Sure.
So from where we sit as professionals, we always talk about entry roles or entry level. For a student, you have to cap yourself around the entry level. Depending on which side of IT you want to get into, you need to build your academic skills. And I'll tell you why. Because there are a lot of people who believe that all they need is to know how to get the thing done. Please, in the real world, HR doesn't work like that. I'm so sorry to tell you that truth, especially if you are a student. Don't just think about your coding skills. That's not how it works. You see, my friend Alaji here had to drop somebody for human skills and go for somebody else who didn't pass the technical exam. That's exactly what it is. There are a lot of metrics by which you are judged before you are brought in. So get the academia done. If you're doing your BSc IT, BSc cybersecurity, I've seen BSc emerging technology and management, BSc management with computing. Whatever it is that you're doing, get it done. And those of you taking courses that are not direct IT. So for instance, in my first degree, I had to do economics and marketing and human resource. And I had colleagues in class who thought this was a waste of their time because we were going to school when we were already building systems. So what is this about? Fast forward. My understanding of economics, marketing, human resource is part of the reason why I find myself where I am.
Sure.
But it was a first degree study. So for a student, you don't have a choice to be selective. No, you don't. And I'm telling you as somebody who's been through that same path, you have to take every single component of the course outline serious. We had people come to the law school they want to come for their first degree in law, but they are coming in as mature students. They were asked questions on their transcript, courses on their transcript, and it was so embarrassing. Some of them knew nothing about those courses on their own transcript. So I'm just saying that as you build that career in, things that you have studied will become relevant. You need to stick with them. Get off that habit of, teacher, you would find yourself in that Google data center one day, and your calculus is needed to solve issues. Yes.
Sure.
And you might be the one to churn it out such that it gives you leverage over the next guy. For technology, the competition is global. So you need to look at it from that perspective.
Sure.
Your certifications are also important. Okay? Look at CompTIA. Look at ISACA. These are all bodies that pull out certifications. Look at EC Council. Look at Cisco. Look at Microsoft. Juniper, all these names. Now, what happens is this. Pay attention to the way they've structured their certifications. They come from entry all the way to the top, okay?
Sure.
So you can take your CompTIA A+, CompTIA Security Plus. If you are skilled enough to jump all the way to a CISSP because you know your security already and you have some experience, but so be it. But then, to burst your bubble, nobody's going to give you a CISSP certification, even if you pass the exam. Because you need 5 years experience in the market.
Sure.
And somebody who is holding it must recommend you. So yes, you pass the exam, but you become a candidate. You don't get it. So I'm giving you these pointers so you know that there's a path you need to follow to build it up from there. For those who are interested in cloud, AWS, Google, they are offering a lot of content out there. AWS is actually giving full-level certifications for cloud engineers. You can pay attention to that as well. In a nutshell, get the academia done if you're there already, build a skill as you go on, get a certification. By the time you're done with your 4 years, I can tell you, you'll be in a better place to be hired than the guy who just thought that, let me just go through school.
Sure.
Don't just go through school. Build your career right from academia. Is that important?
Sure.
Thank you.
Very much. You went far for somebody not knowing some of the courses on the transcripts. I was invigilating some students, and as they were entering the room, the other guy was asking, which paper are we going to write? So that is the reality now. So it's a serious, okay, I'll come to Maud. And you had a top-up, but you are from the academia. So how are we also bridging the gap for academia to collaborate with professional bodies like IIPGH and others to produce graduates who are really getting some professional taste before they are out? Yeah.
Before I answer my question,
Sure.
I also wanted to share a lived experience. I did computer science first degree. While doing that, I was doing, at KNUST, you could borrow other courses up to 21 credits. Every semester I did 21 credits. Every semester. So I'll borrow economics, I'll borrow accounting, I'll borrow French, because I needed all these on my transcript. I did sports sometime to top up. I did all of that. That was one. After my first degree, as a programmer, I realized then all we were doing was trying to develop business solutions. So quickly I enrolled myself on an MBA. For me to understand the business functions properly. You see? So I'm just to let you know that nothing should stop you when it comes to knowledge acquisition and where you want to go. Then I decided, okay, I'm going to stay in academia. I did an MPhil and then a PhD. But and every year, I'm not even talking about those days. First degree, those who are my students know it. Every semester, as a prerequisite to the course that I'm going to teach you, you must take a course online in that topic.
Do you want to be in her class?
My students don't like me. But after my class, they acquire skills. So go online, Coursera, Udemy, listen, get that certification as a prerequisite before you can even register for my course for the next semester. And by the time they come, they are even more knowledgeable in the area. So it's not about teaching now. It makes your work easier. You see, so it's not about the teaching. Now we are engaging and we are rather producing products. At the end of, though we say the semester is just 3 months, we are able to produce serious applications. So, but what do you get? You would have gotten an international certification. And then you also pass my exams with an A. And that is very important. Don't stop yourself. Another thing, whilst answering what you
can blend it quickly for us.
It's important that every semester, at the end of every semester, put yourself on an attachment. I've observed that most of you will rush home and be playing video games and be wasting your wonderful years. That is not enough. And then you come back to school with nothing. Even if you have to go and most of you will be complaining, when I go for attachment, I'm told to go and buy something and come. Life in itself is about service. You could be sent for 3 weeks. Within 1 week, you would have learned more than what you would have learned for even a year. Because sometimes you need to build trust first before you show few company secrets. That's something you should note. Every semester. So note this. Year 1, semester 1, you do an attachment here. Semester 2. So by semester 4 times 2, semester 8. You could put that on your CV. You have worked at 8 different companies. Have you thought about that? Yeah. That is how we build it. By the time I finished school, I had to sit and say, I'm tired. I have about 4 companies, and yet my classmates, we are not getting places to work. Yet I have invitation for 4 companies. So it's all about that. Now, this is what must be done. Academia must interact with industry, and then we need to also find ways of getting some form of standardization that will help everybody toe the right path. Industry is always complaining, oh, the universities are not churning out the right products for us. And the universities are also saying, industry is not telling us the exact thing they need. Please, this is the time. Sometimes we need like a referee who is in the space, who knows exactly what is happening, especially globally. That's why when we're dealing with professionalism and standardization, it's not only about localization. We are looking at global.
Sure.
What is happening? Where are we going to? And then we do some form of forecasting. In the next 10 years, where are we going to be? You know, what kind of skill sets should we build to handle even the normal, assuming we are even dealing with government, what kind of human resource are we building to make sure that the country is run properly? So knowing this, it's important that
Sure.
all these bodies, this triage, when I looked at your presentation, I have been looking at industry, the professional bodies, and academia. The regulators are also important.
Yeah.
They are extremely important. But one funny question my community asked me to come and ask all of us. If everybody, you know, when we talk of professionalism and all this, the first question most people are interviewed was that, are we going to form another body that will now start charging us? Or
for
we are
yearly
going
renewals
to,
and other things.
or we're going to get a body that would consolidate, that would put everybody under one umbrella, where we know that, yes, not just about regulators, everybody being working in silos somewhere, but this body also making sure the regulators are professionals. So these are also
Sure.
food for thought for all of us to think through.
Thank you very much. David, under 1 minute, so the whole theme is about scaling innovation. Why do you think professionalism is needed in this aspect of scaling? What does the nation benefit if professionals in ICT are supposed to be organized well and they are well managed?
Ghana is not an island. We are not an island.
Yes.
My work, I interact with a lot of people from different countries. Kenya, Rwanda, Egypt, South Africa. There are so many other countries that are competing for the same global resource. Talent is what is required, but we have to strive to be known for something. Because when I have conversations with organizations that want to set up, they want to know, what are we known for? Do you know? Do you know what we are known for? Because we must develop a critical mass of talent, even if in IT. That is where we can actually say professionals in the IT space are able to scale. Because I was listening to one audio conversation where the CEO of Apple says that we set up in China not because of because it's China. It's because we can find the same type of talent about 100,000 people, a full stadium of people of same type of talent. Now, we are a small country. What can we do to be known for something, particularly in IT? Is it AI? Is it fintech?
Okay.
But we need to develop that critical mass. That critical mass of talent is what is going to help us to scale and attract investment. It's very important to attract investment so that the profession can grow, the profession can develop. I see a lot of people in the IT space that are very cold to things like, professionalism, being part of the ecosystem. But these things are very important for us to grow.
Sure.
And I think that I want to encourage everybody to really take up these things very seriously, and let's develop that critical mass. And to more, I think we need to push the regulator, NITA, to be that umbrella body that ensures that all professionals, irrespective of the domain of ICT, are registered under one.
And also be deliberate about the talents we are churning out as a country.
We need to be deliberate about it. And you can only do that when you first harness the entire database of people you have in your ecosystem, segment them into the various categories, and then give some kind of guidance to where talent needs to be developed.
Sure. Thank you very much. Alaji, you work with standards, and you're always checking whether people are, are compliant or not. So, also under 1 minute, how does standards, ethics, and all these things help us to be professional and in the ecosystem, the whole digital ecosystem? Why are standards important?
Okay, so, I'm just looking at these 3 in 1: standard, ethics, and accountability.
Accountability,
right?
yes.
So I call it C. The C is big. And, the first thing I will mention is it reduces procurement corruption, let me call it. Experience with technology is not only about the feel of it, but the issues or the environment also, plays part in there. And if you are ethical, obviously, you wouldn't get yourself in procurement corruption, let me call it. And this corruption, they don't happen at the blind side of the technocrat, no. Obvious, we know this. Obviously, there's a technical person in there. But if that person is ethical enough, corruption will be reduced. Then the second bit I'll touch on is basically building functional and interoperable system.
Okay.
It's not just, if you follow standards, you build a system which is really functional and can be benchmarked against any other system or HPS across the globe. And in the same way, if you follow standards, you'll be able to build a system that can speak to other systems, whether hard or soft, and it makes life easier, and it removes the waste of money into, procuring solutions that may not be helpful for you.
Okay, so thank you very much. Because of our time, we will take 3 questions. 3 questions. Ushers, please help us with a mic. 3 questions. Then we'll have final words from our panelists. Then we should be fine. We have a hand up there. Can we get a microphone? There's a hand there. Ushers, please help us. Yeah, so the lady there was another hand here, 2, then 3. Sorry. We'll come back later. Sorry. Okay, please go ahead.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Annabelle, and I'm from PSA IT Solutions. So our senior Alhaji and our lawyer spoke about academics and then human relations. But I have a question about, skills. First off, some people, they might only end at the degree level. They don't want to go to master's, PhD, or any other one. My question is, what if you've ended on the first degree level, and then you have the skills, you have all the professional level that, organizations want, yet you are not hired for that, and you keep on trying, to the point where some people, their levels are even more than the people who even went to the PhD level. My question is, how do you go about that? And
so you mentioned Alhaji. Okay, so lecturer, doctor will deal with that for you. Okay. So we'll come back. No, wait. Yeah. Okay. You are there. Okay, so let's take that one. Let's take it. Then you'll be the last one. Yeah.
The professional ICT group that we heard you talk about what is the criteria that needs to be reached if you want to be? Currently, I'm a student of the GCTU, pursuing fintech. I do business. I do buying and selling, home use goods. If I join, what are the advantages that I can enjoy per
Okay, so
contract?
David, you will take that one. Then the last person.
Thank you. My name is Elisha. Thank you for the presentations that were done. My question is just very basic. I know we are sort of whipping, indirectly, excuse my word, whipping IT guys and trying to make people professional and do something more ethical so that we can be recognized out there. But we are not just working for ourselves, we are working for somebody's. If I say somebody, like organizations, and how, my big people over there, so how are we trying to ensure this standardization, uniformity, the ethical use of policies that will bring these bodies, these leaders who are CEOs and bosses, who would help guide us to do things that will also be recognizing the good things we are doing. My question is that, how are we also bringing these bosses, the bosses alongside, so that they can also help shape the professionals or these people who are coming up with the skills to run business that Ghana will also be recognized.
So how do we carry the boardroom along?
Exactly.
For them to also understand that you need to get a professional person other than anybody at all.
Exactly. Okay. So because they would once they understand, if the blind gets it wrong, the leader gets it wrong, he's going to also follow through. So what I mean is that, like you just said, if the boss gets it right and understand what is also happening in the ecosystem, the technological system, he can also say, okay, hey, don't do this, we don't like this. Some form of report and other things will be also aligned. Sure. Yeah, so that
for
is
example,
what I want
you suggest to your boss that I want to join this professional association. Oh, so it even demotivates people. Maud, let's go. Yeah.
All right, thank you. One thing we should notice that this world is not a world where you should work in isolation. You should learn first. You should learn to help others. That is where it starts. Do you know that a lot of jobs, if you want, people do applications, but the people who are hired are people recommend to us. Do you get it? So it means that you should have had some form of relationship with people for them to recommend you. You as an individual. Currently, what I have seen with the young men and women, though I'm not old, is this. They don't want to do things pro bono. And that is what is making you lose a lot of opportunities.
That may be a legal term, but what do you mean by pro bono for the student?
Doing things for free.
Volunteer.
Volunteer your services. Help. In doing that, you are building relationship, you are building skills. Note that every industry and their culture. So whilst doing that, you get to understand what is happening in that particular industry or their ecosystem, and gives you added knowledge.
Sure.
It is in helping others, volunteering your time, your resources. That is when somebody will recommend you one day, and you get that job.
So quickly add your last words, what you have finally for them. Then I'll go to David, I'll come to Desmond, then Sheriff.
Everybody should join Internet Society. Internet Society, our interest is about the user of the internet. All of us here, we are on the internet. Why would you not be interested in engaging about what is going on in that ecosystem? So to join us, you sign up with www.internetsociety.org and then join the Ghana chapter, and we'll add you on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, David.
Thank you very much. So for you to join the Institute of ICT Professionals Ghana, they are a professional body, so you have to go online, no paperwork.
Yes.
You complete an application form, you upload your CV. Then based on the domain, there are experts in that domain that will review your CV. If there are some questions, they'll write back to you. and if they are satisfied, then you will receive notification. Then you have to go through another process of making your payments, your first payment as annual subscription. Annual subscription is, I think it's 500 cedis. Then you will receive another.
For his context as a student, we also have student membership.
Yeah, student membership,
So,
I think it's 100 cedis.
Yeah, 100, yeah, 100.
Yes, so you go through that process and then you receive everything. Everything is automated, so you go through the process, you receive notification, and after that you make payment to receive another notification. Then you get a membership ID. So when you get a membership ID, you now be able to join our platform. You participate in events like this. For example, this event, we inform our members. A number of them are here. Some people are also joining online. But most importantly, you should belong to a community of professionals because you need that continuous professional development. We organize a lot of webinars, trainings, workshops for our members. That helps you to develop your career and even sometimes move into a new domain based on your interests. So that's something that we should, that helps. But one thing I think is important is that professionals help shape ecosystem. We've been working closely with NITA. A few months ago, there were a lot of conversation about regulating professionals and all that. We work closely with NITA so that we can provide input so that the information that comes out eventually will be to the benefit of professionals. Thank you.
Your last word?
My last word, again, is that let us as professionals, look, we can't blame the IT professionals. If you look at the other professions, since that enactment in 1973, we've had professional bodies for many, many years with us. IT and ICT-related programs started coming up like 20, 30 years ago, where we liberalized our space. It is not to say that we shouldn't move faster, but we shouldn't beat ourselves so hard. We need to pick up the pieces. We need to get recognized by being available, participating in engagement like this. Look at this room. We should get this room filled with ICT professionals when we have ICT week. We should engage and be known. This is what I want to tell the ecosystem. Sure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So this one, you would touch on the boardroom matter and give us your last words.
Right, okay. So you see, one thing you should know is some employers will always like the low ends. They don't like you to come from a unionized environment. So that in itself can make an employer not want to connect to a professional body. It's the truth. The other aspect of it is when you have a stronger regulatory environment, employers fall in line. And I'll give you an example. Employers are recruiting the right skill for the banking sector. Why? The regulator is not going to allow you to bring any and everybody there. The certifications are even spelled out in the directives. So once it is clear, the boardroom accepts that. Then it trickles down to operations. HR knows what the board is looking for because of regulatory compliance and all that. And so they toe the line. The people they bring in must meet that threshold. So that's the two extreme ends that you can look at it. The middle ground is what we are doing here. Bringing ourselves out there and having these conversations. I have never missed a single opportunity to speak for IIPGH. I haven't. And it's for the same reason that if you get the community of interest to discuss the issues, you should show up. Otherwise, you can't complain.
Sure.
And that's my final word.
Thank you. Thank you. Alaji. So, yes, your last words.
Okay, so maybe I just want to add to Desmond's submission on the board conversation. I would say, creating awareness or conscientization is very key. I remember I was handling a training for board of a financial institution. This was about 5 years ago, if I'm not mistaken. And during the session, a board member said, hey, then I have to go and approve this thing. Oh. So it means there were things on his table to approve for security or IT. And because he wasn't conscious of the implications of that, and obviously maybe we not being able to communicate to them, it is within that moment that you realize there are huge implications for not approving, providing necessary approval. Now back to the wrapping up. So what I would say is professionalism is not only about getting the job done, but how you get it done. The experience you live around getting the job done. And I would say it is the key differentiator between you and your peers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let us give them some applause for doing justice to all our questions here. We are done, but I just want to remind you that we have Mobex Africa, who is also a partner with IIPGH. They bring policymakers, innovators, startups, and investors to drive collaboration. If you see any IIPGH executive, they will help you to link up with Mobex, and we'll work together in that sense. If you're a small business here, you need to contact somebody to help you collaborate very well. They are a good contact to go to. We want to appreciate your time and your knowledge you have shared here, and may God bless you. Thank you. Thank you very much. We'll have our lunch. Kafu, I hope so. It's supposed to be, they drag the time, so we would have, Kelly, if you can direct us on that. But, are we taking a photo? So okay. So, thank you very much. We are doing a lunch for 30 minutes. So please, we should be here at 3:35. We should be seated for the next sessions. Thank you.
Mod Eshong or Miss Mod Eshong, yes, or Doctor. Okay, Doctor Mod Eshong. That's what I can remember. Oh, sorry for that.
Only mention one. Okay, I'll think about it. Are you ready to give me an answer? Yes, specifically the previous session. 3 panelists. Did you get Apple? Did you get Apple? I can smell Apple written somewhere here. It's sniffing. She's disqualified. Somebody has come to save, to do what actually? To prevent you from getting that. 3 panelists. The host.
Okay. So the one I remember is, my name is Fauzan. The names I remember is Sedesmon, Alaji Sharif, and Eshon. Yeah.
So let's give him a round of applause. I'm going to give you a book for answering that. Don't worry, the next question will come. So he has answered, and actually today and tomorrow we'll be doing more giveaways. So I need more of you to be more attentive and sharp, stay sharp. So maybe after the other discussions, I'll come again with you see, this is my Christmas bag. Oh. Please, nobody should go and steal it. So that's what we'll be doing. Okay, give me a minute. All right, so you're all welcome back from the lunch break. I'm sure you had a good meal, right? How was lunch? Somebody has given me a thumbs up. Who else? Who else? How was lunch? Someone said lunch was. How was lunch? Somebody has done this. Somebody has done this. So this, and this. There's another one. This is happening. What else? Okay. So I'm going to introduce, or I'm just going to, let's transition into the next session. But please, I just want to let you know that we are also present online. And those of you who are on social media who made it here, you can post on your LinkedIn, you can post on your X, you can also post on TikTok, you can post on Facebook and Instagram, and using the hashtag National ICT Week 2026, and let others know what is happening here. This is day 3. Tomorrow is going to be an interesting one, trust me. And tomorrow there'll be more giveaways. So those who like to sit at the back and fail to come in front when you're asked to come and sit in front, you might miss that. Somebody was sitting in front and he got a book. Someone answered my question. He also got a book. Tomorrow, there's going to be more than books. So come prepared, stay sharp, be attentive, and let's have fun tomorrow. So quickly, we are going to move on to somehow the last session for the day, and these are case studies and knowledge sharing. So I'm going to quickly invite Alhaji Sharif Isa from Deloitte to come and tell us or do a case study on impacts of the CSA Industry Forum. With a huge round of applause, let's welcome him as he comes up stage. Can we please have the presentation up?
Hello. Good afternoon, team. For the conversation we're going to have here, I think this. Okay. So for the conversation we're going to have here is basically look at the impact of the cybersecurity industry forum. Let me mention it properly. Ghana Cybersecurity Industry Forum, and the impact conversation. It's not looking at it from the past, but what we are looking for in the future. You know, the forum is pretty young, so of course we've made some inroads, but it will take time. So let's look at it from that angle. Okay, so we're going to look at what the Ghana Cybersecurity Industry Forum is, then look at our vision, mission, then mandates as a body, then we'll look at what the facilitator body is, we'll look at who can join the forum, then we'll look at membership requirements, then also do value proposition, more or less what you gain when you join the forum. Then we'll look at the impacts or the areas that the forum seeks to impact more. So the Cybersecurity Industry Forum is a creature of law. So the Cybersecurity Act, Section 81, subsection 1, creates the forum, let me call it. And the forum is basically a platform where cybersecurity professionals and also the industry at large, of course, including organizations, come together to have conversation relevant to cybersecurity and also improve the cybersecurity sector. So the mission of the forum is to operationalize Ghana cyber resilience through structured collaboration, industry leadership, professional excellence, and ethical practice. And the vision is to be a globally trusted, secure, and resilient digital Ghana supported by a coordinated and world-class cybersecurity industry. So these are the mandates of the GCIF, or the forum we call it. So one is to engage in regulatory discussions. So the forum is supposed to, support regulators when it comes, especially when it comes to cybersecurity regulations. They have a role to play in there to contribute to that. Then also share information or intelligence, we can call it, when it comes to cybersecurity. Also supporting professional development through varied means. Then also represents the industry when it's required, and also supports the cybersecurity authority when it comes to incident management or incident response. Then also help enhance Ghana's position when it comes to cyber security across the globe. Now, section 81.2, 81.2, of the Cybersecurity Act spells out the entity or the body that is supposed to be responsible for managing the affairs or running the Cybersecurity Industry Forum. So based on this mandate, the Cybersecurity Authority set out what we call the facilitator body or the facilitator, which is made up of 11 individuals. These are professionals within the cybersecurity space. So these individuals are responsible for running the affairs of the forum. So you can see Ms. Olanka, she works with Ericsson. Joy Ayube is CISO for Telecel. Blessing Oben is CISO for STL. Audrey is CISO for Ghana Association of Banks. Roger Akron is CISO for ECG. Prince Edu works with Ericsson. is CISO for Zenith Bank. Then CK Bruce is the CEO of Innovari. Then Dr. Mohamed Suraj is lecturer at Academic City. And Dr. Kicha is also Director of IT for University of Sustainable Development, then my own self. So who can join the forum? There are 4 groups of individuals or entities, you can call them. One is basically, professionals like us. And with this, we're looking at individuals who have been accredited by the Cybersecurity Authority. So you can only be a member, apart from being a student, apart from being a student, you can only be a member as an individual only when you've been accredited by the Cybersecurity Authority. Then organizational memberships too. We are looking at entities who have been accredited by Cybersecurity Authority, i.e. licensed cybersecurity service providers or accredited cybersecurity establishment. So that's where the entity or the organizational bit is. Then with students, we're looking at students who are pursuing IT or information security or related courses. And because we are, the forum is keen on, mentorship, developing that space, we give that room for students. Then we have honorary members. So honorary members, these are basically individuals who have, demonstrated key contribution to cybersecurity. So for honorary membership, you don't apply, it's conferred on you. So basically, that is it. But apart from this, these are membership, but we also have partnership and let me call them sponsors. And this can be individuals or organization. Now, I think I've kind of touched on the requirements for belonging to any of this, so I wouldn't want to repeat that. The only thing that's cut across is to abide by the forum's constitution and industry code of practice. Basically, that is it. Then the value proposition, we're basically looking at the benefits you gain in joining the forum and looking at it from the individual point of view, not to bore you with too much words. Basically, from the individual point of view, we are looking at giving you the opportunity to, connect with other industry players. We are looking at mentorship in that regard. We're looking at capacity building. We're also looking at award scheme to honor individuals. The same goes to the organizational membership. And with organizational membership, what is really key about it is that we also help these organizational membership or members to get a pool of cybersecurity professionals that they can, tap into. The profession or professionals are scarce when it comes to cybersecurity, not only in Ghana, across the globe. So it's a pool that organizations can tap into. And as you can see from the last but one bullet under that, as part of the operations of the forum, we do exercising or testing or simulations, you can call it. So organizations can also tap into that. Then when it comes to students, mentorship is very key. Then you also have the platform to support you with your research works, etc. You also, we build your capacity as well, and you get access to learning resources. For honorary members, basically it's more of brand effect or brand enhancement, I will call it. Now, wrapping up on the main cause of this conversation. So the forum has done, as I indicated, it's pretty young. The forum was constituted December 11, 2025, barely a year old. And we've not done much, but where we want to focus, what we want to make impact, let me call it, these 5 areas. One is to improve cybersecurity knowledge of the public. If you want to ensure utmost or adequate cyber protection, then education is very, very key. So we'll be supporting the Cybersecurity Authority and all relevant stakeholders to create that awareness, but knowledge of the general public when it comes to cybersecurity or information security. Then 2, to develop cybersecurity workforce, very, very important. From mentorship to capacity building to, okay, I timed myself, so you're telling me I've done 10 minutes, so I think I've done well. I'll be doing less than the 20 minutes. Okay, so as I was saying, developing cybersecurity workforce is very, very important. As I mentioned earlier, if you look at it globally, there's shortage of cybersecurity professionals. Even locally, the story is not different. And that's an area we want to really do a lot of things in there. And maybe I want to say this off record. I'm still live, eh? Okay. Okay, so this is an unofficial communication. So as it stands now, we are engaging one of the non-governmental agencies to build capacity of fresh graduates. That's something that's coming up very soon. So these are areas we are very, very interested in. Then 3, also contribute to policy development, yes, to ensure that when it comes to regulations, when it comes to legislations, when it comes to policy standards, we play critical role and pivotal role in there, because we are to help serve the interest of the industry, let me call it. Okay, then the other one is advocacy for professionals. Yes, we are supposed to speak for the professionals. We are supposed to act in the interest of professionals. And it's not everything that individually you'll be able to do that, but with the body, it's one of the areas, key areas we want to make impact in. And when it comes to advocacy, it's not always about noise. There are things that are also done behind the scenes, and I can mention that there are a few things that the forum has done behind the scenes, which is of very good interest to the professionals, I should mention. Then 5 is to support national cyber resilience. If you look at all these 4 things, they dovetail into building resilience, aside other specific actions or initiatives that the forum would have to undertake. So that's what I want to mention. So I want to thank you very much for your time. For the audience, if you want to join the forum, please, you can just scan the QR code, then please apply. Students, it's easier, but if you are a professional, you need to be accredited by the Cybersecurity Authority, as I indicated, then please feel free to join us. Thank you very much for your audience.
Let's do better for Alhaji Sharif. Thank you very much. So I have a question before the next person comes. Yeah, you've taken it off, okay. I want somebody to, the last slide, he gave the impact, okay? He mentioned 5 things, right? I want somebody to mention just one for me. Okay, I saw your hand. So let me see. Advocacy for professionals. Let's give him a round of applause. So I have something to give to you. Okay, let me just invite the next person. All right, so thank you. Thank you, Alhaji, for your presentation. And the next case study is building inclusivity for professionals. This is going to be done by Gifty Mote, the Director of Administration, IIPGH, and Mausi Nyavo Dusi, Digital Innovations Project Manager at Consolidated Bank Ghana. Please, with a huge round of applause, let's welcome both of them as they come forward. Those who are not clapping, I'm watching you. I'm watching you. Keep clapping until they get here, please. Thank you very much.
Over the period, we have been engaged in coding activities, trying to help young ones to understand digital skills from the basis of computer programming, to be able to address the issues of digital transformation in Ghana and beyond. And we started this with young ones, and we believe that it is okay and important to involve all, hence the idea of inclusivity. Already, yes, we have a focus on female girl child, But then we want to extend this to the people with disability to also get them involved in this digital transformation agenda.
Indiva is very dear to my heart as my firstborn and born with some physical disabilities.
The first time I saw her, it was something else. It was a shock. I actually wanted to cry, but I couldn't cry because I didn't know what was happening. But as time goes on, my husband came in, my family came in, and it wasn't easy for everyone, but in a short time, we all accepted her, and her growing up was fun.
Yanis was born 15 years ago, and then when he started his school, preschool, and he realized that Yanis had a need, a special need, and that was a hearing loss. And so they recommended that we should give him an hearing aid to aid him in his hearing. And so that also affected his speech because he couldn't pronounce the words very well.
I've seen her pass through a whole lot of things in this life. And then I also noticed that she's more of an extrovert. She likes making friends. She likes being seen. And I believe that is the way to go.
When he grew up, when he realized there were no people wearing such a gadget, then he tried to draw himself. And then whenever he's going to school and you put him the hearing aid, they will just remove it. And so Yanis getting into society or getting into school.
Hello. Hello, good afternoon. We really like the audience because whatever we are coming to talk about actually impacts the audience we have. How many people are without smartphone here? Hey, are you sure? I think we all have smartphones, but I'm curious what we've been using the smartphones for. And I know not just the gentlemen, because I know the ladies too are streaming seriously now and they have machines. So aside all those things, what are we learning with the devices that we have? That's a question that we'll be answering soon. So IIPGH, that's Institute of ICT Professionals. We've heard a lot from 1 o'clock, and I'm sure we know how it came about. So a number of professionals. Okay, a number of professionals identified the problem. Instead of complaining, they decided to form this body because they noticed that there was a gap. Corporate Ghana was complaining a lot about the students that were being channeled. Aside that, there was no standard governing the ICT ecosystem in Ghana. So they took the pain 9 years ago. Next year, March, will be 10 years, and formed this body. Anyway, so for the purpose of this presentation, we will be brief. We are going to focus on women, the gentlemen. You are not left out because the institute covers everybody. But we are going to focus on inclusivity concerning women and persons with disabilities, that's PWDs. How are they adopted into the ecosystem when it comes to corporate Ghana or in the professional bodies in the country, so that they are not just represented, but they actually move through the roles in the organizations. And our mandate concerning this particular topic is to expand access to practical ICT education. I know we have a lot of students from GCTU here. You are doing a lot of theory, you do practical, but I know there are limitations. There are boundaries to what you can learn when it comes to practice. So we are, as an institute, we are big on expanding access. And representation, I already mentioned that it's not only about fulfilling all righteousness that a number of female or people with disabilities should be represented. But actually, we are trying to bridge the digital and professional inclusion gap. And then also, we create opportunities across Ghana's digital ecosystem. So we'll look at some barriers briefly. First, discrimination, stigma, and stereotypes. When it comes to women, we face it every day. There is a natural phenomenon that will make us unavailable along our life. That's maternity leave, when you have babies. So sometimes there's this stereotype that this lady, when you give her the opportunity, the business needs to move on, and there will be that gap. There's a time that she wouldn't be around. Another thing is about students in general. We don't have time to train. You come for national service, when you finish, we cannot maintain you because it's a lot of time injected into training. So those are some of the things. Unequal access to education, we already know, but that gap is being bridged. Inaccessible workplaces, people with disabilities, mobility challenges. I'm even looking around here, how easily can somebody who has mobility challenge enter this hall to even take part in this program? And then we also identify another barrier, limited career advancement, especially into leadership roles. Usually, when it comes to ICT professional, people think that you don't have a space in the boardroom. So when they are taking their decisions, you may not even rise to that side. It should be in marketing role or strategic management to be able to rise to the top. And weak implementation enforcement. The government, the regulators could come up with bills and all that, but who is really enforcing them? And then limited workforce data. People underreport. They don't give the right data for even the statistical service to present on. And the organizational cultures that focus on compliance. I mentioned this earlier. Okay, we are supposed to have maybe 20% women in our organization, so they just feel it. They don't even care to see whether the person is skilled or not. So that's where we come in to make sure that you are exceptional if you join our institute. We have a lot of professionals from diverse backgrounds. And joining, you are exposed to a lot of learning, that you'll be exceptional, and soon organizations will start asking, okay, what makes you different? Based on that, they keep looking at your secret, which is IIPGH. So inclusion is not simply about giving women and persons with disabilities access to jobs. It's about removing the barriers that prevent them from joining, participating, progressing, and leading within the workforce. It's not enough to just be there, a skilled person, but we want you to rise and thrive. Okay, and we also have this belief. Everyone has the opportunity to acquire ICT skills, build a career, you lead, innovate, and they contribute to Ghana's digital future. And at IIPGH, the future is now. We are not looking at the future, which is in 10 years, 5 years, it's now. Because we need to be prepared. Because technology changes every day, it's evolving. So to achieve this, we look at a unified or strategic collaboration. Everything I'm going to talk about goes a long way to confirm that the future is now. We are doing all these things that we are going to talk about. But we'll look at the top three. Professional body, how are we liaising with industry, academia? The government is there. NITA finds itself at both under government and regulators. NCA is there. And a whole lot of bodies that we interface with. So this is a general recommendation which we are practicing at the moment. When it comes to industry, and I know that Gen Zs will like this a lot, remote work. Most of you want to work from the comfort of your home. In the morning, we're talking about the risks on our road, an accident that happened recently. You can imagine a number of people. My office, there was a guy who was late for a critical meeting because he was caught up in the traffic on that road. But actually, when you review, you notice that most of our work, which COVID taught us, could actually be handled from home. So we push this agenda. Most organizations are just worried about productivity of their workforce. So we come in there to recommend the appropriate software or tools that they could use to monitor productivity so that wherever the staff is, they will be able to work and deliver. And then organizations or industry should leverage digital technologies, which I spoke about, and they should encourage continuous upskilling and reskilling. It's in the interest of organizations to train their staff. And we come in also that our professional bodies organize a lot of training sessions, webinars, seminars. As a member, you have free access. Organizations could even come to the institute asking for experts to train their staff. Okay. And then they should also create working environments where professionals can contribute, develop, and progress irrespective of their gender, location, or disability. And then we as IIPGH, we always develop programs because we have like a hub of industry players who are highly skilled. So we know what is happening, what is cooking in every lab. People bring ideas together. So we always develop programs that address real ICT skill gaps and create employment opportunities. We also promote regional technology ecosystems. So the coding caravan, you saw some video play. The video has a lot of information, but because of time, we couldn't play all of it. Yes, and then we ensure that Ghana's digital transformation benefits communities beyond Accra. Seriously, people think that Accra is the only place that technology should strive, or the people here should have the opportunities. But we've been able to go across the country, even if not the remote places, the regional capitals, so that we serve the unserved and the underserved. And then when it comes to academia, which most of the students here will be interested in, through partnership, we ensure that they align academic programs with evolving industry requirements so that you don't graduate and you are seen as a very highly theoretical, like you are full of theory. You don't have practical knowledge, and then you are of no benefit to the organization. So because of that, we'll be able to review curriculum with Academic City and the Accra Technical University. GCTU, I'm sure, is in the pipeline. So don't worry. So that whatever you are learning is actually what you'll be facing, so that by the time you are getting into the workforce, you are already an asset to the organization. So we are promoting a more diverse ICT workforce, which strengthens innovation by bringing different experiences and perspective to the design of technology solutions. I know you have so many ideas that you want to bring good solutions to problems we have in this country. But you can only be guided. You need to be groomed. And even individuals who are not in the ICT space, we need you in our institute. Because when we move across Ghana to impact and to groom, we were talking about ethics earlier today. And certain, we will need people who are in human resource strategy and all that to be part of us to impart knowledge. And then when it comes to women's wing, we've been intentional as an institute to have a women's wing in the institute. So we encourage industry to actively support the next generation. So through internship, where I work, we've been able to get people into our space to do internship. And as women, when ladies, especially in that ICT space as students, when they come to the workforce to do just internship for 2 months, 3 months, and they see a lady leading them, like grooming them, they know that there is a future for them in the technology space. Not that after 2 years of graduating, after national service, oh no, I want to do something else. I want to chicken out and move into HR and all that. No. So we have the professional body also, we have structured mentorship programs, connecting experienced professionals with students and emerging practitioners. And we have a lot of programs. 2 key ones are ICT, like Day for the Girl Child every April. Another one is coming up in October, which is International Day of the Girl Child. And when you go to academia, women facilitating ICT-related courses, master classes. So we roam in schools, we move from school to impact, and ladies lead those kind of discussions to empower the ladies. And we thank our gentlemen for the support. And when it comes to the PWDs, industry, they should create accessible work spaces. So that I mentioned, like, if somebody has a mobility challenge, how could a person walk into this auditorium? I'm still looking around. Yes, and then they should also give assistive technologies into their digital strategies. When they are creating budgets, they should be able to allocate some budget to things that will help the visually impaired, those with hearing impairment. How can they also learn? Those that cannot use their hands, what can they use to? Because technology is the enabler. No organization can thrive without it. And also, they should promote diverse representation in technology teams and decision-making positions. Yes, because some organizations, people who are non-tech, are making decisions for the technology department, which is not too good, because it goes a long way to affect the organization at the end of the day. And as a professional body, we promote ICT education, certification, workplaces, and career opportunities. Just during lunch, somebody was talking to some of our bosses, looking for a resource. You can imagine, so they were already thinking, oh, who can we recommend? That's the beauty of the institute. And the collaboration with Demonstration School for the Deaf. So I mentioned PWDs, we are big on it. We've been to Central Region in a school also to interact with such people with some different abilities. And in doing so, we keep learning and we keep evolving. So wherever we go, we try to learn, pick up lessons, and then adjust our programs to serve everybody. And then academia, what can they do for PWDs? They should ensure that digital transformation does not unintentionally exclude persons with disabilities. It's like before they even design their curriculum, you should be the first thing at the top. I'm glad to tell you that where we are, our hosts, University of Ghana, they have an assistive technology center at the University of Ghana. So that's something that we can encourage people to know that even if you have some disabilities, you can still go to the university. Yeah. And then looking at this, I may not have statistics to share, but joining our institutes when we celebrate our 10th anniversary next year, we look forward to meeting a lot of you where you see our impact, the numbers, because we are measuring all that. So what have we done so far through engagement and the impact that is felt? Targeted programs from basic level of education. You saw the coding caravan. Allocation of skill resources. So we have a blend of experts you can think of that people seek their consultancy and all that. Promotion of digital literacy across board. And then we've enforced initiatives that promote gender equality or equity. I don't want to go into what's the difference between equality and equity. Then fostering partnership. The junior consultant program with AFOS Foundation from Germany. So there was a speaker who mentioned something that when people come from outside the country, whom should they go to? So we've strategically positioned ourselves in a way that foundations, NGOs come to us to partner with us, to do things to promote this gender, PWD, like their inclusion. So we did something with them, but this was for the junior consultant program was focused on our young ladies. So that from university level, they have mentors assigned to them. And then they are groomed before they even get into national service or internship. And then we promote supportive business environment through gender champions or change makers. So what we do as the women's wing, wherever we are, we make sure that we are also empowering other ladies in the workforce. And what are we seeing so far? We have empowered groups. You should be so confident, skilled in a way that you cannot be just like, you cannot be a walkover, that without you, they can't do something. That is how you get access to the boardrooms as you rise. And then we've churned out highly skilled target groups, and then a gradual shift from just being part or representing to the leadership positions. So personally, I will just share a short thing about my journey, and then our director will take us through the fact that we are not just being felt in Ghana, but we are felt across Africa. So I started off as a telecom engineer. I moved to strategy. I moved to project management. I moved to IT management. I'm still in the technology space. It's about grabbing opportunities in the space. I'm not ready to move out of technology. I am still there, but doing things differently. And that's how exceptional you can be. So don't think of living, like being left out of the professional environment. You went to school to learn a lot, but when it comes to the workforce, even if you work for yourself and there's a skill gap, who is going to patronize your services? So this is something we should look at. I just got an opportunity for a young individual. They are here to start national service with our busy executive. He is right here, who asked him to set up a call on Google Meet because, oh, no need to come and see me in person. It took a while before this gentleman set up the meeting. And it was embarrassing to know that our busy executive was waiting in the meeting room whilst the gentleman was not yet in there. So they had to postpone the meeting to another time of the day. Now, he was in there earlier. The executive is at the waiting room. He had no clue how to allow him into the meeting. So that answers the question I asked from the beginning. We are holding the devices. We are holding the devices. What are we using them for? Even if you work for yourself, and let's not be deceived as Gen Zs, you are going to work for yourself. Know that there are people who will patronize your service. So you should know what happens in the corporate world and have those skills so that you may have just an opportunity to hit and then you will just miss it. So Gift will continue the discussion.
Yeah, thank you, Mausi. I believe we are encouraged, especially the young women we have in here, because I can even count the number of young women we have in the hall here. In this space, it's always said that women are few, but I hope the few of you that are here, you are encouraged to pursue. What's going on there? You have a question? Okay, you wait. The moderator will give you the opportunity to ask questions. So as you've heard, we are not only a local professional body, we are also at the international level. I believe from our second keynote speaker, you heard about TICOM. How many of us were here when the second keynote speaker spoke? Yeah, so we are also at a Pan-African level. So the TICON Africa was established in 2022, where it was launched in Zimbabwe. And then, after 2 years, they realized that, no, we can't leave out our women, because women are very recognized in shaping the technological space in Africa. So they decided to launch the women chapter of TICON. TICON means Technology Information Configuration Africa. And so the women chapter was formed in Uganda in 2024. So as you can see, these are representatives of member countries, because at the Pan-African level, you have to be like IIPGH, which is a local ICT association. So the Pan-African level, you have to belong to an ICT local association of your country. So the women's chapter of IIPGH automatically belongs to the TICON women chapter. So I'm urging you all here who are young women to go on our website, join our membership, and become part of the women's wing of IIPGH and also the TICON women chapter. Okay, so what is the purpose of this? Like I mentioned, TICON Africa recognizes the value that women are adding to shape the technological space, and so the purpose of forming this formidable group. What is our purpose? Our purpose at TICON is to foster collaboration and develop skills across women in tech on the continent. So when I live here and I have a need in Uganda, in Nigeria, wherever, when I step foot there or I land there, there's an association I can get to. We also heard from the second keynote speaker. He mentioned how he was detained in Zambia. You heard it, right? So we don't want to face the same challenge. So when we are here and are already a member of a Pan-African group, before you even step foot in the country, you know who to talk to, and if there are any standards you have to meet, you do that before you even arrive. Okay, so what is our mission? Our mission is to connect, inspire, and also equip women with mentorship, skills training across the whole continent. I believe if we have access to good sponsorship, leadership opportunities, funding, we can do a lot. Because the problems we have here as African women in Ghana, in the tech space, is no different from what Nigeria, Zambia, or Uganda is facing. So when we come together, we can better collaborate and find solutions to our problem. Thank you very much.
Please, let's do better for them quickly. I'll give one woman an opportunity to ask a very short question, if there is any. Any woman who wants to ask a question? Okay. So now you see why they were giggling. There's a question at the back there. I'm sure that's why. Pardon? Discrimination. Please ask your question then.
Please, I'm Precious Sichofe, a student of Ghana Communication Technology University. As you were presenting about the women stuff and the tycoon women, I just want to ask, like, what professional network do women in tech in this 2026 need to scale our careers across all African countries?
Yes, so technology is changing very fast. So not only at the Pan-African level, but at our local institute here, we offer trainings that churn the path for ICT professionals, not only women. Do you understand? So I would like you to visit us. And then we can discuss that. What course are you reading?
IT.
IT. Very good. I'm happy. Because we see only few women in the space all the time. So I'm encouraging those of you, if you heard Dr. Maud on the panel, she mentioned that we should be encouraged to pursue other courses. You shouldn't say, I'm a computer science student, and that is it. Okay. You should also look at pursuing a little of accounting, a little of economics, and everything. Then you are 360.
Great.
You know?
Thank you.
Thank
After
you
the
very
session,
much.
please, I'll come for your card.
Sure.
Thank you very much. Please, let's give her a huge round of applause. Sichope, your gift is with me, okay? So I'm giving it to you right after I introduce the next speaker. So moving on to the next case study, case study 3, building industry-ready ICT professionals for Ghana's digital economy. And that's going to be done by Mr. Emmanuel Gadasu, who is the CEO for JIT Plus. Please, let's welcome him with a huge round of applause as he comes up here to give us his case study. Oh, let's do better. Let's do better for him, please. Please, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, I think we are far behind time, so I'm going to hit it, and we go. All right. They say the fewer, the merrier. So it's good we have a very small number, but I think for you getting the patient to stay, you will really enjoy. All right. I wear many hats, but this afternoon I'm wearing the pra-academic hats. The Gen Zs, do you know who a pra-academic is? Do you know that? All right. Let's find out. So a pra-academic is somebody who is a practitioner and also into academia. A practitioner and also in academia. And that is what I like to do. Well, even if you don't pay me, I still would want to teach for free. Why? Because anybody who teaches learns more. Whatever you know, if you teach it, you know more. Because there's no way any serious lecturer will go to class without revising. No matter how many years you have taught it, you will still revise, and that will also give you some opportunity to learn something more. All right. Ghana has the strategy. The question is, who will deliver it? That's a very big question for all of us. Well, the uncomfortable truth is that Ghana does not have a shortage of ICT graduates. In my former school, University of Cape Coast, 2004, we were the second batch of IT. Those are the early stages of IT in Ghana. The year 2003, 2004. And as at that time, my class, we were only 36 students. And I can still remember everybody's name. Even how we arranged, I can tell you. Physics and chemistry were having 2,000 people as at that time in the faculty, in the departments. But today, when you go there, physics, they are struggling to get 10 people in a class. IT, computer science, is taking all over. Now, unfortunately, they have managed to divide IT and computer science into IT engineering, management, infosec, and so many other. What it means is that there are so many people in that particular industry. So we don't like them. But the question is, are they ready? Have we made them ready? Now, this is the gap. What employers actually report at interview is that the people are not ready. Yes, the graduates are before you, but are they ready? They are not. And that is the critical question industry always suffers with. All right. The consequence is that it is measurable and it lands on all of us. This is not a talent problem. It is readiness problem. Right now, if you call out, you want 50,000 ICT computer science engineers, you will get them. But the question is, can they deliver? What happens in industry is that when opportunities comes, we want somebody who can fit in, not somebody we have to go and train. And that's where the diversity comes in. You have the certificates, but are you ready? Because somebody has just left the position and we want somebody to fill. No HR has the time. No IT professional has the time to go and train. That one will not happen. But how ready are you is what industry is looking at. All right. There are 5 main causes of some of these problems. The first is what? The curriculum lag. Yes, I teach, I practice, and I can see the clear difference at any point in time. The kind of courses approved by GTech for us to be teaching, if we really want to follow that, no student will get any job to do. Because the difference is so vast. The modern day, what AI is telling us and what we need to teach, by the time GTech realigns its curriculum for us to follow those things, it will be years back. We would have moved to the 6 IR. Now we are in the 4 IR, right? We would have been there and still not match it up. So that is a big issue. And unfortunately, a lot of lecturers who are not pro-academics keep on telling students, oh, don't worry, when you go, industry will train you. We don't have that time to train you in industry. No professional will have time to handpick you. Unless you come, let's say on a scale of 10, you should be from 7 above going. Then they can now handhold you and teach you something. But to pick you from 0, the guy is already stressed, time-bound to deliver critical projects. Not that he will not, but the system will not allow. All right. Then standards are also optional. ISO. No exposure to real work. So you see, the project work you do on your laptop, and you and your lecturer will be smiling. It has no way in industry. It will not work. You are happy, you are excited, you have compiled the program, it is working. It is not going to work in practice. So that's a big difference. All right, ethics and law are treated as elective. No professional gates. I don't want to dwell on this because we've already spoken much about some of these ones. All right. Now, how did we at JIT Plus, where I work, set out? All right. If graduates are placed inside real government and client-facing work under supervision to a standard with consequences, they become industry ready in months and not years. We have realized this problem. So what we do when we pick the young ones, those who are ready, it's not every student that is ready. Some are absolutely not ready. And they think they can still rely on their parents' support till they grow. But we are very frank with you. If you are not ready, we don't go with you. So we put them on real-world projects. For example, we have built a platform to manage our internship program, which is a very complete program called Internship Ghana. That platform was built by interns themselves, led by an expert, a senior developer, taking them all through, hands-on. So far, we have not bought or subscribed to any service, software. You will build it in-house. What are the IT students doing when they come? So it's a real-world hands-on project. When we have even international projects, you will be part of the meeting. You will not talk, but yours is to listen. When we go engaging with clients, you will go with us. Just watch. Don't speak a word. Just watch how things are. In one of our recent engagements with one top organization, I went with the team. We interviewed 12 sections, business units. And I told them one thing. When we get to HR people like to talk. Just listen. When we get to the lawyers, you will not get anything to write. Because a lawyer will not give you yes or more than yes or no answer. Say, are you implementing this? Yes. Then the guy is there listening, waiting for the next question. Do you do this? No. Waiting for the next. So when we come out, he say, how did you know? I say, yes, that is what we call experience. Because legal people don't talk plenty. So that you come and be finding loopholes. But go to HR, customer service, that is how they are trained for. They will talk. At times you even want to stop and run away. So you see, by the time they walk through these things, they now begin to understand the approach. So you wouldn't use the same approach to HR to what? A lawyer or an auditor. No, you can't use the same approach. The lining of the questions will not be the same because the engagement will not be the same. So you see, as you go along with them, you are training them. They are picking their skills. All right. Then, for you to be ready, we have the ready model. Number one, real work. See, you can talk about all the theories you want to talk about. The reality on the ground is very different. The theories, you are not going to understand why your lecturer told you something that you were told. It's practicality on the field. Then ethics, law and standards embedded. Well, these days, the Gen Z, their modes and how you handle them are very different. So at a point, I realized if I don't go the way they were to straighten them, I will get BP. Self-inflicted BP, I no go get. They want to work on their own terms. So, for example, they write to you telling you they will not come to work, not permission not to come to work. So say, I will not be able to come to work, or I will not come to work without any reason. That's all. Take it or not, the guy will not come. But meanwhile, as at now, where I have work and I say, well, there's no way I can tell my boss that I will not come to work. It cannot happen. But you realize that among all of them, now recently something happened. A staff of 11 people, 4 people reported sick on the same day, about 3 days. All of them were sick. And what do you do? If you want to follow this one, you go get BP. So, well, I just told our administrator, now we have to introduce, it gives us the opportunity to introduce another checking mechanism. Okay, hospital, what is the proof that you were sick and you went to hospital? That one they cannot provide. Simple, we are not government institution, it will go against your salary. Or negative. Oh, sure, that one they will do it. Yeah, we are government, whether you will like it or not, you go, nobody will mark. Here we will mark. Yes. All right. So the ethics, the standards, how things are done professionally, they don't get that one. They write email to you as if they are chatting with their colleagues and put KK say. What? Business communication, full email. You write KK say, not full OKO. KK say. That is a response. So you can imagine this guy is going to talk to your client. He will collapse your business. So you would have to teach them how to write emails. And our place, we will train you how to send email. The first thing you go through, you will do data protection course, you will do cyber security course, self-learning, to get a certificate before you begin. The next one is how to use email. You will create an email signature, whether you like it. You will go through how to do PowerPoint presentation, how to use Excel for simple calculation, how to dress. Young man, how can you come to the office and wear a cap? No. So you will be trained how to dress color combination. You can't just dress anyhow. You see, unfortunately, a lot of IT people think IT people used to be, you have to make your hair, some basa hair before and other things. So what? So people don't see why an IT person will be into a suit and sit by computer programming. One former place I used to work, they asked me, did you come to work or you came for a program? Or after here you go for a program? Because they don't see IT people dressed like that. I remember there was a time somebody called me in East Legon, internet issue. And I drove my car and came there. They were worried. They said, how much I'm going. They wanted to discuss the price before I touched the computer. Because they don't see IT people like you being suit to, jackets and suit to come and fix what? Internet problem. I said, don't worry. And they said, no. We want to know the price before you touch anything. Why? Because they were expecting an IT person to just come with some, slippers and then enter into their office and then. All right. So that's why we'll teach you how to dress. All right. Assess against what? Competency framework. Demonstrated ability. Can the person do the job? So ability, you see, your academic grades. Thank you, Alaji, for introducing that. You see, you hide who would do the job, not academic credentials. The last hire we did, the guys were surprised. I posted this in job adverts. We are looking for somebody to do this. The scenario was there. Develop the solution and come. And when they came, 11 people, we pack all of them in the same room. Not this one first. Everybody was there. You do your presentation. By the time they finished, they all knew who would get the job. You see that your solution you have offered, there's a superior solution. So it is not based on your first class. It is it is about the solution, because in business, we don't deal with first class. If you want first class, go into academia. That one automatically you get scholarship and do your MPhil and become a lecturer. But the workplace, your grades are immaterial. And I always give an example of one of my friends. He completed with me with third class, Muhammad Yakubu. He is the current director of ICT at NETCO, Northern Electricity Development Company. He completed with third class. But meanwhile, his uncle was the pro-vice chancellor by then. Muhammad was somebody that when we are in class, he said he is compiling his code, so he will not come to write assessment. But the day we finished writing our last paper, a car was waiting for him to start working in Accra. Because they were scared if the guy leaves there, they will not get. So the car was waiting for him. He finished, they packed his things, brought him to Accra to come and start programming. So you see, whilst we were struggling to do national service, he was already employed. They were waiting for him. So you see the difference. So did you go to school for certificates or to be employable? Gone were the days where certificates speak. Now it's about the skill, the competency. Now deployed. Structured apprenticeship placement into what? Paying roles. The exit is a job, not a ceremony. Now, okay. So deployments. Now, apprenticeship is very key. You see, it is not for nothing that in the olden days, most work were by apprenticeship. Now, a lot of students don't want to go and do what? Internship. And one of the first questions, will I be paid? Hey! Are you going there for a skills or you want to be paid? You are going to learn for yourself. So that notion that the first question, when you ask me those questions, I will not engage further. Are you coming here to learn or not? And I give myself as an example. I went to learn data protection by practice. As at the time I was going to learn, I went there as an employee. But meanwhile, I was running my organization, and as at that time, I was having 17 employees. But I went to be employed in a staff less than 6, and I was there. And I left for 6 good years. But I didn't take my CEO-ship to that place. At that place, I went there to learn under somebody's feet. So it is not by magic that I would know, because the purpose was to learn. So you lower yourself and do all the learning that you need to do. So if you want to be industry ready, apprenticeship is key. Internship is key. Not to go and look for whether you'll be paid or not. You are going to acquire a skill set. All right. Then industry ready actually means what? 4 layers. Employers hire for 4. University assess mainly the first. So first, technical, build, secure, best test, document, and hand over a working system. So we are looking for people who are technically inclined, understand what they have learned and how they can implement that. Then under the regulatory session, you should understand so many things in your industry so that you can speak the language. Well, I am biased towards cyber security and data protection, so all those regulatory things you see there are related. Then professional, client communication, written reports. A lot of IT people cannot write good English to even write a report. At the management level, you see, that's why IT keeps on going back. We are not at what? The boardroom. Because you go there, you are talking to them about why IP is down and other. Okay, IP system being that, how does it contribute to what? The revenue. Management understands two languages: how to increase revenue and how to reduce cost. If your IP being down cannot be translated to that language, forget it, they will not hear. You go and you are mentioning IP address, TLS, SSL is off and other to management. Next time they will not invite you again. You are confusing them, they don't need that language. Two language they understand: how to increase revenue and how to reduce cost. If you can translate why we don't have the antivirus going off can help us to decrease cost or to increase, that is what they want to hear. So if you cannot communicate in those terms, then there's going to be a problem. So communication is very important for IT professionals, technical people, then human, judgment under pressure. Yes, people tell you, well, I can work under pressure and so many things, but when the problem comes, and the last time I was showing as at now in my office, I still have my bed sheet and my toothbrush there. There have been instances you have to sleep in the office overnight. I still have it there in the office. You come, I will show you. It is there, my toothbrush and we will all sleep there. Oh, me, 1, 2, I'll order for food for you right now. I'll call your parents home. You are not coming. You are working with an international client. System is that, and you are going to sleep. Who gets the job done? So that one, there will not be any rule. So you don't say you can work under pressure. All those English you write. When the right time comes, you will know whether you can do it or not. Anyway, to wrap up, the single most valuable graduate on the market is not the best coder. Beyond your technical skills, human aspect is very key. How you relate and address issues. I have 2 sets of people I manage. There are some people, no matter the work they do, if I have not seen it with my eyes, it will never go. There are some too, no matter how difficult it is, I trust them. I will not look at it and I'm confident. So which one would you always want to work with? The one that gives you what? Freedom. And I experienced this practically. I joined one organization. I was in one organization, and later on, my boss asked me to bring a second person, and I brought. And at a point in time, that guy was traveling. Meanwhile, I had never traveled. Well, how? Then my boss one day, he said, no, Emmanuel, you think I'm a fool? Why would I allow you to go? If there's any problem, who will solve it? So the boss will always want to keep the best around them. So there are times when you are enjoying the ascending, you think you are the best. No, the boss, the one who is rather closer to the boss is the best one. So remember, it is not how good you can code, but how you can manage things for your bosses, for the people, the impact when you go to do your internship, you give. That is what will make you be maintained or be allowed to what? To go away. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel. So I think you stay here with me, and we'll just quickly transition into the next session, talking about recommendations and declaration by IIPGH and ACT. And this is going to be done by still Emmanuel Gadasu. And help me introduce Dr. Peter Tete Yamak, who is a senior lecturer, Faculty of Computational Sciences and Informatics at Academic City. Let's welcome them again with a huge round of applause as they come and then wrap up today's program. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I just spoke, so I will let him speak. And no, you will start, Doc. You know, fortunately for me, so you see, if I tell you I heart of I'm a academics, yes, I work with him in the same school too as well. Anyway, so Doc, you start it.
Okay. Because time is far gone, we would rush through it so that we can all leave. Okay. So basically, this whole thing has included a variety of people, from academics to industry professionals to researchers to you name it, right? But one thing that comes across is that we need to have a standardization for the work we are doing. Do I get it right? Okay, it seems like more people have left. So let's just jump into our recommendations. Let's be fast about it. So the first one is to establish a national ICT professional competency framework, which we are expecting an outcome of a clearer career pathway, skill benchmarking, and then improved workforce planning. We know that the IPGH has established a national ICT professional competency framework, which is the first one. You want to take the second one? Okay, all right. So I'll recommend, and then Doc will also take the next one. The other one is, in the last panel, I remember somebody asked a question about competencies in our workplace. So we know that we want to encourage our professionals to continuously learn, have a lifelong learning culture, where it's not just that you've done 4 years or 5 years of your degree, and then when you're done, you're taking that certificate to industry. We want it to be something that is going on, because we know that currently, especially with the advent of AI, it is changing every other day. So if you're going to stick to one point and say that I have this certificate and this is what I'm going to do, it's never going to work. So we are encouraging people in the workforce to continuously learn, which is our second recommendation. And then we also are going to, I think from his presentation, he was actually looking at, he actually used a word which is, it's a bit low for academics, right? So industry is saying that there's a gap, okay? Me coming from academic city, well, and this is not an advert. What I know is that for one of our courses, or all of our courses, you have to do an industrial attachment, so that you know what industry is looking for, even before you go into industry. So for us, we kind of have it covered. But we also want to recommend that this is a framework which is not just one school, but cuts across every other industry, where there's a collaboration between industry and academia. And then the fourth one would be that we advance ethical and responsible IT practice. In the classrooms, as he said, you're building codes and all that, but we need you to know that whatever code you're building should have ethics attached to it. The kind of data you're using should be ethical. Where you're getting it from, you should be able to explain it. The code you're building should be ethical as well. And then, so this is one of the frameworks that we are also recommending. You take the.
All right. Then in addition, to promote inclusion and diversity across the ICT profession. And that is exactly what IIPDH has demonstrated. Women, a whole desk for women, all right, to include everyone. Then also support professional recognition and certification. What has IIPDH done? IIPDH certification and qualification framework is already established. Then also strengthen public-private partnerships. In that vein also, IIPDH has engaged a lot of organizations, ministries, UNESCO, CTVET, and all along, MTN, NCA, to support most of this partnership and initiative. Then also foster cross-border professional collaboration. Of course, the Pan-African collaboration, which is what? TICON. And in September, right? Is it September? Yes. We are represented live in what? Livingston. Zambia, which we are encouraging everybody. And that is the diversity, the inclusion we are taught. So we are not only looking at ourselves, but we are looking at the broader Africa continent. So in all this, what we say is that IIPGH, Academic City, and all the others, we are all contributing to this inclusion in Ghana to make ICT the best in Ghana. So therefore, we declare the following. Professionalism is strategic national interests and assets. Innovation at scale requires professionalism at scale. ICT professionals are critical enablers of national development. Digital trust is built on professional excellence. And then no digital ecosystem can thrive without continuous learning. So you see, IPD have got a CPD framework guiding all of us in the industry. And then the future of Ghana's digital economy depends on strong collaboration. So not only in Ghana, but we have gone outside Ghana, linking hands with all our African brothers. Inclusion must remain central to digital development, ensuring opportunities created through innovation are accessible in all segments of society. Ghana should work towards a globally competitive and internationally respected ICT professionals. The Institute of ICT Professionals Ghana, together with its partners, will continue to champion professionalism, standards development, capacity building, and stakeholder collaboration within the Ghana's digital ecosystem. And lastly, we commit to advancing a trusted, professional, and inclusive digital future that supports innovation at scale and contributes to national development. Therefore, in our closing statement, we say, adopted in Accra on 19th August 2026 at the ICT Professionals Forum during the National ICT Week Celebration 2026, under the national theme, Innovation at Scale, Creating Opportunities Across Ghana's Digital Ecosystem. This has been presented jointly by the Institute of ICT Professionals Ghana and Academic City University. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Okay, so we are moving on to the final part of the agenda, which is the closing remark. And this is going to be done by Mr. Charles Fifi Hagan, who is a member of the IIPGH. Let's welcome him with a round of applause as he comes to give us a closing remark.
Thank you very much. It's such an honor to stand before such distinguished personalities. This has been a long haul coming, right from when the conversation started. I happen to have joined the morning session and to the panel discussion for data protection, cybersecurity, and all of that. But for this conversation, innovation at scale, professionalism, my take home has been the panel discussion that happened here. I come from a pure accounting background. And so moving into tech, there are lots of things I perhaps may have taken for granted, but today has been a very strong eye-opener for me, especially that conversation that happened here. Professionalism on a larger scale. It just opened my eye to why I lost a contract in Cape Verde last year. Because there are certain things I perhaps did not understand. But today, this is why it is important that we join such fora when they are open for us to come and share, to come and listen, especially the experience that was poured out here. And so we started with Desmond Israel giving us his usual self and the professionalism front. And that was very good, a very good delivery. Then the very learned Mr. David Go gave us another one of professionalism, giving us his lived experience in detention. And so he is a former detainee because he was not professional, or the nation didn't afford him the opportunity to be professional. It sounds funny, but then it gives us something to look at. And that detention is the bedrock of why all of us are sitting here. Perhaps if that detention had not happened, we may not have been sitting here. And so this is the silver lining of that detention. and we are grateful for that lived experience. The lady spoke to us about inclusivity, especially with women and PWD. And I happen to have had a broader understanding of inclusivity when the Digital Center organized a forum, a short course together with the University of California for startups somewhere around last year. And we were given I had a back and forth with facilitators on the need why we should leave profitability and go for inclusivity. But at the end of the program, I got to understand. And so appreciating what the women were speaking about, especially people with disability, and having a created platform in IIPGH for people to express themselves in the minority, I think it's something we should pick up from here going forward. And then Alhaji Sharif, the only Alhaji in town, gave us a wonderful exposure into the cybersecurity industry forum, which I would recommend. I think I've joined 2 of the meetings so far, offered myself to be a volunteer on some of the things. I have been a benefit of people holding my hands and introducing me. In this space, one of the very, very good people who have opened certain spaces up to me has been my senior man, Mr. Emmanuel Gadasu. And everywhere I mention his name, I really want to appreciate him. I happen to have traveled with him to Lagos last year. And I was fortunate, something happened and I couldn't go by air. So I had to join him to go by road. And that in and out trip turned something around for me. And so, sir, wherever I mention your name, you know that I'm always grateful. And that is why professional connections like this is necessary. And I believe that this platform, IIPGH, is a stepping stone for a lot of us to get into where we want to get to. That said, I would want to end by saying that I really appreciate the fact that this forum was created, this conversation happened. And we look forward to more of these conversations happening. It's unfortunate that a lot of people could not be here. A lot of people could not stay through, but I'm happy I did till this time. And I know that the next opportunity, I'll be the first to be here and the last to leave. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Charles. Please, let's do better for Charles. And that brings us to the end of today's program. And I would entreat all of us to come tomorrow, day 4 of the National ICT Week, to continue the conversations. Actually, tomorrow, the giveaways I did tomorrow is going to be bigger. So please, those who are in touch with the other people who are not here today, please tell them. MTN is even going to do something bigger. Mingle Box is also going to do something bigger. So please. And I'm also going to do something bigger. So please, let's all send the information to others to make it a point to come tomorrow. And I'd like to say a very big thank you to our sponsors who have made this possible. Headline sponsor, Broad Spectrum. Then we have Smart Infraco, Huawei Technologies, GDS Africa, MTN, Everywhere You Go, Margins, and we have IPMC, C Squared, and Mingo Blocks. Then our partners, we have HR Focus, we have MEST Africa, we have IIPGH, and Kweku Tech. So ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of today's session. I'd like to say a very big thank you and have a great evening. Thank you.
Every transformation begins with a connection between people and technology, between businesses and opportunity, between ideas and the infrastructure that brings them to life. At Broad Spectrum, that connection is at the heart of everything we do. Our vision is to empower excellence through innovative communication and digital solutions. Established in 2012, Broad Spectrum Limited is a Ghanaian information and communication technology company, providing advanced communication, connectivity, infrastructure, and digital solutions. Over the years, the company has evolved beyond delivering individual technology solutions to building a broader ecosystem of capabilities, one designed to support the changing needs of businesses, institutions, and communities. From connectivity and software to infrastructure, data centers, digital payments, and specialized industry solutions, Broad Spectrum brings together technology, expertise, and experience to solve complex challenges. And behind this broader capability is a group of businesses, each with a distinct role to play. Together, they form the Broad Spectrum Group.
Satisfaction, you know, say I love you like that, like that. I wanna give you bang bang.